Awesome. Goose goes. That's a good flop.
Hello once again, welcome to Dublin and the 2024 Irish Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Day 3 of the main event about to get underway, the penultimate day of this 1K tournament. 3,233 total entries, 109 return for day 3. The objective, the ambition, the goal is to get down to a final table. Might not be possible, but I think we can expect a good 12 hours of poker today, and these are the big stacks coming into the day. Konstantinos Vatseris, the Greek qualifier, introduced himself to me at the start of the day. He was on our feature table yesterday. It's the first time he's ever played on camera. He was nervous AF. He got into poker by watching the PokerStars live streams 14 years ago, and here he is, chip leading the final 109 players. Connor Barisford, also a big stack, as is Kirko, the Finnish EPT runner-up, who also graced our feature table yesterday. I'm James Hartigan, alongside me Joe Stapleton. Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone.
As we track across the room as we get cards in the air as we kick off the 10K, 25K blind level. This is level 23 of the main event. And I think, and this has not been confirmed yet, but I suspect that what we'll do is say either we get to the final table or we play to the end of level 32, whichever comes earlier. I don't think there is any desire to play till 3 a.m. to get to a final table of 9. As we take a look at the lineup at our first feature table, we've got David Lappin, we've got Sebastian Huber from Team Pro, who is not Australian, he is Austrian.
I love that.
Good job, guys. Plus we have Brandon Winn, PokerStars Live Events VIP host, who is the chip leader at this table with 58 big blinds.
Yeah,
He loves running.
love to see it.
He loves running so much, his flag is just 3 legs.
He is repping the Isle of Man.
They have a tough life here. You want me to make that little beepy noise when it's on you? Where's the sound? Where's the sound?
Action is underway. The first hand of day 3 of this main event.
Going to be very curious to see how Brandon plays as the table chip leader here. Everyone is pretty short on this feature table. Sub 25 big blinds, save his 54. So see how much he's learned from some of those VIPs that he works with.
Get him, Brandon.
Yes.
You're in a big blind, Brandon, right? So I should instantly raise.
Okay, fine. 8 fold, 9 fold.
Folded around to the button. This is John Park, who was on my table in the 6 Max event at the start of this festival.
Parkour.
Did 3 raise.
How did he play, James? Take no prisoners.
Pretty solid. And John is going to open on the button here to 60K with Queen Jack. Brandon Winn, 10-7 offsuit, folds the big blind.
That's not all crazy yet, mate.
Don't say anything.
About what?
That's right.
Rory Jennings,
You were getting it.
obviously supporting his buddy Adam McKola, is watching on YouTube and says, "Come on, Brandon, lad."
Table and this guy's all in, Finnish guy, and he goes, "Please hold." I'm saving mine for like at some point.
It was the most beautiful,
Yeah,
quietest voice, please hold ever.
Please hold.
One tear's already running down his cheek.
One time is no longer a thing. It's a please hold.
Sit 8 fold.
Now, action is on Andreas Putz, who has significantly more than 32K. I think this chip count was based on an error in the recorded chip counts last night.
He's just raised it to 50.
What did you start with, roughly?
Oh, there you go. Helped us out. So yeah, he is starting this hand with, you know, about 12 big blinds. Electing to use this ace-8 suited as a sort of blocker open as opposed to just shoving those 12 big blinds, which I think is the safer thing to do. But that ace-queen is going to pile in and get a quick fold from the German.
Just in case he's watching on Easter Sunday, I'm just going to shout out Graphical Hue and say, we miss you.
Even if the app says 32.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that's a lot more than 32k, mate.
Like in an investigation on a poker stream, details matter.
By the way, how did you get through with one bullet here? You just play one bullet, right? I played 3 bullets.
He knew it was 3. He just wanted to give you a rub down.
Yeah.
Shout out to John Fitzpatrick, who's watching on YouTube. He says, I went and played the main event for the first time, finished 382nd, happy with my run. I'll be back next year to take home the title, so remember the name. Can you write down John Fitzpatrick, please, Griffin?
It's the Irish one.
Yeah. I think
382nd was a cash, 479 got paid.
Tablet yesterday.
I feel like you're gonna miss quickly a 0 if you just
Yeah, if they're just like
type it in.
Yeah, now I have 270. I started with 320, raised 50, so 220. So 8 fold, 9.
Zero must know, that's what it was then. 320, they just missed the 0.
I'm adding a 0.
Yeah.
4 raise all in.
So it looks like we're having a bit of a controversy
And 9
with the chips right now. I think Puts is feeling like maybe he's a bit short after the raise, saying he started with 320. Would have put up 50.
No, that's just because the stack is wrong. They have to reset it.
It should be fine, I guess.
We will probably play fewer hands.
Yeah, no, I
Maybe
understand, I
by
understand that.
maybe 15%, but no, like that would be
Maybe not.
that would be a twice a day.
Unclear.
issue.
Gavin Emery says, hello from Australia. Gavin, you'll be thrilled to know that we've got Sebastian Huber at the feature table.
Peace and love, mate.
Stop.
10 minutes, you know.
Struth, I'll have a schnitzel.
1 fold,
Action folded to Sebastian, he's out.
3 fold,
Now round to Darren Harbinson. Jack 4 offsuit.
4 fold,
So 1 elimination so far, down to 108 players in the main event. What are they guaranteed
Go
right
on
now?
then, Brandon.
4,720 euros is the current payout.
Pretty cool.
Nice having the clock right in front of me. Like the
Brilliant,
whole
brilliant.
thing I've been like,
So bad, mid-breaking your back.
oh, yeah,
So blessing in
Yeah,
disguise
back
that
to
Brandon
so
didn't open
doesn't
this suited queen on the button, because Antonioz probably would have shoved over and open. And look at this,
Oh
ace
my
on
goodness.
ace.
What instincts.
Incredible.
And that is a call.
Yeah, knows he's got to do it and is going to love the news.
8.
It's a domination situation and no idea who's at risk here because I don't think either of these chip counts is correct.
It's not looking good, is it?
Nervous laughter.
Antonioz is covered, it seems.
Whatever happens, these two guys have some epic last names.
Αντρέα, GL, τα έπαιξα.
Yes,
Τα έπαιξα τώρα.
that.
Tabachatora.
Όφαγα μαλάκα.
Domination rotation.
Άσο 5 σόβ small, άσο 9 call, 5 flop.
Gets even better
0 έχει και άσο κούπα.
for the
10
short
κούπα.
stack.
Yeah, Dimitrios needs the non-heart 9 on the river. 9 of diamonds or the 9 of clubs. It's a 3.
Sad.
So that is going to be a double up for Elliot Antonioz.
Love it. You know who would have made a flush?
Brandon, Queen High.
Perfect.
Do you think he would have called it off, though, if he went raise, shove, shove?
I don't think it ever would have gone raise, shove, shove. I think it probably would have gone raise, shove, or raise, fold, small blind, call, and then he just doesn't make any more chips on the flop. Ace nine will just fold.
$105 players now. And obviously a lot of other events being played today. More opening flights in the Mini Irish Open. Day 2 of the 3K. Finton, Spraggy, among the players going deep in that one.
How does the Mini Irish Open work? Because didn't it happen at the beginning of the event also?
There have been day 1 flights all the way through the week, up to and including today, and then day 2 is the final day, which plays tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
Here we go for David Lappin under the gun. We saw some kind of big shoves I found from Lappin the other day when he was on the feature table. Some ace-queen shoves for 16, 17 big blinds. I think this is another example where it's going to be better to actually maybe just raise.
4 exactly.
But he does decide to put everything in for those 16 big blinds. Just find when you do this, you're just really only going to get called by better and fold out worse. It would be nice to get, you know, a peel from the big blinds sometimes.
It takes the guessing out of it, Griffin. I like this.
Yeah, who likes to play post-flop? Plus, how's someone going to wake up with a better hand?
Well, he's got action. The short stack. Dimitrios all in with ace-4.
Oh, so Dimitrios only had 70K left. Thought he had 700K left.
70.
Again, I would like to highlight that most of the chip counts are wrong.
Well, then, yes, the ace-9 would have shoved.
Well, if 10's hold, you'll lose a player from the feature table. Dimitrios is at risk here and is looking for an ace.
A lot of good turn cards here. I'm telling you, if he happens to bink here, he's going to be right back in this. This doesn't feel like a very consequential pot, but it gets Dimitrios back to near 10 big blinds. Just needs that ace on the river. Is Barry about?
Peanut berry.
His equity just increased. He stood up, he's grabbed his jacket. River is a deuce, 10's hold. And Alexandros Dimitrios is KO'd by David Lappin.
Brandon Winn about to make the top 100 of the Irish Open 2024.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Dara O'Kearney's also in, yeah?
Dara O'Kearney has also made it to day 3.
So, yeah,
Oh, too much dancing last night. Fucking in bits.
I hear that David Lappin's rendition of Fairy Tale of New York in the karaoke competition was stellar.
Spraggy, just
Stellar.
he was just going.
Apparently Spraggy did an excellent rendition of Wonderwall.
Yeah, I'm a little miffed about that. I thought that was our thing, but you know.
But I tell you, like, no, that is impressive.
Someone's got to go out there and pay for this life of ours.
Where were you just next door in the crack there?
Yeah, well, like, there's been 10 people who, like professional level singers.
Oh, really?
Rocking up for the karaoke. Like, there was some absolutely, like, savage performances. Laura won it. who works for the team. Her voice is insane. She did.
Lappin confirming it was Laura Cornelius who won the karaoke contest.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Like sexy rendition of Black Velvet, like really genuinely like a fucking cool version. Yeah, there was just loads of great performances. A couple of guys who can really spit rap as well.
Yeah.
Some guys doing Eminem and there was a really good Snoop. Gin and Juice, I think, at one point. There was like the standard was so good.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Like genuinely, go to karaoke.
Oh wow, hot take from Rory Jennings. Spraggy's Wonderwall was most definitely not wonderful. He butchered it. I heard a very different review, but to be fair, Willie Elliott was really nice about everyone and everything. So maybe Rory's analysis is more accurate.
Oh, very good.
I think you got to include the showmanship for Spraggy.
There are going to be very unfortunate clips of me spread throughout the internet this afternoon.
I believe you can't make reviews unless you were there.
Like just 10, I say, people.
I started joking
If they were
Oh, you just gave me the eye. I'm just jealous I wasn't there myself.
That's why my plan was to like do my karaoke that I have to do and then leave.
Yeah.
As much as I would love to have witnessed the karaoke contest in the Crack Den last night, sleep was kind of more important after a couple of long days of streaming and a long day today.
Tell me about it.
We lost an hour as well.
I mean, that sentence is pretty hilarious, by the way. As much as I would have loved to have done karaoke in the Crack Den last night. Some of us have priorities.
Karaoke is no fun if you're good, though, right? You want me to do your own kind of good. It made it really good because it was almost like you were at a concert and everyone's up the front dancing and singing along. It was fucking brilliant.
If there's 10, like you say, it's good, because then, but if you're just like, if you can sing and you're full of bad singers, everyone's like, you know, like.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Lappin trying to decide if he wants to flick in this single chip, defending the big blind. And the experience of watching him, I feel like he's going to err on the side of caution and make a, you know, tight-ish fold. But these are traps a lot of the time, and there it is. You know, it's tough to continue. It's easier for us sitting here and saying, okay, we see as ace-4.
No, I fold those all the time.
Yeah. There was actually a similar situation yesterday when we were covering Lappin on the feature table where he folded king-10 off in the big blind in a similar spot. So
Christmas,
okay.
every big blind counts when you're
Christmas song in March. I'm not sure.
working with this many chips.
But it was literally, I had a very clear idea of what I was going to do if I got to the karaoke portion of the contest, and that was sing the only song I know all the words to. And I did practice
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air theme song.
I had never done karaoke in my life before. So I was, and I've been at karaoke and they go, oh, get up, and I'm like, no chance to get up, but there was obviously a financial incentive, so I will humiliate myself for money, that's fine.
How did you study for day 3? I didn't. I just did some karaoke.
Yeah,
I sang a Christmas song, Journeys.
Had 2 drinks, sang some karaoke, danced 2
Well, that's a good origin story. I know a lot of people that have stage fright with karaoke never bothered getting up there. But the fact that he was incentivized through the Ireland versus England thing, and it sounds like he brought down the house. So that's an adorable little tale, little fairy tale.
So looks like we can have ace-queen versus ace-queen here.
The judges rigged it for me, I assume.
And it is Andreas Putz who's at risk here.
Don't jinx it.
But there's a very good chance that they split this.
Clubs or spades? Flush draws. Spades. Spades? Just black.
Just black.
No black. No black. No black.
You should say just chop.
Yeah.
If you say spades,
I'm happy with a chop.
Really? C3 damage not be happier?
Yeah, don't ask for too much. You get
nervous
disappointed.
laughter. The almost pre-recorded conversation of players with 100 people left, all in, and
On that
like
ace
this,
5 ace
talking
9, I
about
was asking for a chop.
Last time I was in a situation like this, the guy just rooted for. He just yelled diamond, 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 diamond the whole time and got him.
Too late now.
I did.
Really,
Kinda,
really
I just
fun
said
stuff.
I didn't ask for.
I quickly a smile just drops.
Clubs.
Oh no.
Just the one diamond on board.
Free roll.
In the black.
The script we've heard 100 times.
It's on from
Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy.
Just for a sweat. And then a break on the river.
No diamond on the turn. This is going to be a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop putt.
Oh, we have such a massive hand.
Hey, look. It's Strawberry Greenstein.
So you staying close by, or you just go home?
Store? Oh, I'm not going to drive, yeah. I'm staying at the Gatan. It's a wee bit too far to travel up and down, you know.
Happy to share one big blind with you?
Well, it helps me.
Every little helps.
It's going down quite fast.
Yeah. I mean, there was a few shots that firing the 32 games.
Yes, we are on the cusp of double-digit amounts of players left. We are down to 100 from a starting field of 3,233.
6 full.
There's a lot of going for it in this tournament. I respect.
Yeah, the bubble was kind of fast, really fast.
Yeah.
Just people just.
I think it's sped up between like 20 from the money till.
Yeah. 5 of the money.
People desperately trying to prove that they don't care.
Antonioz with a brilliant start to this level. Got lucky with the ace-5 to ace-9. And now puts in a bit of a jam. Ace-9, I think, yeah, is going to have to be a fold.
Lappin on the button with queen, 3 of diamonds fold. Sebastian Huber in the small blind has 6s.
Ooh.
Starting the hand with 420K.
Yeah, this is it's going to be pretty close for Huber, but I think probably going to lean on the all-in side of things. You know, this would be sort of a snap shove against a button or a cutoff. Gets a little bit dicey facing a hijack or low jack open.
How much, please?
But part of what makes this shove so effective, James, is, you know, you are going to be, the size of the shove being in that 17 big blind range, you are going to fold out a lot of hands that are flipping against you. You know, hands like King Queen, King Jack suited, Ace 9, Ace 10 is that one hand which is going to make this decision very interesting. It's sort of right on the line. I think Antonioz is probably going to, you know, I don't want to predict, but might lean on the side of caution here because, you know, while Ace Queen would be a side call, Ace Jack would be a side even more and probably call. Ace 10, I think you can let go even if it's it feels tight.
Does let it go. Well, let's take a look around the room at some of the other players still in the Irish Open main event. 100 remaining now.
Don't be shy if I...
Including a former EPT runner-up. Kirko came second in EPT Barcelona in 2013, beaten heads up by Tom Middleton. Is one of the chip leaders coming into day 3. Parkinson, Irish poker legend, one of the late-night poker OGs. Sat next to Alex Romero, one of our Spanish commentators who won the Heads Up event here in Dublin a few days ago.
Looks like he's showing value there.
Conor Barisford is a top 5 stack today. One of the best pros in the UK, one of the most accomplished players in the United Kingdom. You can also see Adam McKola there. Adam sharing a table with Conor.
A lot of legends in this field.
A lot of players to root for, a lot of names to follow. As we return to the feature table. There's been a raise from Antonioz with King Jack, David Lappin with Ace King.
Yeah, this is going to be
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Sit one call.
Oh, big mistake there from Lappin. Not realizing Antonioz had opened and just flatting the ace-king. I can guarantee you he is spinning right now in his head. This is a, you know, I mean, this could end up working out great in the form. I mean, look at the two hands he's up against. But
yeah.
This is, you know, you wait for these hands to get a shove spot to win a big flip. You know, if your opponent had something like jacks or ace queen or whatever, and now you're just guessing. You're not getting a good flop here with the queen high board. You know, if Antonioz c-bets here with an SPR of 2-1, well, how do you really move ahead?
So is the moral of the story, Griffin, that if you stay up until 3:30 in the morning singing karaoke, you might miss raises the next day at the poker table?
I mean, I'm really, and he is going to find a bet. I'm really cringing for Lappin here because I've done this and I know what it feels like.
Yeah. Oh, we've all done it. We've all done it.
And a lot of the time it happens on a table where we tell no one, or maybe we have a little embarrassed chuckle with a friend on the break. But this happens to be a situation where the world is watching, and I love that he's able to continue here. Luckily for him, Antonioz with the very small c-bet on the flop, but Harbinson getting a pretty good price here, drawing to a straight. I'm surprised not continuing to 45K. I mean, what's the point?
Well, David calls with the best hand and pairs his king on the turn. Of course, it's also top pair for Antonioz, who has kicker problems.
And the narrative is going to flip so much now, James, because a great opportunity for him to fully double up. You see 275,000 in the middle, just 365 behind. Had he shoved pre-flop, would have just gotten a raise fold. Instead, he is looking at a full double up.
His hand's so under rep, right? There's no reason for Antonioz to not think he's ahead.
So I will say, Antonioz could be concerned about a trap. It is very irregular for Lappin to be flatting off this stack, facing a raise. He's going to be playing more of a shove fold strategy. I think flats are going to raise the eyebrows a little bit. So I wonder how Antonioz is going to react to this turn bet, which is effectively a third of Lappin's stack. Could be just looking to check shove. Could be looking to check call. Yeah.
The shove from Antonioz, called by David Lappin, who is way ahead here. Only a jack will see him eliminated.
You've sent us down a strange timeline here, Lappin, with just calling pre and dodges the jack.
So David Lappin gets the full double up and is now playing more than $1 million. Antonioz short, left with 225K.
I should have said one.
A little misclick that could. Lappin with a wry smile. Maybe a little bit of karma for belting out that brilliant song last night. Just makes a mistake and gets rewarded. I mean, I'm also making a lot of assumptions. I hope he did misclick, you know, but it certainly looked like that was the case.
No squeezes.
You didn't see I raised?
I did.
Oh, you did?
I thought, yeah, no, sorry, I thought there was a green chip. It's the green on green in these glasses. I thought I would never open to anything other than a min, so I thought you'd put 55. I was hoping.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so
stacks behind.
The team pros are shoving light.
Team pros would be like, oh, look at that dead money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look
So
content creators just overcrawled.
I'm gonna have to take this one on the chin. I made some assumptions about. Sounds like that was
better singing.
A trapped ace king from Lappin, expecting maybe some potential squeezes behind.
Yeah, he just referenced the fact that he was sorry not to see a squeeze.
Yeah, Antonioz had. So my apologies, David.
Well, throw another shrimp on the barbie, Griff. Sebastian Huber's playing a hand.
What do you mean with boo?
I'm going to be 0-3 in hands against you, man.
Yeah, now you look down.
Random with king 6 in the big blind.
Yeah, I would caution Brandon's getting impatient here. He's been card dead so far in the first few hands on the feature table, but has done nothing wrong.
Come on, buddy. You gotta play once.
Bougie asks, is David Lappin the guy who was broadcasting this on day one? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Really freaks me out.
David had made it through one of the earlier day one flights, joined us for our day 1C coverage.
I guess it probably does.
Was on the feature table yesterday on day 2 and is back on the feature table for day 3.
Been on a diet recently. Yeah, around Christmas time, I think this would have sent me on my arse.
And we're into double digits, by the way, 99 players remaining.
We use our online players as well.
I'm in military or something.
Lappin now.
I'm going to get really excited about this hand.
Licensed to play more hands. Normally, if you're under the gun one, with all of these short stacks, you're not going to be thrilled about opening pocket fours in early position, but since we are playing a little shorter handed after the elimination, perhaps Lappin's, some consideration, but, you know, probably a notch or two too low for him to be opening. Maybe 6s, 7s. Can do some raising.
3-4.
Oh, wow.
6 full.
You know, your goal is to win chips.
I'm in the wrong tournament.
Wrong tournament.
So I was buying an office chair at a very fancy store in Slima, near St. Julian's, where I live in Malta. And I thought I'll go in there, because I didn't really have a sense of what office chairs can cost. But it turns out they can cost
Quite a bit of money, yeah.
And like the guy immediately started showing me chairs that were like about 3 grand, 2 and 3 grand, and I was like, oh shit.
You saw a whale walk into the store, he's like, we've got a big one here, guys.
But the problem was, it was a store that you had to like get binged into, like they were so precious about what they owned that they like checked you out through the window before they even decided you could come in and out.
That's wild, though, for chairs.
So I go in and he's showing me the 3K, 2K chairs, and now I'm like, I don't want to look like I can't afford a 2K chair, because I definitely can't. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting, yeah, and I'm trying them all out, and he's like, oh yeah, this one can hold this number, this amount of weight, or whatever. And I was like, anything, like, for example, what's the cheapest chair in the shop? Just give me a baseline. And he's like, well, we have this 700 quid chair, it's completely rubbish in the corner. Do you want to look at that one? I was like, oh, sure, I'll have a look at that one at least. And I'm like, 700 is so way too much, I'm not paying 700 either. So I get into this chair, and he goes, he looks at me and just goes, that can hold up to 86 kilograms comfortably for a person. He looks at me and goes, what weight are you? And actually, I'm exactly 86 kilograms. He went, I would say 90. I was like, well, good day, sir. so I left like he had insulted me, where I actually left because I was too poor to pay for his chairs.
That's amazing.
Went to IKEA the next day.
That is really
where I belong.
50 euros.
No, I do have, I got the top of the range IKEA.
Oh, nice.
Which was
55
300 maybe, 300. And I was like, I've splashed out here.
David Lappin, great storyteller.
I didn't realize they could cost so much. And these are like those kinds of, like for just sitting around, I guess it's like in a conference room chair. They're very comfy. But I am a little worried about how heavy I am.
I think if they say they can hold 86 kilograms, probably.
They should,
more,
exactly.
Whatever. It should be way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to tell you the top end, right, in case you actually are, and then you sit on it and it breaks.
How far is it if he just says 86, you win now?
And I'm like, that is actually what I am. And he's like,
You can buy it, you're not allowed to.
He was like, no, and I was like, fuck you, dude.
So you're a poker player, aren't you?
Yeah.
Bluffing me.
Yeah.
So Parker's raised to 50k with ace queen.
It's two now. That's twice.
Twice?
And everyone
Barisford
folds.
tortured
It's
me
raise and
yesterday.
take it.
Yeah, you poked us something
He
like that.
fucking tortured me. The man is a monster.
I'm in a big rise.
I just felt like, you feel like you're a child in the adults game. That's what it makes you feel like. Fucking beast. Every single time. He opened 6 in a row into my big blind. So it became like...
Well, as we're listening to the dulcet tones of David Lappin, we can see the other half of the chip
and
race
then
partnership,
he
Dara
opens,
Okani.
and he 3-bets them.
And he still wasn't the guy. We just do it at will. I called it here on the stream yesterday morning, Conor Barisford will win this tournament. Now, obviously, I hope...
So we're playing for second now?
Yes.
Okay. Good to know.
He's very...
Sorry.
He's very, very monstrous.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's...
I was sleeping. I was listening to the stories.
Yeah.
Lappin and Huber talking about the great Conor Barisford that I was
He drank from now.
glowing about yesterday on the feature table. Conor B1. He is the one. He is starting to believe.
I think I've...
Don't do it, Antonioz. These 9 big blinds, there's a better plan for them.
Yeah, it should be a little bit more fun. Roundabout.
You can just see how short some of these players are.
So you knew already it's going to be blind versus blind bet.
I had it.
Okay.
Manifesting.
So you're going to do the Conor on me now?
Pretty strong blind hand here between the two talkative ambassadors in different rights.
Lappin completing with the king-9. Sebastian Huber with the option. 5 deuce in the big.
And yeah, with something as weak as 5 deuce, we might see, yeah, here it is, reaching for those chips. And I wonder how Lappin is going to react. Surely going to be aware this is too strong of a holding to play as a limp fold. Maybe you would be limp folding some king 5s, king 6s sometimes, but king 9 is going to be, a bit too good. Yeah, if that sizing is correct, I'm really not in love with it from Huber. From 25K to 65K, going to be hard to get some pre-flop folds with that size. But technically has the range advantage here.
Yeah. Well, Lappin has checked. He has the best hand right now with king high. Huber, having raised pre, continues.
And again, a very small size. Even if Huber is near the top of his range, let's say has something like jacks or queens, that price with just the potential of hitting that king makes it worth it. So Huber not really doing himself any favors in folding Lappin out of the, middling part of his range.
Yeah.
Lappin is going to have some ace-X type hands here, but again, as the aggressor, technically going to favor Huber, but decides to slow down.
And there's the king on the river. Lappin was ahead on every street. Now river's a boat.
Yeah, and I think we're all screaming at the TV right now saying, check! Induce that bluff. Lappin may also be considering that it's just a little less scary if just put out a smallish bet here.
A bet and a fold, and we continue clapping for Lappin. Still playing more than $1 million on day 3 of the Irish Open main event. Jason Boyle asks, is Adam McKola still in? Yes. OK Bye asks, is Ankit Ahuja still in? Yes. Thank you for your questions.
Oh, my socks are dirty.
Yeah, really good stuff for you.
New player at the table, Ravi Sheth.
Oh, Jesus. That's a long tournament.
Yeah.
Started the day as one of the chip leaders, was 9th overall, and has a decent amount of orange.
So they're a grind for sure.
Yeah, I started playing live more than 2.5 years ago, whatever. So trying to get some sort of runs in those huge fields.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I've done a few day fives, but that's the longest I've played in a tournament.
I agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Couple main events. That's the day fours as well, but yeah, that's when it's.
Yeah, I feel like
that's when it's a good idea not to do karaoke in between.
so you're gonna make the cut on day 3. Okay.
Conserve what energy you have. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like after that trip, I need to take 2-3 days off before I'm back streaming.
Still at the 10K, 25K blind level. Uh-oh, Sheth's got the spraggy. Danger, danger.
8, raise, 60.
How many chips is he going to lose in this hand?
9 fold.
Ace-10 suited for David Lappin.
I think this ace-10 suited plays real nice as a flat here. I think ace-10 off. Maybe you're going to be working in some 3-bets. Just a bit easier to play. More takedowns pre-flop. That's so much more potential with the ace-10 of hearts. Reasons to stick around. Float some single heart boards. Also, of course, need to consider some of the short stacks behind when you start 3-betting hands like this.
Well, Lappin has called in position and will go heads up to the flop against Ravi Sheth. And it is a 10 high flop. The domination continues. Obviously 2 spades on board.
Yeah, I think if Sheth has a good understanding of this spot, he's not going to be too sort of trigger happy, but this particular board with the ace of spades in your hand, with the, turns like another spade or an 8 or a 3 or a 4, and because Lappin's range makes up so many, big suited Broadway cards, you're going to get some folds sometimes, but now does decide to slow down.
Check, check, 9 on the river. David Lappin still with the best hand.
Now Lappin with the effective nuts. Going to try to go for some value. I think this is a little consideration from Sheth. Oh my goodness, and he has elected to go all in.
Wow.
Really put the pressure on. Incredible with the 7 in hand, which makes something like 7-8 a possibility. Recognizing that Lappin is going to be pretty capped here to a good value 10. Pocket 9, certainly a possibility for Lappin, but he would have just snapped that off. More likely something like an ace-10. So Sheth, knowing where he is in this hand and thinking, I don't know if this player is capable of making this big call. We know, of course, he's certainly capable, but is he going to do it? I mean, things have been going so swimmingly for him, and you just start to get paranoid in a spot like this. Like, wait a minute, who is this guy? Why is he shoving? Does he just have 5s full? Did he river 9s full? You know, does he just have a 6? And Lappin just needs to find it, but it's so difficult. This guy just got here.
Absolutely.
Why would he be just doing this randomly? If I fold, I have 765,000. That's over 30 big blinds. I would love to see David Lappin find this call. I just don't know if he's going to be able to do it. And he is just in it right now, just sinking in that mud. So, trying to see the little bit of sunlight before he gets enveloped. Oh, man, we've all been here, haven't we, James?
I'm the world's biggest net grip, and I'd have folded 5 minutes ago. But yeah, it's a horrible spot to be in. I'm just trying to work out what Sheth is actually representing here, though.
Yeah, he's representing pocket 5s. Would certainly play this as 2 checks here to induce that value bet on the river. Certainly pocket 9s, strong possibility as well. And the reason why you check this river is because you're going to expect a value bet from a 10 after it goes check, check, right? And you're going to expect bluffs from the missed spades. You're trying to get a street built into this river. And so, and of course 7-8 is also very fair possibility, and that's part of the blocker that Sheth is using. So there are a bunch of combos.
There's also a lot of nothing as well.
Yeah. I would also say that not completely outside of the realm of possibility that Sheth could do this with something like 2 kings. I mean, this went check, check on the turn, right? So Lappin's going to be capped. Isn't going to have a lot of nutty hands that are better than kings.
I have better ones. Oh, it's a good one now.
This is the biggest hand of the tournament. 94 remain. Over 400,000 euros up top here at the Irish Open, and an Irishman is in the tank right now.
Maybe I have better calls.
Oh.
Even like a 10-8 suited would be better.
Oh, no. Just navigating it in his synapses right now. Can he find the call? I hope everyone at the table gives him the time he needs, and he folds it.
The bluff gets through, but can't really fault David Lappin for making that laydown, Griffin.
Yeah, and I mean, lost in it all was how brilliant of a bluff it was by Sheth, just having that gear, putting him in a coffin and sealing it up, and Lappin just couldn't escape.
Phenomenal play there by Ravi Sheth, who's just joined the table and has got more than 3 million chips. It will definitely be among the top 3 stacks right now. By the way, it's not Chat Pro Saturday, so I'm not condoning some of the dumb analysis I'm seeing right now. Obviously, it's a call when you can see all the cards.
Now that dust is settled, Antonioz with a lovely opportunity to get a double up here. Pocket 8s. Going to find a lot of calls that are slightly behind in the form of a flip. And sometimes you're just going to get it through.
9 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Shove from Antonioz gets through. And we're down to 94 players now, having started the day with 109. I've not confirmed, by the way, with the tournament staff what the actual plan for today is. I think realistically, Griffin,
Same idea.
we're not going to get to a final table unless we play like 12, 13 levels today, which is not good for anyone.
But he turned sevens into
I would
bluff,
imagine we'll get to the end of level 32, which will be 10 full levels, and finish around midnight, 1 a.m., and come back tomorrow, maybe with between 12 and 16 players, and play it out tomorrow.
I had ace-10.
Ace-10.
Yeah, file Sheth under ones to watch after that hand. This is a bad, bad man.
8 raise, 60,000. 9 fold.
And with the confidence of that incredible bluff,
2 fold.
opening up quite wide here under the gun 1. Recognizing that this isn't necessarily a table that is fighting for every scrap. I think that there's something to be said about getting to a new table.
Whoa.
And then
Whoa, Griffin, sorry, just realized something. Thank you to Narivan watching on YouTube for exposing this huge flaw in how we present these tournaments. Why don't players just open the stream to see the cards themselves? Are they stupid? Did we consider the fact that players could just watch the stream?
wait a minute. No, but they can't. They're on the feature table.
For 1 year.
We don't let them have their phones.
You hated it? Yeah, honestly, it's
Such hard ride. So much respect
But someone could watch the stream for them and tell
I
them.
feel like so there are
God.
people who are just,
Oh dear God, what have we
they
done?
just do it a little easier. They don't need to.
What have we done?
We've been doing this for the better part of 20 years.
What have we done?
And we never considered this.
I really love it, and it feels kind of okay. But
God.
Yeah.
sometimes I need to be careful as well not to do
Is this
just
the end?
too much because you don't realize how much
Thank
energy
God
it takes.
Oh.
for Narivan on YouTube.
9 fold.
Yeah. I was exhausted. I hated it. I genuinely was like, I thought it was like undignified as well for them to make a almost 40-year-old man do it.
That's right, Renan. It's the end of poker as we know it.
Yeah. Never take a chair. Didn't have a podcast really at the beginning either, so.
Raise, 50.
Podcast saved me. They were like, okay, you can do the podcast instead. So I was like, thanks,
Poor Brandon hasn't played a hand yet and has done absolutely nothing wrong.
Sit and forward for 50 minutes.
Sometimes you're just not picking up cards.
Oh, have you not played a hand?
You gotta know.
Never played live poker. That's kind of how it goes.
Yeah.
Just sit there, fold, aces, double.
You called it. It's going to happen now.
Yeah, I'm always waiting. Every time I open race, I feel like, is Brandon now playing back?
James, can you give me an abridged bio on Sebastian Huber?
Sebastian Huber, peace and love, Austrian streamer, took part in a competition that PokerStars ran called Dare to Stream. It was the sequel to the original Dare to Stream, and the idea this time was instead of winning a platinum pass to the PSPC, whoever won the competition would actually become a member of Team Pro.
Oh, wow.
9 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Okay, Brandon,
Have a
folded on the
go.
button, 10-8 suited.
There he is.
6 raise, 50.
Has found his first raise here and has gotten through the small blind short stack. And as long as there isn't anyone tough in the big blind, oh my God.
Oh, Brandon, you do not want to tangle with this guy.
No.
200.
Oh, and he goes the aggressive route with the blocker.
230,000.
And Brandon.
30. Yes.
And this is the tough thing, too, about...
Just wanted to play a hand, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
Once you're gonna play hand, you instantly.
It's nice to hear that.
You chose the perfect spot. Raising it to the chip leader speed
Sheth is absolutely elated. Really
These things
seems
I
to
say,
be
Adam busted.
aware of the kind of spots he can attack. My new favorite to win the tournament.
That he made it that far.
Yeah, I opened and I was like, ah, why did I do that? I'm an idiot. Goodbye 50k. Yeah, I mean, nice 90th, or 91st, I guess.
Yeah. People are actually dropping very fast.
Maybe we will make it down to 9 today.
Brandon confident they can get to a single table. We're already at 91.
Because I think that would be very late. I suspect that would be 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Maybe later.
David's right.
Might stop you from being in the crack den for a few hours, eh?
2 days, 55.
Sebastian Huber opening with King Jack. Park folds the Spraggy. Good man.
4 fold. 6 fold.
Ace Queen for Antonioz.
Great spot here.
Level 32.
On these 9 big blinds. And, you know, if Huber had over $1 million, would probably call with the King Jack. Just take your equity. Hope you're flipping against a hand like 2 10s or even a 40-60 against an Ace Queen. But because it represents about half of his stack, not going to be thrilled about this all in, and I think may have to really strongly consider letting it go.
You'll notice we've ticked down to 90. 91st place finisher, Adam McKola.
No!
Sadly, no longer representing the club, no longer representing Stars in the main event. Adam cashing out in 91st place for 5,460 euros.
Sebastian knows how painful it is. You know, if it was 7 or 8 big blinds, you sort of sigh, call.
Yeah.
9 is right there on the line where you're like, ugh.
Another elimination to tell you about, Griffin. We've dropped from 90 to 89. 90th place finisher,
I don't like this game the way you do
Ankit
it.
Ahuja.
Ankit, of course, featured on the feature table earlier yesterday.
He did, and we established that he is a phenom when it comes to these 1K buy-in events, tearing up the Estrellas, the Eureka, and a top 100 finish in the Irish Open.
Like
again, 5,460 euros he locks up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to give him the cigar.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works at that stage of that tournament. So.
No, sure. Ace Jack?
I check I have to call. Huh? I check I have to call.
I wish you had Ace Jack.
We're not allowed. I was...
Yeah. I'm sorry, sir, but I will not give you card this time. I make a mistake on you.
Okay, yeah, fine.
Lappin probably not going to find out about having gotten bluffed from Sheth earlier until he goes on his first break. Certainly looking forward to, assuming we are keeping this feature table, what the chatter will be like when the players get back from said break.
I think chances are we'll be changing tables at the first break, but maybe they'll do a couple of sessions. We will see. 5 sessions to play today if we do play 10 levels, and I'm hearing that that is what the tournament staff have decided on. I think it's a sensible decision, by the way. Yes, it would be great to get to a final table tonight, but they know that with the huge field we had this year, Griffin, 3,233 entries, it is unlikely. as David Lappin highlighted, that will probably take till 3 a.m. No one wants to play till 3 a.m. It's bad for the players, the tournament staff, for everyone. So the maximum number of levels we'll play today is 10. That'll take us to the end of level 32. That'll take us just after midnight tonight, and then we'll come back and play down to a winner tomorrow.
Sheth electing for a limping strategy here on the button. I quite like it. With that short stack in the small blind, you don't want to, you know, raise to 50 and have Lappin take a sort of high card, low card blocker type hand and find a raise, but has turned the broad whizzy straight.
Revenge. That's what he's thinking right now. Revenge.
And I think a couple options here for Sheth. I think that, you know, of course we can see the straight. We might want to just check this, but the reason that it's nice to bet is that I think sometimes you're still going to get called by worse, and now you've set your price. This is what I'm now paying in this pot, and you can just check back the river instead of, you know, checking back here and then having a difficult decision, allowing hearts to potentially bluff you. And now Lappin has to decide, what do I want to do? Do I want to come out of the bushes here? I think you just let your opponent keep bluffing. Make it look like you have something like King 5 off. And there is the fake side call, as it were.
Oh, no.
And I'll tell you what, the absolute worst card in the deck for David Lappin, because not only does it counterfeit the straight, as we can all see, but Sheth is about to go all in for 600,000.
Unless you beat him to it, right? Because you're out of position. You get to act first.
Yeah. But with Sheth holding that ace of hearts, and do you want to be the person that goes all in here and just gets snapped by a flush? Wouldn't you rather, I mean, and he is going to confirm
that he has the ace of hearts. Oh my God. I was too early in predicting revenge.
Wow. And, I mean, you're not getting the greatest price, right? There's 290 out there. 600K all in. You recognize, you're sitting in David Lappin's seat. You recognize your opponent doesn't have a flush that often. But the times he does, if you call off here and you just give away your last 22 big blinds, and there's the fold. My goodness.
Wow. David Lappin has a nemesis. His name is Ravi Sheth. We are down to 86 players now as we come to the end of the first level of the day. Blinds are going up in the Irish Open main event. And a reminder that this time next week, it's the Sunday Million anniversary. The flagship weekly tournament on Stars celebrates its 18th birthday on Sunday, April 7th. We're calling it the must-play tournament of the year. 8 million guaranteed, at least 1 million up top. $215 buy-in, satellites running, and of course a live stream of the final table on Tuesday the 9th. I've been thinking about it, Griffin. And again, look, I'm just spitballing here. It might not be the best idea in the world. If I decide to play the Sunday Million anniversary, maybe I stream it on YouTube?
Whoa, sounds like a great idea.
Does anyone want to watch an MTT idiot play the Sunday Million anniversary? Does anyone want to learn what not to do in a $215 buy-in tournament?
I'll be there.
I'm going to think on it. Need to talk to the powers that be. They might be like, no, no.
They can't see behind the curtain.
C3, C4, fold.
Come on.
C6, fold.
Antonioz has gotten over that 300K hump, which is just great now that we have raised the blinds to 30K. And Sheth with over 100 big blinds. Certainly going to quack his way, and does it in the form of an effective 20 big blind shove. The button here only playing about 4 bigs, Lappin on 20, and I believe Huber on about 15. So this seems like a lot of chips, but it's pretty standard. And you see folding out hands that would be flipping hands, folding out another hand that might have peeled and seen a flop. Sheth has played perfect aggressive poker so far on this feature table. And I know you suggested, James, that we might be getting a new feature table after this level, but I expect to see more of Sheth over the course of this tournament with the way he's playing, the confidence.
Against the plans.
You're allowed to call up. I think they're allowed that.
I'm very intrigued by Mr. Sheth. I'm even,
you want fold
Hendon mobbing him right now, James.
Sorry, I've got it now.
See what this deal is.
Sorry, I've got it now.
UK crusher I'm unfamiliar with.
Against him, I have.
Always.
You look up his results, Griffin. You give us the give us the lowdown.
Okay, I will give you total earnings 401,000. Biggest score 178,000. So someone who is no stranger to, you know, pretty big 6-figure spots. He earned that prize in the 3K WSOP main event circuit in 2023 in London. 4th place, and has won a bunch of 500-pound buy-ins, 300-pound buy-ins, 3rd place in an 1,800-pound, 2K pound in Grosvenor. So he's been around the UK scene.
Grosvenor,
sure.
Griffin. It's
Yeah.
Grosvenor.
Listen. There's an S. Okay. Lappin on these 19 big blinds, depending on the big blind stack, might just elect to shove, but does instead decide to limp. Such a pretty hand. Let's see a flop.
Queen
Don't want to
9.
raise fold it.
Sebastian Huber flatting in the small blind, and that will be John Park checking his option in the big.
Yeah, I like this limp here from Lappin based on the stack sizes.
Oh,
and
what a flop for Lappin.
At that.
2 check, C3 check.
Got the board so crushed.
Should highlight that his opponents both have second pair.
Yeah, and Huber with that backdoor queen of diamonds too. But you don't have a lot of chips to work with. If Lappin's betting this, it means he's gonna have a 10 diamonds or Broadway cards that probably gonna keep betting, so it's gonna be tough to play, but I don't blame Huber for finding a call here.
What?
Parka.
C3, fold.
Let's go with the 9-3.
C2 check.
Lappin now nearly a 9-1 favorite.
Weighing his options here between bet, shove, or check. I don't think that Lappin's particularly worried about Huber turning a king here, because something like king, queen, or king, jack, I think would have shoved over the button limp.
Yep.
King X of diamonds would be a problem. certainly that is a possibility. So I think Lappin's considering here. You know, you block Queen Jack with the Jack 10 in your hand, so less worried about that. So if you think your opponent has a worse 10 a lot, a 9 that's going to fold anyway, some draws like a Jack 8 or a 7-8 or lower diamonds, maybe you want to give that free card because those hands are going to be coolered by your Jack 10 of diamonds, especially the diamonds. But instead decides to just sort of set the price, not expecting a check shove because of the way the king doesn't really interact with as much of Huber's range. And look at that, getting value. So this is really nice from David Lappin.
And there is the flush on the river for Lappin.
And I think Huber's just gotten himself into a bit of trouble here. And that diamond on the river might be part of the plan, James, which is the problem for the ambassador here. If you're getting that good price on the turn, you have that straight draw, you have that 9, you know, maybe you need to be shoving some diamond rivers because it's really going to put Lappin in a hell of a spot with a hand like King Jack, and does do it. And yeah, given the bad news.
Wow, all in and out. Sebastian Huber eliminated from the Irish Open main event in 82nd place.
Good luck, guys.
Cashing for 5,460 euros.
And frankly, that was a great way to go out. I think he played that really well. Just sometimes you run right into the top of your opponent's range. So I don't think that he should feel bad about the way that ended. But really well played by Lappin, finding that small bet on the turn and getting the whole rack there. And now some ammo to battle the seemingly unstoppable Sheth.
Yeah, as we check the payouts for the top finishers in this tournament, as previously referenced, 5.5K, that's the current payout.
Yeah.
Big scores up top, 6-figure scores for the top 5. This year's first prize, along with the Irish Open main event trophy, 415,615 euros. Make sure you join us tomorrow for the final day of this tournament, when we will crown a champion, when we will pay out that prize money. Live once again at 12:30 British summertime.
It was a relief then to look over.
What?
That was a relief to look over when he did it. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I didn't look at the river.
I didn't think you did.
81 players remain.
Look at the river until after he moved in?
Correct.
Do I call before, or are they gonna find the floor?
It's a great little inside baseball detail there from Lappin, talking about how he had not looked through that entire tanking process what the river was until he had shoved. So it's like opening up a little present. Because once you're all in there, and you only had second pair on the turn, right? So you need that diamond on the river to call her a 10.
So Lappin's back up over $1 million, which is around 35 big blinds. Sheth, table chip leader with 3.3 million, and among the tournament chip leaders right now. John Park going to the toilet. Interesting timing. I kind of feel you'd wait for the button to pass and then go. That's my MO, Griffin. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the new chip leader. Narcis Nedelko has been on the feature table a couple of times already. He was a big stack at the close of day 2, and now he has more than 5 million chips. He's on table 3 with Kirko and Connor Barisford. There is a decent chance that is our next feature table.
Yeah, surely has to be. Played that massive pot last hand of the day yesterday with those pocket 8s, with that full house against the ace-king, and it seems as though he's continued his great run.
Seat 7 fold. What again? Player 3, the cards, please fold it. But I will say, Seat 8, raise, 80.
Sheth in action, early position raise with King 7.
Seat 9, fold. Seat 1, fold. Seat 3, fold.
see how wide Sheth is opening. He's on one here with that player sitting out. And just the table captaincy.
Such a table, just not
fully.
It was not a feature table, but we had to play on such a table techniques, and it was so hard to look at your cards without your neighbors seeing your cards.
Now you can big blind.
Thank you.
You have my permission.
Make sure to deal him in. Make sure to deal him in.
Yeah.
When you gotta go, James.
Look, you are talking to someone who can barely make it through a 60-minute level of poker without going to the bathroom. But my strategy is always wait for the button to pass. When you're in the cutoff, be dealt the hand. If you're going to play it, play it. If not, run to the bathroom.
At the cutoff. Interesting.
Yes.
So what did you do when you went to go see Dune or Oppenheimer?
Did not drink water for hours leading up to those meetings.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so no pop in the theater?
Nope. By the way, I'm a great believer, and I don't believe in refreshments and snacks in cinemas.
Interesting.
Watch the movie, enjoy the movie, and then go for a nice meal afterwards. Don't ruin the experience by consuming junk food during the film.
All in 120.
Just when I thought you couldn't get any more British, you go and do something like this.
29 players already.
It's more a cineast's perspective of watching films in the cinema rather than any nationality.
I actually got it in good. Unbelievable. So just a double up away from changing the game, isn't it?
Hand that cost me a fortune. King Jack.
We do have an all in here.
Yeah, mate, still like 13 big.
By the way, my favourite cinemas are like the BFI South Bank, where they ban food of all kinds.
What's ironic, my favorite cinemas are the VIP cinemas in Canada, where you order food to your seat, and you have a little table where you eat burgers and nachos. And
No.
finger food, you lick in your fingers, you get the dipping sauce. Ace-5 all in.
Wow, it's
for the effective King Jack, yes.
King Jack puts at risk, and a 5 on the flop. Doesn't really change very much. Kings and Jacks still working for Andreas puts.
Yes, he has puts himself at risk. So sorry.
I'll take this for sure.
Yeah, I mean, make a change, of course. Yeah, pretty fun. 8. I think 8.
Oh.
Take 8.
Yeah, 8.
8 would chop it.
8 of clubs. So,
Whoa! Cold calls the river.
So this is a chop pot, and Griffin, you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Nice call.
what do I get for the call?
I feel like you should get something extra for that.
So 5 extra.
Not the 5 extra though. Nice call.
Thank you.
So it's one big blind from each, right?
So we referenced earlier on.
I thought it was a bottle of water that I've just knocked over. Sorry.
Start of day chip leader Konstantinos Vatseris is an online qualifier. We also have a qualifier at our feature table. Antonioz won a silver pass and redeemed it for an Irish Open package.
Doing it 20 times a day, and the first time it works,
Go qualifiers.
Green eye. The green eye.
Go qualifiers.
You pop over to it? Maybe.
I don't think I can now. I only get a limited number of trips a year.
Yeah, of course.
I have to use them judiciously.
You want to go to Portugal?
I don't think so. That does sound like a fun one, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Should have just killed him off the last.
That puts with the 5 big blinds. Don't you love seeing 2 10s under the gun with 5 bigs? It just feels like the start of a comeback.
Portugal one is not a 0% chance. Like, I'm very tempted. It does sound like a brilliant one.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely doing 2, maybe
Looks like
2.5
a little
weeks
bit of
Vegas.
curiosity.
And
Would be a shame if someone woke up with aces.
Oh, wow.
I might order back-to-back.
How the befuddled? How much is that?
Silver pass run good.
Can I get a count?
Well, the rest was at the end of that, and then Unibetter sponsor on that one, so we're sort of more involved for that.
Yeah.
And then we're into May, and then I don't know actually. I don't. Yeah, it's a possibility. I don't want to say it because I don't want to jinx it, but there might be a cool opportunity in May that I get to do something that I don't.
Definitely sounds like a beautiful place.
All right, Antonioz.
Yeah, of course.
I got to be honest, pal.
But, and then sorry,
it's not like the guy's gonna
goes to
fold
Barcelona, and I think I will do that.
Ace Queen in the big
I
blind.
love Barcelona. It's one of my favorite cities.
Do it right away. Here we go.
Yeah, no, it's fair. Double bar, I know what's going on.
Puts at risk again.
I know you're going to do that with a good hand as well. I know you're
And a 4-to-1 dog.
Balance your tanking, for sure. I have 8 farm times.
You did it in the big blind.
You wouldn't have even called if I called.
I'm not calling a shove at all.
Queen, queen, 6.
Yeah, aces with 5 bigs, 10s with 5 bigs.
Hearts are a factor. A heart on the turn gives us a sweat.
Feels like a tennis coming.
You've got to call it now, man.
Heart factor.
No heart, so only a 10 on the river saves Andreas puts.
Hey, you don't ask, you don't get, right?
River card is a 6. Aces hold, and Andreas puts is KO'd.
Aces. Nice hand, mate.
78th place finisher,
Never
5,460 euros.
No, I am.
Floor TV.
It's absolutely brilliant though how the IPT has just started a poker boom here.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Yes, but it's in my bag. I can definitely hit the break.
That was Dara just coming over to say hello, by the way. He is still in.
1 in, 1 out.
8-5, not 8-6. Oh, it's brilliant.
And new player coming in, Samuel Goodman taking the 2 seat at the feature table.
The numbers every stop, numbers are great. Don't.
Do you know what is your chip?
Oh, if you've got like 2 pocket 8s or something, you might think, oh, fuck it.
What again?
What, have you tiled it?
He just told me 1.2.
4.
You're going to have a pretty good hand.
Second? Okay.
I don't think
And even like bringing the tour to smaller venues around the country, still getting good numbers for like 100 quick games. That's so important for moving up again.
100%. I mean, the runners for that 100 to 100 in Paddy's weekend was unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know, and that's only one of them.
And I think it shows in this event, like, because everything kind of all ships rising sort of situation.
Yeah.
When you get a poker boom, all the operators are getting the benefit.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's,
I think that's probably cool.
it's great to see.
6s plus in this one. Yeah. It's 5 bigs. It's close.
You having a nice day, Ravi, so far? Looks like it's going pretty good.
I want a big pot over there.
Doesn't the room look different, James, just from yesterday? We
Absolutely.
Had 400 led there.
1,240,000.
You've been getting out of line? Yeah. Trying to get out of line.
I've been slapped around a fair amount, yeah.
Oh, what, over there?
What did you say?
I've been slapped around a fair amount.
Oh, have
Yeah.
Not by me.
What do you say?
He said, have you been getting out of line? I said, I've been getting slapped around a fair bit.
Boys, this is extremely lucky skull. I don't know if any of you know this. I've probably seen some of you this week. It's extremely lucky. Just be very careful when you play pots with me, okay? Very lucky
A
skull.
lucky skull. Huh.
And right on cue.
Welcome to the table, Samuel Goodman.
Delta premium in the ace-queen.
C2 raise 60. C3 fold.
Raises to 60,000. Blinds are currently 15,000, 30,000.
C4 fold.
Harbinson joining Brandon as very card dead in his first level and a half. Stay the course, Brandon. It's not time to set mine.
C6 fold.
But is
Not scared of your skull, bro.
electing to do it. You can see Antonioz is going to be folding a deuce there on the button.
C7.
And I don't blame Brandon. I mean, it's one of those situations you're just
fold.
Getting so sick of folding.
Folding is boring.
Maybe you can get lucky, pop off a duck.
There's no
Ducks do fly together after all.
Seat 1, fold.
Lappin gonna get in there. Very, very pleased to get in there for the 1 chip. Pretty fair fight between the 3 players.
3-way to the flop, which is 6-10-3. So David Lappin flops best, second pair.
Seat 1, check.
Yeah, big range advantage though for Goodman. I think this is just uncoordinated enough where he can elect to bet the ace-queen if he wants to start telling the story of having an overpair or a 10 or better. Bit of an interesting spot, pardon me, for Brandon Winn, because if you're gonna flat a hand like deuces, when you get a dry board like this, you know, you might want to just take a stab, see if you can take it down. But of course, Lappin with that 6 is going to continue. Bit of a weird spot now for Goodman, because you recognize that your ace-queen's probably no good. You're getting a decent price to see if you can hit an ace or a queen. I think that I would have preferred to maybe find a check raise here if you continue.
Yeah.
But instead, he's just going to play it a little more disciplined. You know, Brandon should have a pretty strong range betting here. I think he's near the bottom of his range.
Seat 1, check.
This is where I would love to see if Brandon can find a gear to turn this hand into a bluff, to attack those 6Xs, those, you know, straight draws like your 4-5s. You know you're losing against every pair here. There's an overcard on the board. You can probably get him to fold a hand like what he has. And there it is. Finds a barrel for 150,000, gets the quick fold. Brandon Winn showing he does have some moves after all, been card dead for nearly 2 levels.
His name's Brandon Winn, not Brandon Lose.
Great work there from the VIP host. Sure, there's plenty of his friends and colleagues who are thinking, I taught him that. But he did that all his own. Bit of a suspect peel pre with the deuces, but if you have gears like that, it's all worth it. He's back up to nearly where he started now.
Yeah, me too. Scary.
Seat 3, fold. Seat 4, raise, 16.
Now finally Harbinson's turn.
Seat 6, fold.
And despite having a horrible hat, does have a pretty hand.
Antonioz folding the queen 10. Sheth with the Spraggy. A hand he somehow won a pot with, Griffin, when he bluffed David Lappin on the river.
Well, that was when I started to believe he was the chosen one.
Fold. One fold.
Goodman will continue here. It's just a matter of whether it's for a call or a shove for the effective 12 big blinds. Is just going to call. And the advantage Harbinson here because of the suit and because of the range advantage could get this chopping hand folded at some point, and is going to start with the bet.
Seat 4, bet. 35.
Pretty good price here for the king-queen, especially with that king of diamonds as backup. You know, even if you're up against an opponent here who has 2 jacks or an ace-10, you're getting a pretty good price here. Just 35K into 160. So I would expect to see Goodman continue.
Call. C2 call.
And I wonder if Goodman actually finds some leads on this turn card. This particular texture is going to favor his range more than it is Harbinson's. This might be your only opportunity to win this hand, and if you're up against hands like Harbinson actually has, you know, your king queens, your ace queens, your ace jacks, going to be folding to this lead regardless of size. So nice to see that Goodman has this gear.
C2 bet.
If you look at that, doesn't even really need to bet much. 60,000.
This is going to come down to who wants it more.
Yeah, I think this is just maybe a bit of a hand funeral here for Harbinson. Finding himself with kind of the bottom of his range here. This is a really tricky, intricate play here from Goodman. Doesn't need to even bet that much, which is what makes it so effective. Risking so little to win all those chips in the middle.
C4.
Good job, Goodman. Maybe there is something to that crystal skull. Oh God, now I'm thinking of that awful Indiana Jones movie. CGI gophers, CGI monkeys.
Wait, that's the best one, the fourth one, right?
The best one. Said no one ever.
The one with Kate Blanchett.
There is nobody on this planet who thinks that is the best Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah, everyone calls it the classic skull.
Chip counts the players are watching right now. Ravi Sheth has a phenomenal lead at this table. More than 110 bigs. Brandon's still hovering around the 50 big blind mark. Darren Harbinson is the short stack. Elliot Antonioz also not that healthy. And we've got about 30 minutes left on this blind level. 30 minutes until the first break of the day.
And would you look at that? Do the ladies love Harbinson? So far, so good. 10 big blinds under the gun. Is just going to go with a balanced shove. Hope to run into someone with something like 2 10s. Maybe an ace jack in the big blind that's prepared to call.
C6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 1.
Round to the blinds.
C2 fold.
And it is John Park with King 10 in the big blind.
Sam, your table great. Huh? Your table great.
C3.
Yeah.
He folds as well.
It was all right. Well, put this bit of shame.
So when Samuel Goodman sat down at the table, he said that he got this skull 2 weeks ago from a friend and has had good luck since. Believes the two are connected, so there it is. On the table, as is Talisman. He's doing all right so far. Goodman hovering around the 1.3 million mark. With 74 players remaining now.
C6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
David Lappin, 7-5 of clubs.
1 fold.
Round to the button. Goodman with the 5-4.
C2
So it's blind v blind. John Park in the small. Fold 6-5. Gives Darren Harbinson a walk.
Okay. Say it. Say you had a hand you wanted to play. This one? Yeah.
I'm interested to speak to Sam in the break room and see how it's... I'm interested to have a watch at the break room.
Are we only on here till the break?
Yeah. Yeah.
You'll tell me anyway. Go for a smoke and you'll tell me. You're right, bud, you're right.
Yeah, about 25 minutes to go until the break, and then a change in feature table as we advertised previously. It's a pretty strong lineup on table 3, where we've got the current tournament chip leader Narcis Nadolu plus Kirko and Connor Barisford. That is likely to be our new feature table for the second session of the play.
8 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold.
No shame.
Fold.
All yours.
3-4 fold.
It's not fair, I'm the only one getting walks.
True.
Share the life.
Share the love.
You'll get a fair few, don't worry.
Fair play, yeah.
You got one stack behind you, green, obviously.
Yeah.
450.
Yeah.
Yep.
Action's going to start with the table chip leader, Ravi Sheth. Ace-5 under the gun.
Movie magic.
Sheth is going to raise.
C8, raise 65.
Min plus raise to 65,000. Gets a fold from Lappin. Goodman with Jack-4 suited passes. John Park is out.
3 fold.
Darren Harbinson on the button. Queen-4. No, thank you. Brandon Winn in the small blind. Ace-6. So we come round to the silver pass winner, Elliot Antonioz. Deuces.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting spot here, actually, because I think as a general rule, facing an early position raise, you're playing about 15 big blinds with deuces, you're going to be just calling, hope to get lucky. But because Sheth is such a tough opponent, because he's going to be opening so wide, as we've seen, the king-7 offs, all these kind of hands that are going to be folding a lot, facing a shove. I think it would have been interesting to maybe, you know, just go all in here, and you're going to fold out so many. You have a decent amount of fold equity with these 15 big blinds. Instead, just going to call, and you know, you're just hoping to frankly hit a deuce against a player that's going to be betting a lot. Even this board that, you know, does favor a pocket pair over some of the, you know, big cards that Sheth might be opening.
Sure.
But Sheth is also aware of how this board interacts with Antonioz's perceived range, so isn't going to bet, and this might actually end up working out for the Frenchman. That is a French flag, right?
That is a French flag, Griffin. Well done. As a resident of Montreal, I recommend you are able to identify that
No,
one.
I am. I just, like, I don't know. It's just, you know.
Don't doubt yourself. Don't question yourself.
7 check.
Yeah, that long check to me, would signify someone that wants to get to showdown, and it's probably beating my ace-5, but it's just difficult to bet here.
Deuce is still good, Griff, somehow. But something tells me there is no way that Ravi Sheth is letting Antonioz win this pot.
Well, it's the problem for Sheth. It's very difficult to really represent anything at this point. So I think that he has sort of just rescinded this pot. Certainly you do have the ace of hearts in your hand. I think that Sheth is recognizing off some timing tells and the like that, yeah, and you know what? Decides to go for it. Is going to find that bet. Does it in the form of near pot, trying to attack those, 6 and 8x type hands that I think Sheth is worried his opponent's going to have. But what does your opponent have here, right? A 10 would have bet the flop. A 7 would have bet the turn. And, a 9 probably would have bet the flop. Would it really be betting pot on the river? Maybe your opponent has a flush and has decided to check down the streets here. I think when you break down what you're seeing here, any pair can become closer and closer to a call, but Sheth's putting the pressure on. It's a large bet. It's representing 40% of Antonioz' stack.
Folds the deuces. Sheth gets another one through, up to around 3.5 million chips. As we approach the end of this level, the end of the first session, David Lappin checking in with Dara Okani. We're telling him about a couple of the hands he's played against Sheth.
9. 9.
Hold on.
No, it wasn't.
Come back.
I thought you had a pair.
Playing the blinds? No.
Under the whole board.
Huh?
Under the whole board.
Oh, right. I thought you had a showdown. I thought you had a pair, yeah.
Side Grinder says, more like Ravi Sheth. The man is cooking.
Yeah, if you get it wrong, you're fucked, bro.
What'd you have, ace-9?
Can't say. You'll see it. You'll see it.
David Lappin first to act. Queen 9 of diamonds.
Seat 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold.
Round to Brandon Winn on the button, ace 9.
Have a go, Brandon.
Come and have a go if you think you are hard enough.
6
No.
Antonioz, Queen Jack in the small blind.
Very, very tight fold from Brandon Winn on the button, and this just goes to show the kind of impact a force like Sheth has on a table, not being prepared to open the button because of, what happened the last time I tried to open this guy's button.
Yeah.
He 3-bet me almost 5x. What am I going to do this time if I open the ace-9? He does the same thing. I'm just going to fold again. Why burn 60,000? But that's just, you can't play like that or the guy's going to run you over. So
yeah,
I definitely think that's a mistake from Brandon, and it's an adjustment that I think is an overcorrection, but I know exactly where it's coming from.
It's exactly the kind of thing I would do, so
But that's why you got. That's why you can mix in some limps, right? And that's what a lot of players will do. Is that if you are worried that a player is going to attack you, if you don't have a response to that kind of aggressive action, just limp in on the button. Let's see a flop, and you can see how advantageous that would have been, especially against the exact hand Antonioz happens to have. So this is a missed opportunity for Brandon, unfortunately, but at least he's not wearing it on his face.
C7 bet, 30. Yes. Eight call.
Ooh. And what a river for Sheth. Not a lot of reason, I don't think, for Antonioz to bet here.
C7 bet, 100, 8 call.
Bets 100,000, gets snap called.
Strange hand.
Ooh.
Very strange hand from all involved. I would say. Just, yeah, I think Sheth has thrown off the table a little bit with how strong he's played.
Well, checking in on Spanish PokerStars commentator Alex Romero, who just got a big double up, had ace-king against aces, hit a king on the flop and the river to crack aces, double up, and survive. And as referenced a few times, Alex has already won a trophy here in Dublin, beat David Doherty in the final of the Heads Up Championship.
Why? What do you mean?
Back to the feature table.
C2 fold. C3 fold. Four fold. 6 fold.
Hello.
Hello.
Folded to the button, now folded to the blinds. New player at the table is Samuel Clocker, occupying the 8 seats.
I thought it was about that, yeah.
Seat 8 raise, 130.
Sheth continuing to be in attack mode, finding the 4x from the small with the 6 deuce suited, putting some pressure on Lappin. Lappin sitting there with the 27 or so big blinds, going to be quite too strong to fold. So I think he's just thinking about whether he wants to shove or call. Shove is a bit loose. Even if you think your opponent's just folding nonsense like this a lot, I think that's kind of where this boils down to as well. King 8's kind of a cool shove, I think, because you're not really going to get called by many better kings. So the times that your opponent does have a hand, you're going to be probably live. Oh no, I think he might be thinking about folding. No. No, David. I mean, David's been tricking me all day, in fairness. He tricked me with the ace-king. I know he knows this king 8 suit is too strong.
All in?
Yes! Atta boy! Atta boy! Lap it in. Lap it up.
We are clapping for Lappin.
Yes, I will do. Yes, yes, yes. But This hand he's not playing, but I'm gonna give you the chip one, yeah?
Down to 71 players. Recent eliminations include Wouter Belts, the Dutch player, who's been a super fan on the podcast in recent months and was on a feature table in Barcelona last year, yakking it up with Patrick Antonioz. We have hit a pay jump, by the way. Now we're down to 71. 6,280 euros everyone's now guaranteed.
Small blind, box 1. Player 2 in front of the box. What? Can you move in front of your box? Like this?
They like it like when you're centered up
One
against
right here?
I think it's for the cameras more than anything else.
My bad.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Good.
They decided you're the best looking. Come in for a couple of tight one shots. Just going to be getting closer to you, basically taking me out.
Loving Sheth's table presence. I just want to battle against him.
That's what it is.
I thought you were going to say something else. I just want to hug him. I just want to.
No, I don't know. He's getting me like riled up. Like I want to get into some 3-bet pots. With
I
him
just
and
want to stroke him.
I want to joust. You know.
Just want to make eyes at him.
6 fold.
There can be something real Wild West about tangling with like a worthy opponent on the table. You know, it's gets me going.
7 fold.
Q asking, is Barney Boatman still in? Sadly, Barney was unable to come to Dublin. He was very annoyed about it. Irish Open being one of his favourite events in the poker calendar, but is at a wedding this weekend.
Yes.
We will be seeing Barney in Monte Carlo, though, the next stop of the European Poker Tour.
Little smirk from Goodman here. And a bit of a telling smirk, I would say. Maybe an indication to me that these two are maybe a bit familiar with each other on the UK tour. Bet you if we looked up Goodman on Hendemol right now, we would see results from similar places. And Goodman with some consideration here. A pretty decent candidate for a big blind 3-bet. Can also certainly call. We see, though, that Sheth has sized up here to a near 3x.
C2, call.
And that leads to a call from Goodman.
Ace, 8-8.
Advantage, Sheth with that 6-high flush draw. Stronger range.
C8, check.
Thank you to Zumafin for chiming in with a bad lookalike. Goodman looks like AJ from The Sopranos. As bad lookalikes go, that one is bad. I will allow it.
I don't know. That's good to me.
If AJ went on a crash diet.
Yeah, but I feel like over the course of the series, at some point, he gets a little slimmer and looks like him.
C8, bet 85.
At least he didn't say, like, Jesse from Breaking Bad or something, like, you know. And the delayed C-bet takes it down for Sheth.
Yeah, you're right, Tom. Astute analysis. If Griffin says it's a good lookalike, confirmed bad lookalike.
It's not how this works.
Dot My Saviour says, what does open in Irish Open mean? It's a common word meaning it's open to everyone, meaning there's no qualification criteria, meaning it's not people who are a certain level or a certain ranking. It's a sports expression, right? If it's an open, anyone can play. If you've got the entry fee, then you are welcome to play.
I thought it meant that the bar never closes.
Well, it has multiple meanings.
Harbinson, 13 big blinds and a big old ace king suited.
Yes, thank you, Vogel. Opposite of an invitational. Opposite of a closed tournament where there is some criteria by which your participation is assessed. We do have the shove with ace king.
6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold.
Oh. Clocker. Tell you what.
Whoa, he's only been thinking for a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds.
I understood that reference. Not the easiest call here. Okay. 13 big blind under the gun shove. The range is going to be 8s, 9s, 10s plus the pairs. And then ace 10 suited, ace jack off and better. 9s is about breaking even against that range. You have 3 players behind.
I know what I'm saying. I can't.
You know, if you're in the big blind here, you just sort of side call. This seat does decide to go for it. You know, the stacks behind are also relevant. So Clocker is taking that right on the line spot with 2 9s. You imagine 8s would probably be in the muck.
So here we go. Classic race underway at the feature table, and it looks like Harbinson is the at-risk player with the ace king.
Probably pile through. You should definitely pile through.
17 bigs.
You did not have that. Huh? You definitely didn't have that.
I did.
You started to have a 480.
Low board, 9's holding.
510. 510 you started to have. Really? I don't think
oh, before the big bang, I was on 15 afterwards. 15's too much to
Ace on the turn. Harbinson takes the lead and is now set for the double up. River card is Jack. Harbinson gets the double up. I've noticed a few people asking if there are any women still in the field. I've spotted at least 2 female players, Mary Hogan and Debs the Destroyer, UK poker legend, Deborah Sue Worley-Roberts. Yes, she's an American, but she's practically English at this point in time.
Even if you in a 9 game in the river, I hope you weren't going to tell me walking past.
I don't remember.
I am pretty sure I told the story on the Poker in the Ears podcast, but Stat Trick, our beloved little Stat Trick, shared a table at UK IPT Brighton with Debs the Destroyer. And she was so grotesquely inappropriate with him that I've never seen the poor lad so embarrassed in his life.
That was your first time.
All smiles for Clocker despite getting daggered on the turn there by the ace.
Maybe
that was your first time. No, second time. No, it's your first time. You dealt with it.
Big blind for it?
Yeah, of course.
That was my part. I won the pot. And then the bot was there. That was
Welcome to the game.
Yeah.
Good appearance.
I think we need a Stat Trick Debs the Destroyer reunion, by the way. She took quite a shine to our boy Stat Trick. Quite a shine.
Just by being at the lucky table of the hour. Today's lucky table is in the orange section.
About 6. Around about 6.
Playing the mini game in the orange section. If you're on table number 1, you're going to be going for a mini main flip today to Malaga. We're going to do a blind flip. The winner is going to receive a ticket to Malaga. C3, all in, C4, call.
Doesn't matter what I have there. I'm going to do the full king.
All in and a call. All in and a fold. I wasn't exaggerating, by the way, about that PA system yesterday. There is someone on that microphone 90% of the time. Exhibit A.
I've got to move my Ferrari back.
I mean, anything and everything will get advertised. The food trucks, the bar, the crack den, player activities, sign up for satellites, sign up for tournaments.
I love when you bring up the crack den, because I bet about 70% of our audience doesn't understand that what Irish crack even is. But there is a crack den here, and we stay up all night in it. But the smelling might surprise you. What are you doing, Sheth?
Seat 8 fold, seat 9 fold, 1 fold.
Round to Goodman and his lucky skull.
Yeah, some consideration from Goodman here. I actually don't mind this. I think normally this would be maybe a notch.
Seat 2 60.
1 or 2 notches too low as far as an open. You know, you maybe open the queen 10, but because these players on his left shown themselves to maybe be a bit on the tighter side, or at least on the card daddy side. Harbinson, a great candidate to find a 3-bet here. I would love to see him make this around, 210, 220,000.
That'll be it, yeah.
Perhaps even considering a shove for the 26 big blinds.
145. I think the break is.
Seat 4 ace, 145.
Oh, that is way too small. Not even 2.5x out of position.
Seat 6 fold.
I mean, in all fairness,
started out with just under it.
Goodman does have such a weak holding in the queen 9, really the bottom of his opening range.
Which snap fold, try and get another hand in, but I am folding.
And it is going to work.
What did you have?
And that hand is going to take us to the end of the session.
I'll tell you anyway.
And the players are going to take their first 20-minute break of the day, and during that break, we're going to have a new feature table move to the main stage.
There now, I had nothing there. I just thought you fancied the... I need a 6 of clubs.
A queen 9.
King, queen. Do you know what the funny thing is, Sam? I swear to you now, bro, I was going to find it. I nearly found the jam whenever you bet that turn. Yeah,
checking on the stacks, the players we've been watching for the last session, and the chip leader, along with Connor Barisford and Kimo Kirko, coming to the feature table after the break. Two levels down, 8 to go as we try to get as close to the final table as possible on day 3 of the Irish Open main event. More live action on the other side of this short break.
Big blinds tonight 10,000, small blinds 5,000, John. The antes are 1,000. Small change, but it will start to have an effect soon on those smaller stacks.
It's interesting to see that the most aggressive player at the table is, a pretty dominant chip leader at the moment. Albeit he got a little bit lucky with his queen against Michael Greco's jacks. He played it nicely. Okay, so Matt Gatan looks like he's raising to 30,000, so he's raising it by 30,000. 4-5, nice aggressive play. They like to mix their play up a lot, the Swedes. All Scandinavians, they're constantly making bets at pots to see where they stand.
Both in person and online, it has to be said. Okay, flop comes out middle pair to Gatan.
Yeah,
Pomroy hits top pair.
Yeah, exactly. Pomroy's got top pair, so let's see. It might cost him some money now, Gatan, because he's gonna bet at it. Because he's made, you know, he's connected somewhat. Let's see let's see what Pomroy does here.
A decision to make. It's a strong bet from Gatan. It's got Pomroy thinking, and he's thought to re-raise. 125,000 in all. That's 75,000 more than the original 50,000 raise from Gatan. He's going to need 75,000. He's called all in.
Wow, wow, this is incredibly strong play. Very, very. Pomroy can't call this.
He's got a fold out of that.
Very, very good play.
Wow.
By Gatan. Very strong.
Will he show?
No.
He'd be foolish to do it. He's not that type of player either. The ego isn't there.
That was very. I was really impressed with that play.
Again, though, I mean, he's played. We could look at the hands where he had Queen Jack against the pocket jacks. Then he was just able to. We've seen so many different ways he's played hands so far. Versatile player is what I'm trying to say, I suppose. No versatility involved in a 5-2 offsuit. He'll fold that out. 6 players left. A lot of chips going the way of Henrik Olander and Mats Gatan, both Swedish players at this table. And the Irish players in the home soil not having it all their own way at the moment. Rafferty folds.
Okay, so James Reed's raised on the button with 10 deuce of clubs. He's trying to steal the blinds. He's got called. Fair enough call really in the big blind with ace 7. If he thinks, you know, Reed's at it, which he is.
Okay, 2 clubs on the original flop there for Jimmy Reed.
Yeah, I mean he's hit the perfect flop for him here. Well, obviously it would have been nice to have hit 10 too, but he's hit his club draw.
And he bets 50,000 based on that, mainly because he wants Olander off the hand.
I'm all in.
And Henrik is announced all in.
And Jim calls.
And he's called it. He's going to go for it. He's taking this gamble. There are other outs for this man. That's why he's 52%. Jim Reed can also hit a 10 to take this hand. He can hit a 2 to take this hand. And any club will do for him as well. Let's take a look at the turn. That's the card he didn't want to see. It leaves him only with clubs to get out of jail.
Or a jack.
Or a jack. Apologies for the straight.
No, he's missed it.
It's none of them. A brave hand by Reed. Olander was wise to it though. And our Jimmy is no more. 5 players left on the EBT in Dublin. And Henrik Olander adds to his growing stack of chips. You know, so many times on home soil, the home players dominate these final tables, but they're dropping like flies. Our 2 Swedes really showing the way so far, John.
Yeah, well, certainly Olander seems to be getting kind of lucky, really, to be honest. He's played a couple of hands very aggressively and been called and got lucky. But aggression often pays off in this game. It's not a bad thing to have. Okay, so we've got callers round to the small blind, who folds, and the big blind will check, presumably with the 4-10. Okay, so 2 players. Gatan with 4-10 of clubs, Olander with ace-10. Oh, they've both hit the 10. Let's see what happens.
Well, more importantly,
hit 2 pair, yeah.
Gavatan's hit the 4. It's a perfect flop for him. Perfect flop.
Let's see how he plays it.
If that jack had been a lower card, it'd be even better for him, because Olander would have had the top pair then. The jack might just keep the chip count down a bit.
30,000. Okay, the way he threw those chips in was interesting. It made it look like a feeler bet, but
what do you mean by a feeler bet for
well,
those people?
he wants to know where he stands, you know. But he knows where he stands. He knows he's winning because he's got 2 pair. Or he thinks he's winning. That's not a nice card for Gatan, really. That's pretty horrible.
Well, that's the 2 Swedes. We said they lead the way. Now they go up against each other for the first time, really. And that's a brilliant turn card. Olander now has 2 pair higher than Gatan. That's Gatan who's now betting it.
Now he is putting in. Now he does want to know where he stands.
I tell you, he was standing before. He's on his arse now.
Olander's going to come over. So he might not come over the top. He might just call here. You know what he's like. When he's got a big hand, he just calls.
That's exactly what he might do. Oh, he's going to re-raise. Another 145,000. Gavatas still might fancy this because he may put Olander on that ace, the top pair. He may think he'll sneak in the back door with that flop. Gavatan on the big blind, it's the only reason he's in this hand. He only had to check the 4-10.
No, he's folded.
He's folded. Good fold.
It is a good fold. I mean, but there's a lot out there that he can lose to. There's king, queen, any aces up would be beating him. He got unlucky there, to be honest.
Big blinds raised again, as you can see, 15,000. Small blinds, 7,500. Now every player at the table, pre-flop, must put in 1,500 chips before even seeing their cards. Stay Pomroy in seat 1. Englishman playing it cool so far. I'm going to assume he got those glasses in an Elvis novelty shop, but they're covering up the eyes. Maybe that's his tell. Another 45,000, 60,000 in total. Ace-9 all suit. A more powerful hand, of course, with less players at the table, but still, it's still not great at this stage. Just check the button.
Looks like Joe's certainly thinking of calling at least. Yeah, he's called.
Pocket sixes.
So Olander folds.
Two players. Let's see how the flop works out. Well, Rafferty's hit his trips.
Six of clubs, queen of spades.
Let's see how he plays this, John. Pomroy could see a serious dent to that chip stack if he throws too many in at the moment.
Wow, he's in really, really bad shape here.
Oh, he's no way back, really. I mean, unless he hits 2 9s or 2 aces in the turn and the river.
Well, if he bets, looks like he's thinking of betting a large amount here.
In fact, I am struggling to see where he has any chance, because if he hits running trips, if he hits the turn in the river, Rafferty's going to have a full house, so that's not going to do him any good either.
Well, Joe's moving all in here, quite rightly.
Should be the end of the hand. Pomroy simply can't live with that.
No, he can't call. I mean, he's got about, I don't know how much he's got left. I'm just trying to work it out. Looks like he's got about 20, 40. He's got over 100,000 left, Pomroy.
It doesn't matter if he has 50,000 left. He knows he can't compete in this hand. It doesn't matter what the pot value is to him to put it in.
No, I agree, but
he's on nothing. He's got nothing.
He can't call here.
He's done his chips, surely. He can't put them in.
Everyone close their eyes, I can't pass.
Oh!
David says he can't pass, he calls.
Dave Pomroy
Joe shows
has called this. We're going to lose him. He knows we're going to lose him. The glass has come off. A 5% chance. Oh, now, hello. It's not going to happen. A 5 or a 10 now. That's why they got a 5 or... He hits the 10 for the straight. And Rafferty can't believe his luck. He's only came down the road from Belfast, but he feels like he's been sold up the river. Pomroy blindly throws his chips in, John. And that is a Rocky-type story. So go back to the game. We haven't seen much of Haslam so far, but that's maybe not a bad thing. He's preserved what he has, and he's probably in a position to strike.
Matt and David both fold.
Norman Pace, by the way, is now doing a bit of card calling.
Joe makes the sign.
Okay, Joe Rafferty was really, really stung by Pomroy before the break. He's now an all-in with what he's had left, and to be honest, he came in as chip leader, and he's had a hellish time of it ever since he's came to this table. Haslam calls, he has to. He doesn't have to put in that many more chips in the position he's in.
And Joe's winning at the moment. He's pretty good shape actually.
Joe is expecting the run of luck he's having not to hit a single card.
Sorry, Queen of Hearts, 10 of Diamonds.
Good job by Norman Pace, already calling the wrong cards, the Joker. He doesn't want to see a 6 or 7. He's fine as long as it stays like this. His king's going to work as a kicker. No 6 or 7 will do him. That's even better. A bit of justice for Joe Rafferty there. He doubles up. He can sit back down and get back to business. He hits his full house. Would have been horrible to see him get another bad beat. As for Mr. Haslam, we haven't seen much of him. And when he has got involved, he's just lost some chips.
what I can see, the chip positions are that Henrik is the chip leader, David is second chip leader, then I would say Max, and then Peter and Joe, pretty much the same.
Accurate indeed, Norman. There's where we stand. You a fan of Hale and Pace? Do you remember watching that in your earlier years?
No, I watched him a couple of times, I suppose. You know, I met Norman earlier today. He's a really, really nice bloke.
So tell you taught me how to shuffle?
No, but I suspect you're going to.
Shows how much you listen to me. I told you in part 2.
Oh, was it? All right, I can't remember.
Remember? Night at the hotel.
King Jack for Olander. Raises it 30,000.
Okay, it's an all-in call we have here now from Pete Haslam from England. It's only 133,000 chips. Olander's probably going to call it for fun. He'll not even notice it. He may want to look at this. And Haslam's called all in with 5-8 suited. And he calls it. Olander might fancy himself going in behind here. But Pete Haslam's been caught with his proverbial pants down.
Henrik shows King Jack.
Well, he's gambling at the right time, Haslam. Maybe could have put a little bit gamble in a bit earlier on, probably.
And it may look like the worst hand in the world, but it's not actually the worst odds at this stage. And the odds have just got better. The double belly busters opened up a 6 or a 10 for a straight. Doesn't hit it on the turn. We go to the river. No flush possibilities. It's his last chance. And he's missed the boat. But he won't be missing the sea cat. Back across the Irish Sea. The Englishman goes. Pete Haslam is no more. Tries to make a few chips for himself. Goes up against King Jack and loses out.
Uh-oh, setup alert.
Yeah, and this is exactly the spot that Connor needs. Connor might get tricky here, though. I think we're going to see a lot of calls here at the hijack from Connor, playing under 20 big blinds against an opponent that appears to have been playing a decent amount of hands. Could also see a click back 3-bet, but the hand I think is too strong to just shove. Even though this is what you would do, you would probably shove to stay balanced to get against you know, a reg, we would say. But instead, we just sort of see this click back.
I was slagging him the other day because he changed it to Bulgaria.
Clickety click,
like,
chips in quick.
That's you.
What you paying?
200 behind exactly, so 275 total.
It's going to be green triangle time.
Even the triangle is green out here?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
What?
Just calls. Okay.
That I was not expecting. Well, surely it goes in on this low flop.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what Holland is hoping for here. We just see a low flop and might even do something a bit weird like front shove.
Stop and go. There we go. Shoves the flop, gets called. Connor Barisford, huge favourite to double up here.
Big cooler spot here.
Connor near enough a 9-1 favourite with the Kings. River card is a 4. And Barisford back up to nearly 600k.
Just double check. Some of these stacks are like pretty uneven. Yeah, it's 200.
Easier to count with 2 hands.
Yeah, I know, but my other hand's occupied.
Yeah, Shamey, what's happening, man? Yeah, try my best. Look at you all smiley, coming for me. Yeah.
Well, the pace of KOs has slowed a little bit, but we have dropped below 120. 119 players remaining right now.
His hand.
Beresford finds jacks under the gun and raises. For a moment there, I thought Holohan was going to play the Spraggy, going to play the ace-7 offsuit. Doesn't,
Well,
but Lynch has got the ace-10 suited and is likely to play that.
You know, as far as range against a standard under the gun goes, I think ace-10 suited off 8 big blinds, you can find some tight folds sometimes. But against an opponent like Connor, who's going to look down at, you know, queen-10 off sometimes and find a raise, you got to shove in that ace-10 suited.
So Connor, decent favorite here to eliminate Jonathan Lynch.
Right there. I see it. I see it.
Green triangle of death presented to the ace-10 of diamonds. Eight, 5, 5, 2 hearts. Lynch knows he's drawing thin, 7% equity.
Ace from space on the turn, or
Okay, picks up additional outs. Ace or a 10.
10 of diamonds and everyone's
10 on the river will trigger James's PTSD.
Oh no!
It looks like a diamond.
It's so much funner when you go runner, as Jonathan Lynch discovers.
What the fuck? I was kidding. I was kidding.
You should say that.
Meanwhile, as Connor Beresford doubles up Jonathan Lynch, we learn that we have lost Ross Boatman in 118th place. Ross did secure the pay jump to €3,950, but is no longer in the Irish Open main event. 117 remain.
It's hard keep to missing it.
It is, man. It's a tough job.
You know what to do with them jacks now next time around.
Someone's got to do it.
Welcome back to Dublin and the 2024 Irish Open. Live coverage of day 3 of the main event from the RDS. Returning from the first break of the day, 2 levels down, potentially 8 levels still to go. We're going to try and get down to the final table today. Unlikely to happen, so we'll probably play 10 full levels, taking us through to about midnight tonight. 70 players returning from the break. It's James Hartigan, joined by special guest star Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for coming in, Nick. Now, just to be clear, you're meant to be here in Dublin playing at the Irish Open. You're here on a actual poker playing trip this time around. Should report Mr. Stapleton is not feeling very well. So we've drafted you in. We've stopped you from firing infinite bullets in the €200 mini.
Yeah, and I'm going to blame you for my lack of scores. But in reality, if there was more scores in the pipeline, then I wouldn't be here anyway, because I tell you that I was too busy playing. So it's my fault too. It makes me really happy to be back in the booth with you guys, because it feels weird. I feel like I'm skiving, you know what I mean? When I'm over here playing and I can hear you guys in the background, like putting on the comms.
Oh, good to have you with us. And action already underway. We'll meet the players at our new feature table in just a moment. I can tell you the blinds have gone up to 20,000, 40,000 with a 40k big blind ante. And we have former chip leader Simon Wilson in action against the current chip leader,
255.
Narcissus Nadolu.
55. What's the play in total?
Just your classic tree bet from the small blind here. And gets the job done. Got to look out for those wider opens here from the cutoff if people are going to be aggressive from the small blind like that. Gets the job done pre-flop.
Pleased to say that Nick and I are not alone. We are rejoined on the stream by the reigning Irish Open champion, David Doherty. 24 more hours, David, I can say that.
The minutes are ticking away, James, but I'm hanging in there. I'm still slightly hopeful that a sinkhole might open up under the RDS and I'll still be champion for longer. But, the odds are looking slim at this point.
I'm going to say it's probably more than 24 hours because we're not going to be crowning a champion at 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. Chances are we'll still be at 2 tables at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, my final table finished after midnight. I know they've changed the structure slightly this year to try and avoid the longer days at the end of the tournament, but yeah, when the stacks get shallow towards the end, it usually takes a fair bit of time to get to the final.
2 players with Ace-King, Connor Barisford and Oliver Boyce. Interestingly, Boyce just flatting the raise from Connor. And that means we're going to see Christopher Johnson come along with 8-6 in the big blind.
What are your thoughts on this, Nick? I actually don't mind this at this depth. I think we actually can play a little bit of flat here with the Ace-King.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually going to flop best for Johnson here. Yeah, I think it's kind of cool, especially as we're all in that kind of weird territory where you got some squeeze shoving stacks behind you here as well at some frequency. Playing it cool against the under the gun range. How would you handle this, by the way, Dave? Would you randomize this and just put in some flats once in a while? And if so, are you randomizing it all at the table?
Yeah, I mean, especially with Connor in the hand, I think it's very important to be doing that. Now, you could choose to do it more often versus particular opponents, like deliberately without randomizing. But with someone as good as Connor at the table, if you feel like you want to develop a flatting range and you want to have some Ace-King in there, I think you absolutely have to.
Is there any chance I can get someone to order
balance against someone like Connor.
Thank you.
Interesting bet from Boyce, actually. He does get to do a fair bit of in-position bet here, but this is certainly going to be a more favourable board for the other 2 players, I think.
And then you just got Connor doing Connor things here.
Yeah.
Decides to raise it up here, just trying to push him off.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, Connor's going to do a lot of checking out of position on this board, and he still has all his overpairs in his range here. And it's actually quite nice, unusually, to have the Ace-King with the King of Spades, because he does block Boyce from having some slow plays or some King-High flush draws, which might continue. And
yeah, absolutely. You can imagine Boyce here having some King X of Spades, which really loves this flop, right? And obviously blocking that is really, really relevant if you want to be making this move, because you don't want to be in a spot where you're potentially folding to a shove from King 10 of Spades or King Queen of Spades or something like that.
Yeah, exactly, And I think Boyce is at this point regretting his decision to peel the Ace-King pre instead of 3-betting it, but you're against an incredibly strong opponent. Sometimes you're going to get put in difficult spots like this.
Yeah, these are so interesting to me because I always feel like I'm scared to be firing too aggressively into multi-way pots like this. But then again, you know, you have to be in there some of the time without the hand. I don't know if Ace-King is exactly the combo that I'd use in this spot when you actually have considerable showdown.
Yeah, I think overall it may have been better to check flop and keep Connor's range wide, but you also can expect, albeit it is Connor and he's capable of making moves like this, but wow. Connor might call. He does beat all nut flush draws, and he looked, oh no, he has folded very quickly.
Yep, the shove gets through.
Wow, that's just an absolutely incredible move from Connor, and an even cooler move from Boyce, just reading the spot very effectively.
I mean, it works both ways, right? I was talking about Connor's check raise in terms of blocking any traps or flush draws from +1 that may continue, but equally from Boyce's perspective, he blocks Connor from having aces and kings, which is very significant. pretty cool first hand to come in on.
Yeah, spicy indeed. If you're going to flat ace king, that's one way to do it.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
No, there have.
So James, I have been out of the loop a little bit here. What's the situation on clocks here in Ireland?
You mean shot clocks?
Yes.
Not a thing.
Not a thing. Yeah.
No shot clock. I don't think in any of the tournaments here at the Irish Open.
9 days.
How do you feel about that, Dave? You feel like the pace has been pretty solid regardless of that? I mean, I feel like in the limited games that I've played so far this week, it's been pretty speedy.
Yeah, I'm not a big shot clock fan in general.
Sure.
I would generally prefer tournaments not to have them. I understand why they're introduced, and I think they do work very well. The format that the EPTs introduced shot clocks on day 2, day 3.
Day 3 after the money's
right.
Yeah, and you can accumulate them as well, which I think is fair because some other festivals I've played, they reset the clocks at the end of the day. I think you should be rewarded if you're not using them. But,
yeah.
I did float an idea, and it's not been adopted. But basically, that you could have like some kind of value to the time bank cards, like whether they're like drinks vouchers or worth some kind of like VIP points. So if you end a tournament and you still have lots of time bank cards, you could get some kind of reward for not using them. But yeah, it was a badly thought out idea. It needs to be workshopped, but.
Speaking of badly thought out ideas, as you guys know, we've introduced mystery bounties to the online client on PokerStars, which is really exciting. But now we're experimenting with different ways to implement the mystery bounties and how they go in and all that kind of thing. There was an idea floated that sometimes we would run a tournament where you were allowed to win the bounties from the very start, but some of the bounties would just be empty envelopes. And then somebody, Reese just out here just now suggested we should have envelopes where basically you could stack the guy and then you open the envelope and you have to give him all of his chips back and then you get stacked yourself and eliminated from the tournament. All kinds of like absolute savagery like that. That sounds like a lot of fun.
I know that another tour in the UK actually tried to introduce something like that at the start of last year, I think it was. And it got a lot of negative feedback from the regs and they cancelled it immediately.
Yeah, I have a theory. And I may be proved wrong. My theory is the mystery bounty format is a fad. And I think maybe in 2 to 3 years' time, we'll go, hey, remember those tournaments where people picked envelopes?
Yeah.
People love them for the time being, though, which is I'm so glad we have a chance to implement them. And maybe we can keep the fad going by continuously innovating the options that we have online.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, I just need to quickly speak up in favor of my colleague, Mr. Stapleton. I don't want people to genuinely think that Joe is unprofessional and will basically get so drunk that he's unable to show up for work the next day. If Joe's sick, it means he's sick. In fact, I can tell you that after a long day yesterday, he went straight back to his room. So I know that he sometimes has this persona of being a little bit of a wild man, but he is a professional at what he does. And trust me, he came in this morning. You may have heard him at the start of the stream. He should not have come in. He should be in bed right now. He does not look good.
Yeah, if anything, his superpower is being a bit of a wild man and still showing up and still performing regardless. And that's still a rare occasion these days. He takes his job super duper seriously, guys. And when he's sick, he's usually the first one to say, I'm going to take an early night these days.
Yeah, get well soon, Joe. Thankfully, we have Nick here for analysis. I'll try and fill in and make some more Le Chiffre jokes.
I was just saying, Dave, I sit down at the table for my first tournament at Irish Open. They go, hey, when are you on comms, Nick? And I went, well, I'm really glad that you recognize me from comms, but I'm actually just here to play poker. And that means I just realized I have no excuse for why I'm not winning trophies. And now I guess I need to perform. And I can tell you there was no performance as of yet. There's still time.
Robert Shanley is the table chip leader and among the tournament chop leaders with 3.5 million.
Yeah. Got a time maybe.
They say you haven't seen a time do
No super short stacks at this table. So by the way, I understand that both David 2
an astute observation
and Christopher Johnson were online qualifiers, but they rebought with their own money, so they don't really count as qualifiers anymore.
9 full.
Do we know how many we have remaining?
1 full.
How many qualifiers?
How many qualifiers? Yeah.
If you combine PokerStars, Paddy Power, and the other iPoker skins, I think the number was around 850.
Wow.
Total. Yeah, that's insane.
That is ludicrous.
7 of them were me, to be fair, James.
Yeah, I think you and Dairo Kani were like a decent percentage of that.
7 full.
This could be an all-in call situation, potentially. Wow, Nadelka's just shoved the 7s.
Just been advised that 20 qualifiers made it into day 3. Not 100% sure where we're at now in terms of qualifying numbers, but good to see there's still a few stories out there.
What do you think of that one, Nick? I feel like just raising the 7s there is probably better. You want your opponent to have the limp jams with the ace, deuce, ace 3s, the deuces, the 3s of the world.
Yeah, I would absolutely 100% agree, and I think that there's so much value associated with allowing your opponent to make the move there with dominating hands, right? And that's what's important when you have, especially when you play a ton of heads up as well, you realize how much limping you do with like pocket 5s and pocket 6s as you get shallower. And people are like, what do you mean? You only got 9 big blinds. Like, how can you limp these combos? And you don't realize how well they play at that stack depth, and then also how frequently people will shove their king X, ace X, smaller pocket pairs, even queen X, queen deuce, queen 3, and stuff like that become jams. And obviously, in the context of blind v blind, there's a lot of this similar dynamic of this sort of trapping game. And yeah, no, I definitely think there's an opportunity there, but I can also appreciate that some people would prefer just to simplify pre-flop and just stay in the tournament too.
Yeah.
So action folded to Oliver Boyce in the cutoff. Looks like he's opening here with ace 5 of spades.
7 full.
2 on the button passes. The Delco in the small blind with 10-8 is out. Kirko in the big blind.
A whole lot of napkins, as Arlie Shaban would say. Obviously, with the big blind ante, there's a lot of dead money in there to fight for, but you got to have some folding range here. 9-5 off seems like a pretty gross one.
Big drum.
So earlier, I referenced that we have got Deborah Sue Worley-Roberts, Deb the Destroyer, in the field. And hiding from her behind the curtain is Statrick. If she knows Statrick is here in Dublin, she will get very excited indeed. 66 players remain in the main event.
A little like yesterday, I'm familiar with a few of the players on the feature table at the moment. Obviously, Connor Barisford is, I don't know the full field at this moment, but Connor would be well in the discussion for best player remaining. I know Chris Johnson from playing in the UK and online with him quite a lot. I also recognise Nadelka from the Barcelona EPT bubble a few years ago, where he got in an enormous pot with a UK poker legend, Terry Jordan. Yeah. He tried to make him fold ace-10 for 40 bigs on the bubble of the EPT, and that is not a good idea. Not against Terry.
Not against Terry, no.
Yeah. We had an 80 big blind pot with 9-4 against ace-10.
I mean, that's kind of like, top 3 hands for Terry.
Yeah.
Absolute peak of his range.
Well, talking of top hands, Simon Wilson with aces in the big blind. Connor Beresford has opened in early position with King Jack.
Not a ton of big blinds here, guys. Still probably a small 3-betting stack depth here. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I agree.
Like 5 big blinds or something?
Yeah. 280. He's maybe gonna. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna split hairs over a big blind or so. The most important part is that these kind of ranges are balanced, and I think from what I've heard from some friends that Wilson would maybe be capable of balancing that spot as well. So.
Sure. It is tricky against under the gun +2 though, right? That's a really early position open. You know, we can see that probably still wouldn't have got action even as a shove, but I think as soon as we're above 20-ish bigs, you probably still want to have some 3-bet Nadolu in there.
Yeah, it's a trade-off as well, right? You obviously don't want to take the risk of playing a pot out of position against Connor, but equally he is the player at the table who's most likely to have the widest range in that spot and therefore have more folds.
Just waiting for that Connor Barisford masterclass to come out. All secrets revealed.
As someone who's been playing in the room for the last few days, David, I know you were playing the 3K, I think, yesterday and this morning.
Yep.
Is it as noticeable to you as it is to us in the booth that there is someone on that bloody PA system, like, every 3 minutes?
Yeah. The number of conversations I've had cut short this week where I simply can't hear myself. And the person I'm speaking to is, you know, saying it's okay, like I can still hear you can keep talking. I'm like, but I bloody can't hear myself. So yeah. I'll just wait until he's finished.
They do have some pretty comical things to say though. They're good salesmen. You know what I mean? They're good at selling those satellites.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Shanley.
Interesting decision point here. Could shove.
Yeah.
Could potentially decide to peel.
So what are we looking at here? Yeah, 20. Yeah, I think I probably lean more towards the ship, but that's just me. And then maybe 3-bet Nadolu with ace-jack suited, something like that. What are your thoughts, Mr. Doherty?
Yes, I agree. Now, if he has the plan to 3-bet call, I would rather use like the suited combo, perhaps, as you said. But so long as he has that plan, I think it's fine. I think something like ace-jack off would be too strong to 3-bet fold there, and I would rather use something a little weaker if that was the plan. But right. He doesn't have to make the decision. The ace-9 off gets out of the way.
What's been your favorite event so far?
The 2023 main event, I think, would be my favorite.
It's still within the last 12 months by 1 day.
Yeah, the 3K was fun last night. I felt as though I was playing well. I bagged over 4 starring stacks. I was optimistic. I got a text this morning asking if perhaps I would be available for some commentary, and I was like, no, I'm sorry, I'm going to run deep in the main event, in the high roller, and then 40 minutes later, I was free.
I mean, and this is preferable, obviously, than running deep in that tournament, of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Kirko has kings.
Yeah, we learned yesterday that Kirko is a slang word for a king in Finland.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a 3-bet. Nadolu open from the hijack with 4-3 of clubs. So round 2 the blinds. Frankly, Mr. Shanley, Queen 7 in the small.
Who's this?
And it's Chris Johnson in the big blind with the Grafton, 10-9 suited.
I don't know about you guys, but whenever I see this hand, I just want to do something crazy.
Chris is definitely capable of pulling the trigger on some of these types of spots when he feels that people are getting out of line. He's got a very good live feel for those sort of situations and backs me up there by getting out of the way this time. But yeah, Chris would definitely be capable of taking that spot, I think.
From a theoretical standpoint, maybe 8-7 suited would be a better combo to get out of line with there, as opposed to potentially being more dominated with the 9-10 suited.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know.
It's also like at this point, if you are going to attack Kirko's 3-bet here, you're going to be very close to priced in against the jam anyway. So maybe you want to have like a hand like that that's got a little bit more equity against the ace-9. The ace-king, the ace-queen of the world. But yeah, I mean, you kind of want a blocker in a spot like that mostly, I think. But I do recognise Kimo Kirko from somewhere as well. It might be an old EPT.
It was Barcelona 2013, the second year where we had fins and sparkly hats, and he was the runner-up to Tom Middleton.
That's why I recognise him then, yeah. That makes sense.
Where is Mr. Middleton?
I don't know. I haven't seen him this weekend. I thought I would be here.
That's not like him at all. This seems like a
Wow.
standard MIDI event.
Look at this, Nick.
Wow, wow, wee, wah.
Well, right on cue, I did mention that I recognise Nadolu from him trying to make Terry Jordan fold ace-10. Now he's trying to make Kimmo Kirko fold pocket kings. I don't think it's going to work.
It's getting harder. He's trying to make it. He's trying to increase the difficulty. Kirko, let's see how the Hollywood looks now.
I mean, it's right there, Nadolu. The man's initials are KK. You should have just let him have it.
I think that was heated in the microwave from yesterday.
Lovely.
6-9 phase.
Oh, wow, and it's not a lot more to call, but still forced to fold the 4-high.
Nice pickup for Kimmo Kirko, though. Had 620K to his stack.
Oh, man. What a nice spot for kings. Not much of a decision at all, just easy peasy poker.
And while Joe's not here, and I can talk about blockers being real and get away with it,
sure.
If you're going to use a hand to 4-bet there,
yeah,
I feel like a hand like 4-3 suited that blocks his opponent's
His bluffs is not probably the best combo
It's not
to use.
the best one, yeah.
Absolutely right, yeah. I mean, ace-4 suited, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
For a moment, I thought David Lappin had appeared in the YouTube chat and was basically spoiling what's about to happen in 30 minutes' time. But actually, it's a David Lippins who says hello. So hello to you, David Lippins.
What's up, chat?
Can you keep us updated with the Liverpool result? The Liverpool game?
In the bowling.
I don't even know what that means.
What are our thoughts on this one? Ruben says a 400K top prize from a $3 million prize pool is kind of weak.
Yeah, I don't know why these players are even bothering, to be honest. Like.
Thank you.
Now, my mathematics is not great. I'm not a professional poker player, but 400K of 3 million is more than 10%.
Yeah.
That seems like a decent chunk of the prize pool to go to the winner.
Yeah.
It was, of course, a record-breaker as well, guys. Let's not forget. Absolutely stellar turnout once more. 2 years in a row, record-breaking.
Is it?
Kind of Barisford with aces here after Shanley opened on the button.
Thank you.
And the man with the table image actually has the hand this time. Kind of 3-bets that button open.
Yeah, always a dangerous prospect, someone as good as Connor getting a premium 3-bet spot, but I don't think he's going to get action here, but in the context of this situation, Nick, I feel like the big blind 3-bet bluffs are becoming more and more common and more expected from the top regs as well, so he's almost a little unlucky there, Connor, that his opponent doesn't have a continue.
Just from a strategy perspective, you know, how do you, is there a strategy to just not leveling yourself in these spots? Because it's so easy to just look over at Connor in the big blind and go, oh man, this guy never has it. This is outrageous. Like, is it just following the rules and just assume that GTO is going to kind of back you up if you have the right combos and presume that you guys are kind of in the same balance range on either ends of in position, out of position?
That is how I try to approach it, whether it's strictly true or not. You can never tell whether people are going to over-adjust to you or not, right? So like, I just try and stick to
the rules.
what I think is correct. And for example, today in the high roller, I took a spot where a Dutchman that I know, Cheno, opened the cutoff. Leo Worthington least flatted the button, and I took a good squeeze spot in the big blind, and I got 4-bet jammed on by Cheno, and then Leo went into the tank for 2 minutes before folding. So I was like, yeah, this probably wasn't going to get through that often, was it? But I still went for it.
I suspect a lot of the people asking for a bigger first prize, especially those thinking it should be $1 million, which is a full 33% of the prize pool, by the way, are exactly the same people who cry foul when deals are negotiated at final tables without realizing that one affects the other.
Yeah, shout out to my guy Jenna, by the way. It was nice to see him. Haven't actually seen him in the flesh for a while. Out here in the streets, grinding the pokers.
Carry on at the 20K, 40K blind level. 60-minute clock for the rest of this tournament. And we are playing 2 levels back to back between every break.
Hijack didn't want the ace-5 off.
The real question for me, James, is having watched back the stream many, many times since last year, one of the common questions on the final table was, are poker winnings taxed in Ireland, if you remember? And I'm wondering at what point people will start asking if the players are going to be taxed when there's 400k up top. It's a very interesting topic. I myself was asked about half a dozen times this week if I paid any tax on my winnings.
Every event we do, people are fascinated by how much tax is going to be taken. I'm like, why do you care?
I think it's mostly jealousy because these same people live in places where they just take absurd amounts of tax from the winnings that they never get.
That's fair. We do have a lot of people watching from North America, and I know that obviously Americans and Canadians are paying a lot of tax. My understanding, by the way, and I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but I did check in early this week. I believe Ireland is the same as the UK. I believe that there is no tax on gambling wins.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, yeah.
It's hard to mess up, Dave.
And he's just outed himself and is on the hook for it. No, that's my understanding as well. I don't know. I don't know about you, Dave. Whenever I'm in the States and I start talking to players, they're like, "Yeah, I'm just thinking about going full time in the tournaments."
Yeah.
I'm like, you want to be a full-time live tournament player? I mean, sure, absolutely, plenty of them in the States, but that tax is just savage every time you get a score.
Yeah, there's a lot of survivorship bias with, I think, American MTT regs have started live. Not that they're not very good players, but if you're going to be American and affected by that sort of tax, look at me. I started this conversation and I am having a tax discussion. Like, why did I do this? But yeah, like I feel like a lot of those guys are even if they're very good, they're going to have a score earlier in their career to like, sort of ride the variance of
100%.
paying so much tax.
You have to have an early score to have the bankroll to play high enough to survive the tax, because that's one hell of a rake that we don't talk about often enough in the States.
So we're not going to be baited. Teng writes, isn't Ireland part of the UK? To which PokerStars Strag responds, troll or American or both.
Mr. Shanley, pocket jacks, UTG +2.
Not just any jacks. It's the James and Joe.
The
JS and the JH.
Look at this dedication. PokerStars Strag was actually here in the flesh. Really, really cool to hang out with old Strag here and everyone having a chance to play cards. But gets home, first thing he does, turns on the stream. Absolutely love that.
Yeah. I was railing the staff tournament briefly the other day, and I was speaking to Willie Elliott at the table and encouraging him to maybe win it, saying that he would be a very popular winner, maybe the most popular winner of the staff tournament. And Strag, who I hadn't realised was sitting right next to Willie, gave me a death stare.
Oh, man.
If I know anything about Nadelku's game, he's going to lead this flop. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of unusual choices here. Again, I think there can be plenty of leads. I'm not sure if King 9 is in my basket here.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I just expected him to do it because it's a check fold otherwise. I think people get quite out of line in this spot these days.
So Shanley just decides to call.
Oh, that's harsh for Shanley.
Immediately rewarded. King on the turn gives Nadelku the best hand.
8 checks.
It should be a 2-street hand. I quite like this bet in position from the jacks. It would be very easy to get nervous here, check back, be worried about your opponent check raising, but he's getting a little bit of protection here, and obviously his opponent doesn't have to have a king. He could just get check called by a hand like 7-5 or 8-4 or whatever here.
Absolutely. And the cool thing about betting this turn as well is once he goes back call on the turn, it's really hard for Nadelku to try and like go big on the river as a lead or something like that. Like he kind of has to assume that his opponent is going to have a bunch of this at a decent rate. So it's going to probably go check on the river now with both players have considerable showdown. But, I mean, Nadolu could potentially try and rep something now, I guess. Be pretty unusual. Two checks, yeah.
Did expect it to go check, but that's still some interesting information for the table there that he's leading that wide on the flop. The likes of Connor will not have
missed
let that slip.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another one of those weird ones, right? Like when you're bluffing, sometimes it's better not to improve because then you have more of a plan in your head about how you're going to proceed.
Yeah.
Once he hits the king on the turn, he's like, no, I don't really know what I'm going to do with this.
Yeah, there's definitely the occasional situation where I am in the middle of a hand and feel like I've made a mistake and I desperately want the board to run it in a way where I can win the pot without showdown so that no one can see it.
Absolutely.
So we are down to 62 players now, halfway through this level.
I would be in, but I don't know if we can get everyone to agree on that at this stage.
Well, 4 hours you'll be playing that level anyway.
Pocket nines here for Chris Johnson. That's a raise. Now, is that saying that Conor Barisford is a real bad man, or is he saying it's real bad?
I think 30.
Yeah, is it?
Or is it open to interpretation? There is no comma between the bad and the man, so I'm reading it as real bad man.
I'm reading it as real bad at grammar.
Yeah, if there was a comma, it's a bit more Bart Simpson. Without the comma, it's a bit more notorious or something.
Absolutely.
How are the Irish lads doing? Do we have any well-known Irish players still? And I know that Dara and Lappin,
Dara Carney and David Lappin still going strong with 62 players remaining. Obviously, we've got Simon Wilson at the feature table, former chip leader. Parkinson is still in right now.
That's high morale. Yeah, some very big Irish names still in.
Yeah. Do you happen to know the last time we had an Irish winner of the Irish Open?
Irish-born winner, or are we counting Steve?
We count Steve. We count Steve. He's got the passport. That's all you need.
Yeah. Before that, I mean, I think the Wei Ji Zheng may have been considered Irish. If it was an Irish passport situation as well, I'm not sure, but it might be Dan Wilson before that.
Dealers today, welcome starting seat number 7. Seat number 7, dealers for right H of the mini main.
Wilson just weighing out the options. Bin raise front of the gun +1. In the big blind, deciding whether or not to defend the ace-4.
He may be considering 3-betting it.
Definitely a candidate for that sort of move if he's feeling it. Was it Johnson with the 3-bet not only with the aces that we were just discussing as well?
Yeah.
So there you go. Yeah, definitely cool he's considering it because like we were saying, that's how you balance it. Pretty, very, very similar spot. And we're taking a flop.
Our flop is 10-6 deuce. Ace high still ahead.
One check.
And you were asking me earlier, Nick, in terms of like balancing a decision like that. I mean, like ace-4 off would be maybe, ambitious versus +1. However, Chris Johnson is one of the more accomplished players left in the room, and he's going to be one of the few who is comfortable opening a hand like Queen Jack off from +1. So if you're going to have hands like that in your range, if you think your opponent is going to have hands like that, it obviously makes that attack a little more profitable.
Right.
And I do think he probably was considering the attack, but yeah, I just went with the defend, which is very standard, obviously.
Do you have a method for on-table live randomization?
I do, but I'm not telling anyone. because
Oh,
that
that's
would be-
fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that'd be a big giveaway.
I've heard a few people making use of analog watches, seeing where the second is and that kind of thing. But
Yeah, I've got a few. Again, I'm not going to share what it is on stream. I don't want to come across all Charlie Carroll here, but but yeah, I've spotted a few good live tells in the past from people randomizing without me knowing that I know what they're doing.
It's that moment where your finger starts reaching for the fader because someone says, I don't want to come across all Charlie Carroll on stream. It's like, oh my God, what's he going to say? But it was poker related. It was poker related. We're all good.
Yeah. Don't worry, I won't be unzipping my hoodie or anything, guys.
he looks at the clock, and if it's an even number of players remaining, he calls, and if it's odd, he 3-bets. Johnson's going to open up with the 6s.
Tournament players, this tournament is scheduled for 2 days, with day 2 being tomorrow at 2. Dealers, please make sure you have any players checking your table. If you do 100 and 100, please give your warning.
Did I ruin your hand?
No.
Just thinking, if any of you haven't had it, get a card.
Didn't want to play the suited jack there.
Just try it.
Yeah.
Cabbage cream, mate.
We cream makes it.
Yeah, I'm amazing.
You love them, yeah?
Yeah.
Munchies.
You haven't tried them?
No,
Easter. Don't eat anything else for the rest of the day because that's your calorie intake.
Five doner kebabs is calories in there.
There's no meat.
Look how spacious that 8-handed table is. Nice jumbo-sized tables. I was chatting to some players in some other events earlier this week as well, Dave, and they're commenting about how it's not just the space that we have at the tables, which are good size, but also the space in between tables that feels super luxurious here in this in our main tournament room. Really, really appreciate that. I think the venue here is just beautiful for poker. It's really well lit, nice and bright, lots and lots of space between tables. Really feels luxurious.
Yeah, it's a good choice of words. I said the same thing last year, and it's only got better this year.
Right, yep.
Apart from the cards that I've been dealt.
Yeah, obviously, for those of you who couldn't make it this year, we had sort of a players' lounge last year adjacent to the main room, and now that entire area has been made into additional space for cash games and other tournament tables. And as a result, just even more space than before, which is great. Both players with the same hand here. And it's a diamond flop. Boyce obviously with the draw now.
I was going to request like a very dry Jack 7 deuce board or something so that I could get a chance at the song. We tried for 2.5 hours yesterday and didn't get any. But it looks like Boyce is going to win this one as well.
6 bet 90. So player to fold and player to fold. And on the flop, 3 check and 6 bet 90 and fold. No, we don't see the point. Very good. Okay, okay. Good one. 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
Wilson with King 8 in the cutoff. Action has been folded to him.
1 fold.
Just a slight consideration there. Obviously, getting on the wide side if you're going to open King 8 off there, but from what we've seen on this table, lots and lots of aggressive action, and probably not the time to start getting particularly out of line when so many players have the capacity to exploit that wider open. Johnson calls with the ace-queen off. Interesting here. Connor has a great shot and a great hand to put an ISO in here and does decide to raise versus limp. 10-3 off.
140.
Pretty gross hand, but a lot of the raise versus limps here are going to be polarized like this. A bunch of strong stuff, a bunch of weak stuff. Middling stuff doesn't like it as much because they like to play in position and don't want to get raised off. I'd be very surprised if Johnson doesn't put in a raise here.
Here is
And there we have it.
540.
Yeah, this is a beautifully played hand from both players. Good to see Chris actually with the limp raise with ace-queen there. I think at this depth, particularly getting towards the deeper end of the tournament, you don't really want to play as many raise blind, B blind as you would when you're this deep, especially when you're going to be giving a very strong opponent an opportunity to play post against you in position and an inflated pot. So really nice hand from both players there, I think.
Like a footballer.
Story checks out.
Seven fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. 1 fold.
Yeah, Wilson keeping it snug here. Ace-tray already pretty wide there anyway. Definitely not part of that range naturally. Johnson, very playable hand in the button. Now queen-jack off.
3 ace. 90.
Connor in the small with Jack 10 suited. Down to 60 players now.
90, is it?
Two calls, guys, going three-handed, three ways.
Ace, 9, deuce.
Check. Check. 6, check.
I think we're expecting a lot of wins from Chris Johnson on this board.
Yeah.
3 bet.
I think just 100K is totally standard here. Seems very reasonable on ace, 9, deuce. Even smaller seems good too. Yep, 75K. Anything in that region, you don't have to go big. You're expecting a lot of give-ups from the small blind call and the big blind defend.
6, 5.
It's a done, yeah. London Johnson so far playing very good poker.
You saw Boyce just shooting the little side eye there with the 7-5 of clubs. A deceptively playable hand on many turn cards. But 3 to a straight in both directions and 3 to a flush. Yeah. It's like, I know what you're doing here, buddy. You're c-betting everything. Maybe I can get a little float out and crack out some equity, but yeah.
Yeah,
it'd be a bit ambitious.
It's interesting on that texture, right? Because there's plenty of opportunities where you've got a similar backdoor draw where the check raise makes a lot more sense, but on the ace-side textures, it's just not nearly as nice.
Yeah.
Because your opponents aren't going to give you as many ace combos there, and of course they're going to have plenty themselves. Interesting how that flop texture really dictates what you're allowed to check raise and what you're not. So I guess the float would be the only real option. Some sort of a float and hope to find an opportunity on a later street to win it.
3, 12. 12. 6, 12. 7, 12.
Tracking across the room. Obviously, in addition to the last few tables in the main event, there's also several flights in the mini to be played today. The 3K's playing. There's a mystery bounty later on. There's the cash game area behind the curtain.
Still the 200 mini as well, James. The infinite flights.
How many are we in for, Nick?
Well, actually, I was going to put in loads today, but had to get called into the booth. So at the moment, I think I'm in for like 3.
Okay.
But hopefully the 8 o'clock flight will be putting in one more golden bullet.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet, but I'm planning to later.
Sounds good.
Pocket tens for Kimo Kirko. Opens under the gun. Pewdie Tart says, how low are the cash games running? Nick, you played the cash games last year. I'm assuming they're the same stakes this year.
Yep.
1-2, 1-3?
Sure. I think 1-2 is lowest. Probably actually one of our busiest stakes here, but also really big as well. You know, like plenty of really big PLO games running. What's the biggest you've seen so far, if you've been in that region?
I haven't been in there, so yeah, I'm not sure. But the PLO games are always popular in Ireland.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some tables out there with high 5 figures on the table.
Well, that is Eugenio Peralta, who's just been eliminated. Hearing about another bust out. Huge hand. Now, Konstantinos Vatseris, the Greek qualifier, was on our feature table yesterday and took the chip lead. Konstantinos introduced himself at the start of the day. Big fan of the streams. Was very nervous playing on the main stage yesterday. Just won a massive pot. Cosmin Nika got it in with aces against Konstantinos' jacks. There was a jack on the flop. Nika did not improve on the turn or river. He was eliminated, and Vatseris has reclaimed the chip lead after this massive pot. Has nearly 150 big blinds at the 20K, 40K blind level.
Very spicy stuff. SPC Starfighter asking, what is the PLO? PLO stands for Pot Limit Omaha. Another flop game like Texas Hold'em, but instead of getting 2 cards in your hand to start, you get 4 cards, and then it plays the same, except it is pot limit, so you can only bet up to the pot, and also you can only use 2 cards from your hand, and you must use 2 cards from your hand. So if you have the ace of spades, and there's 4 spades out there, you don't have a flush. You need 2 spades in your hand to make your hand, and the same applies for all other combos.
So there is a legend, and I don't know whether it was a true story. That's why I'm referring to it as a legend. But again, as John Ford famously said, if stuck between the truth and the legend, you tell the legend. PokerStars founder Isai Scheinberg was a great believer that everyone should at some point work in support and deal with the customers and actually respond to their queries. And apparently, he did it once and was told he could never do it again because someone actually sent in a very angry email about how they'd been cheated, how they were playing PLO, and they were in that situation where the ace of spades in their hand, there were 4 spades on board, they didn't win, the software's crap, the game's rigged, I should have won the pot. And the rumor is that Isai's response was so blunt, brutal, and along the lines of, if you don't know the rules of the game, you moron, you shouldn't be playing it, that not only did they stop Isai from responding to customers, but this email was then kept as an example of how not to talk to customers, how not to respond when people send in a complaint. Again, no idea if that story is true or not, but I like it, and I'd like to believe it's true.
Maybe they should have changed the rules and he should have been on commentary duty. Everyone should do at least 10 minutes of commentary duty just to deal with the chat pros long enough to understand how to respond. Yeah, SPC, if you've never tried it before, it is an awesome game. It is such a brilliant game. But just buyer beware, it is also kind of wild and can get pretty crazy.
80,000. 7 full, 8 full. 9 full.
Simon in the tank again here. I don't think he's thinking of peeling this one versus +2. So maybe like the ace-4 off spot earlier, he's considering where this hand lies in his range and whether he wants to use it to attack the open from Boyce. Does go with fold.
I appreciate Simon just taking his time in those spots, though, right? I think these are moments that I probably don't find myself thinking about often enough. Kind of a fitter. I'm going, okay, yep, I know the spot, I've seen it, yep. And not giving myself the opportunity to go, wait, there is something potentially we could do with this hand, giving it the time it requires, you know what I mean? It can be easy just to slip into that sort of lazy kind of, do I have a hand? No, I don't have a hand, I fold, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've found myself doing that in the past as well. I think the sort of mental switch that I made to stop myself doing that was to just make sure I'm always engaged when I get dealt cards. I feel like sometimes you can be talking to your neighbour at the table and be distracted, and you're not immediately thinking of what you can do in every spot, and you've folded before you've even thought of it. So yeah, I do like, even like Simon hasn't taken either of those spots, but I can see that he's been considering them, and that's the most important thing, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was Phil Galifon that said that one of the most dangerous forms of tilt was autopilot.
Yeah.
And amen to that, mate. Amen to that.
So a couple of things. We have confirmed that Vatseris has got 6 million, just under 6 million chips right now. The biggest stack with 59 players remaining. The other thing to highlight is that registration has opened for the Irish Open live stream tournament taking place tomorrow on Stars. $1.50, sorry, $1.10. $1.10 to play. 2K in added value. That is $2,000 in Sunday Million Anniversary tickets added to the prize pool. You can play it while watching the final day of our live stream tomorrow. It starts at 3 p.m. at local time, and registration is open now.
Live? You're like 460, I think, in a 50K.
Do you know what I'm going to do, Nicholas?
Yes.
I'm going to register for that tournament.
Get in there, man.
I am a terrible, terrible multitasker. And hosting the live stream and playing poker at the same time is a really bad idea. But here is my $1.10 donation.
Must feel nice to actually play some cards now, James. How does it feel to be able to register that tournament in the first place?
Just a bit under pressure
Nice.
time-wise.
Nice.
I'd only played the 5K in the main, so it'd be great fun though. I would have liked it.
The cap was only 64.
No, too off the money. I got.
The cap in the head.
The 3K last year I had to win.
Was it 64 players? The player cap in those.
Yeah.
Was it like booked out?
Yeah.
You need to play about a week in advance.
Yeah.
Did you play?
No, I'm like you.
Yeah.
You're working, it's not something you can. I took the Thursday off work to play the Thursday. I'm over in Vegas this year for work during the World Series.
That's very convenient.
Yeah, just have to think about taking a week off and.
Just bring the phone to the table.
No, I can't say that here. I'm going to work the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Get me fired.
8-3, 8-5.
All right, this time Nadolu in the mix with a very nice hand. Ace King suited.
Yeah, I'm working the week of the main event.
Wilson this time.
The week of the Coastal and the mini World Series event and something else for July 4th one.
Yeah.
I'm there for. I think about being there for.
Nice.
So they're three good events to be there for.
Yeah, there's always
Just Connor in the big, and if I know Connor
Well,
Jack
this is for the
7
lads
suited
there,
is going to be more than enough to
They're not
continue
event,
here.
Like it's impossible to get into a cash game. It's 3-hour wait for everything.
Yeah.
Probably just a call a bunch.
I was over in February at the U2 concert in Spear.
Oh yeah.
And
there it is.
Hadn't been down in Fremont Street in ages. Loved it.
It's mad.
It's mad.
Yeah.
It's like something out of a movie. You can sit there all day and just have a beer.
Trey deuce.
Yeah, really cool.
Not quite the flop you're
Crazy
looking for, huh, Dave?
No, I noticed someone
Only
in
one
chat a
flopper
minute
in it.
ago mentioning we'd had a few boring flops in a row, and this one continues to be boring.
It's a great spot.
I feel like we need Joe in the booth to crank it.
No. We never let Joe crank it in the booth. He has to go away.
Okay.
No one wants to sit here and watch Joe crank
I
it.
sat down, we were playing 1-2.
And he's not well. I don't think he's got the energy.
Bless him.
Yeah, maybe he could crank it from his sick bed for us if he's
In
watching the
dollar
stream.
bills or
I mean, you might need someone to go into his room and crank it for him.
It's unlimited.
You can
Actually, I'm not 100% sure that he's brought the cooler machine to Dublin with him, so we might be out of luck. Meanwhile, action. What a fold there at the outer tables. We came to this table because David Lappin had actually been in the tank for 2 minutes. Ravi Sheth shoved on him. It was blind v blind. And after 2 minutes in the tank, Lappin lets it go.
Are we sure he had a decision there, or are we on a page
There
up?
for a week until July 4th.
Called him out just like that.
But if it's 9-4,
I'm sure he had a legit decision. I don't think he's getting up to those tricks at this stage of the tournament. Good to see.
Oh my God.
Some of the bigger Irish names running deep with a chance of a final table.
We're turning now to our feature table. Looks like there's a blind v blind spot.
Doctor Neves. Ooh. I like him just with the face off.
All right. I'm good with that.
Is that a tell, Dave?
I would have been surprised had he raised after that reaction.
Check.
I like a check here. Yeah. You got a lot of showdown with the king high blind v blind, plus you got the nice draw, and that is a straight. I think you probably want to bet here a bunch, though, right, Dave? Because you're probably only going to get value from clubs and or spades and or a combination of 10x with spades. Yeah, just the full pot makes a lot of sense to me a lot.
Yeah, I like it.
I like this a lot, too.
Well, the idea is that your opponent is what you would call inelastic on this turn with his continuing range. Like whether you bet 40 or 120, he's going to be forced to call in position with a flush draw. So you get nice chunky value out of your straight here. You also make it a bigger pot if you happen to be bluffing. Because your opponent's going to have a lot of natural folds on river when he's just going to have so many flush draws.
Quite right. Yeah, no, I think that makes a ton of sense. And those are tricky spots for beginners as well, because you're thinking, like, I'm never going to get paid here, so he, well, he doesn't have a hand that often, then maybe I should be checking to him, but you're just never going to get paid regardless unless he has the draw, so you got to kind of go and try and get it right then there. Sometimes a little jack once in a while, I suppose, too, which is kind of cute. Another hand that is definitely not folding turns, so you might as well pump it up.
Yeah, always.
I think even a king high can call you there if if Boyce is sitting with a king 4 or something. He could just peel one in position on the turn, expecting king high to be good son, blocking that king 10.
Sure.
But he didn't have a continue this time.
Here's a hand you want to play from the button.
80,000.
Just the min raise.
80,000.
Any update in the score?
6 points. 1-0 at 60.
Can you get me the Donegal result?
The what?
Donegal Armagh game.
Can you spell that for me? I might be able to do that.
Donegal.
And then
Don't even bother. It's not that even important of a game.
If you were to spell it for me, I'm sure I could.
No.
You might have a shove here.
You're fine.
Yeah, there it
kind
is.
of you to offer.
Connor's going to look for a Kai, and I think this is kind of marginal at this point of the tournament, but it's obviously an annoying one to have a reasonably strong suited ace.
Yeah. What are we thinking? Ace-9 suited probably always call.
Yeah.
And then everything else is, like, as you say, we are getting into some pay jumps and stuff now, so you want to be a little bit snug.
Well, if your opponent is capable, he's going to have, like, offsuit wheel aces. He's going to have the small pairs. He's going to have the Jack 10 suiteds of the world. But
Queen 10 suiteds kind of thing.
It wouldn't shock me to see Connor call, but I mean, I'm not gonna second guess what Connor's going to do here.
Yeah.
He's a better player than I am, but I would think with 58 left, this is on the more marginal side, and he might favour a fold, but
those are my thoughts.
Very, very close. He has called okay, that's understandable.
Yeah,
also.
totally understandable. It was getting on the shorter side here, so A7 not in the worst spot ever, but is dominated. And 10's got to be loving this situation. Let's see if he likes it after the flop turn river.
See, all we did was talk about cranking it, and here we are. We got it all in the call.
O sea, tiene que aguantar, ¿eh? 10 contra 7. ¿Eh? No mucho.
720, doesn't it?
Este me gusta.
720.
That's a real bad flop, man.
Connor, of all people, should know, don't play the Spraggy.
And a set on the turn here for deuce.
The second best turn card in the deck for Connor, though. Opens up more outs for him.
And it does not improve.
It's supposed to work.
Full double for the 10s. I was going to say just before he called, though, as well, one thing I know about Connor is he's just really studied, obviously, as you said, just a fantastic player, obviously, super crusher, really, but also somebody who I found is particularly good at adjusting for the live game and just like really making big adjustments for the opponents as he sees them at the table. So like you said, close spot. On a different day, perhaps might have found a fold, but on this occasion, going to be down to about $1 million, if I'm not mistaken.
I think your range in the
Yeah, I mean, he's also just unlucky. His opponent has the top of his range, the very, very top of his range.
Absolutely.
He's obviously going to, having called, then you have to make the assumption that he's anticipated his opponent is going to have all those other hands that I mentioned, like the wheel aces, the jack 10 suited, the pocket fours of the world. And he is going to be a header flipping versus a bunch of his opponent's range there.
Sure.
But down at 21 bigs.
Yeah, because we've just hit the new blind level. 25K, 50K with a 50K big blind ante. Starting to get a little bit shallow for certain players. Not for Narcissus Nadelka, who's playing 61 bigs. Chris Johnson with a very similar stack size. Robert Shanley quite healthy. No danger zone for Kimmo Kirko or Oliver Boyce, but not looking too healthy right now for Connor or Simon Wilson. 58 players remaining and another 60 minutes of poker to play before the next break.
So dealer changed, blinds up, if I'm not mistaken.
Give me 4 of you. You want to might help.
Yep, there it is. Now 50K big blind with the big blind ante in play, of course. You see it top right there, 25K small blind, 50K big. You play a lot of live poker, Dave. I don't. And I always find the biggest transition is playing in big blinds online and then coming and trying to do mental math, and I really struggle with that. So I'm just thrilled whenever the blinds are like 50K or $1 million or 100K.
Yeah.
Saves my brain exploding at the table. People are like, wow, he's really in the tank here. I'm just going, how many big blinds did I have pre-flop? Make it look good.
Yeah, this is the live hack level.
And straight back in the mix, not afraid to 3-bet off of that 20 big blind stack that we saw Connor reduced to after the ace-7-10s exchange just now, and gets the job done. And look, this is one of the reasons why Connor is such a bad boy. This is why he's such a real bad man.
Yeah.
He takes a big hit like that and he just keeps slugging. He comes out fighting and he still finds these moments and then chips up immediately, and it's good to see.
Yeah, that's a beautiful choice of combination as well there. I feel like it's, I think Connor's one of the best remaining players, if not the best, and I'm not sure how many players remaining would find the say it offsuit there. I think people tend to favor perhaps the ace-10, the ace-jack off, even in those situations, and then get jammed on and they're unsure what to do. Connor chooses the ace-8 off. He still has the blocker effect, but he has a very easy decision if Chris Johnson jams on him, which would have been to fold.
Yeah, and you guys will notice the cute size that he picked there as well. Doesn't have to go super big to get the job done. And did pull it off. Mr. Johnson in the mix now. UTG +2. Nadolu calling out of position here with the small pocket pair. I feel like I'm going to be on the snugger side here with this combo, but they are actually quite deep at this stage. So a little bit more value associated with the set mining here.
Yeah, they're almost 60 blinds deep, so I do think it's fine.
I think this is fine, yeah. Didn't spot quite how deep they were. Flop is deuce for a jack. Trays did not improve to the set. Johnson's going to check flop as well. Delku is probably tempted to just lead turn now. We've seen a lot of play like this from him. And honestly, I think leading the turn after you see check flop makes a lot of sense. Your opponent will have plenty of ace combos that you're actually beating. Get a little bit of value, potentially a little bit of protection. Some combination of those two.
Yeah, you'll be behind to some hands. Like Chris might check a 10s or a 9s back here,
Sure.
but you're going to lose chips to those on a future street anyway, so you may as well put them in yourself and get some value out of those hands that you mentioned.
Yep.
And Chris is actually coming along with the ace-7. He doesn't, you know, require a stronger ace. It was a very small bet also, so Chris is just very likely to be good enough of the time with an ace-high hand here.
I wouldn't mind seeing like 100K on this river or something like that. I mean, it depends how often you think that Johnson is going to be trapping here. Probably a lot of C-bets with, you know, really strong combinations like aces or kings on this board.
It looks like a larger bet.
185.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't a million miles off. It's kind of a blocker bet. You're obviously hoping some ace highs still call you here with this run out, but also obviously, as you said, controlling maybe pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 10s. If you check this river, I think they can find plenty of value bets there that are going to hurt you for a lot more than 185.
Agreed, and I think that going on the slightly larger side is probably overall better because you do want to give him the chance to fold some of his ace-X. You know, I feel like if you play block, it's very hard to add bluffs to your range with that. So I actually think that's quite nice from Delco.
So just 57 players remain in the main event here. Stick with us, guys. We're on the feature table. A couple big hitters on this table and no lack of action.
C2 fold. C3, C4 fold.
Speaking of no lack of action,
the Rockets.
Aces for Boyce in the hijack.
C6 raise, 100.
Okay, makes it the min to kick things off. Twos here, 1.47 million.
C7 raise.
I was going to say this is probably a
C-bet
decent
fold.
3-bet candidate from this position and does pull the trigger on that one.
Yeah, I think call and 3-bet are both reasonable. I certainly wouldn't be folding unless I was aware that my opponent had aces. So yeah, as I'm in the commentary box, Toos, what are you doing, buddy?
What are you
Your
doing?
opponent's got American Airlines.
You gotta chat pro the hell out of this now.
Yeah. No, I think this is a fine attack from Toos. Just pretty unfortunate that his opponent has the blade.
So 1.175 behind Toos after the 300K 3-bet. I feel like we're actually at a stacked up where flatting is not completely unreasonable. It's still pretty easy to get the chips in the middle at this point.
I think he should as well. I kind of hope he does flat. He's giving off a lot of physical information here, so.
C6 all in.
Yeah.
And it's an easy fold after the jam there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Toos starting there with, you know, like 26-ish bigs to start the hand, something like that. If you just flat, you're not going to struggle to get the chips in on later streets, and you can kind of reassess on flop textures. Out to the field now. That's Brandon, and he's up to around 2 million chips. Brandon is a PokerStars employee, has been out and about with us for many, many, many years now, and I'm so pleased to see him doing well.
Yeah, Brandon on the final table would be a high morale player, but I have had an unbelievable amount of interactions with him in recent times. I keep bumping into him in the lifts in hotels for some reason. Every time I come out the lift, he's going into it.
let's put it this way, guys. If you need something doing and you are on the circuit, obviously primarily EPTs and the like, maybe even UCAT PTs from time to time, Brandon will be there either in a capacity to play or a capacity to work. And, you know, if you need any merch or anything like that, he's your boy.
9 fold.
Doing sterling work. Good luck to you, Brandon.
1 fold.
There'll be some action here, but on Brandon, yeah, there was several Groundhog Day scenarios in Prague in December where I think 4 days in a row he was coming out of a lift as I was going into it with a pizza. And
honestly, I don't know how he does it, man. The amount of energy required to fulfill Brandon's role is pretty insane, and he's just on it 24 hours a day. You text him, he's like, "Where are you? I'll find you. What do you need?" This is a real tricky one though. Now, Connor has Ochos, Shanley 3-betting in the big blind here versus +1. It's not going to feel good, is it?
Yeah, I don't think it's too tricky versus the size that Shanley has chosen. I think it's always going to be an extremely strong hand. But yeah, had he gone 300k or so, it would have been interesting to see if Connor elected to peel and see a flop or take the fold approach.
Sure.
But yeah, he's going to fold versus the 5x 3-bet there. Too high a proportion of his stack to continue with just pocket eights. So the question I have, Nick, is you've been busy in the side events this week. I heard James say just before I came on that you're having more of a poker trip this time in a playing capacity. Do you have an Irish flag yet?
I do not have an Irish flag. And in actual fact, many of you guys will know this, you follow the stream, I have almost no flags. My actual results in tournaments are almost non-existent. I have a few scores, but that's also because I was just such a sit-and-go rat for so many years, right? Was never somebody that was really interested in getting into the tournament scene. Or rather, I would have loved to have gotten into the tournament scene, but I was so heavily invested in playing sit-and-goes at that time in my poker career that just wasn't a thing. I would love to potentially invest some more time in becoming better at tournaments. Obviously, now my life revolves around poker tournaments, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
I just need to sit and actually put in the reps, because a lot of the skills that I have for playing sit and goes obviously translate directly into tournament strategy, but there's still so many situations where I'm just like question marks all over the place, and I feel like I've got the right idea, but I guess I can speak fluently enough on situations to provide information in a reasonable way, but still a lot of mastery required. And when I think about how much time I put into 6-max sit and goes, spinning goes, heads up hypers and stuff, it just pales in comparison to my tournament studies. So it's on my list of things to do. There's still a chance for old Nick to actually get there and potentially get a flag this trip, but we'll have to see how many bullets. Me and you might be in the mini together later. Who knows?
Yeah.
Take 9 bet 80.
Very nice flop for Johnson here. Top pair with the gutter.
Yeah, very reasonable for this to go check back call.
Yep.
Don't really see too many positives for check raising for Chris here. He's going to be very happy with that flop and even happier with that turn.
Yeah, obviously great turn for Johnson, but additionally so because Kirko's got to think that Johnson's going to have some 4x, 5x he can still get value from potentially, maybe even some spades. Maybe some spades with one card to the straight, you know. There's lots of suited combos, you know, 10 deuce of spades and the like.
Yeah, I was going to say this hand is going to play out one of two ways, Nick, on the turn. Either Kirko's going to try and get more value from all those hands you mentioned now.
Yep.
Or he's going to check back, knowing that the board blocks Johnson from having an ace, and there are a lot of misdraws on that river. Now, Johnson can be value betting a 4 now on this river, but it's very difficult for Kirko to get away from jacks here when he's so under rep from the turn check back.
I really like the size here, though, as well. He goes nice and chunky. It's almost full pot. And it just makes it really hard for your opponent to get away from him. Even some king highs might be tempted to still call here, especially if they're unblocking spades.
Well, the 12 combinations that immediately come to mind for me for Chris Johnson here are pocket deuces and pocket threes. He has to bet those. He's playing the board with them.
Yeah.
So that's 12 bluffs he has immediately. And then you start to think of the 6-7s, the 8-6s, the 8-7s, the Jack-2 of spades. Oh, we can't have Jack-2 because Kirko has the Jack of spades. But yeah, there's a lot of very natural bluffs for Chris Johnson here. This is a very difficult spot for Kirko. I would probably call in his shoes.
It's just so hard to imagine you're folding here. Having the Jack of spades is not the best card to have. Obviously, 2 red jacks would probably be better, but as you say, that big blind defense as well. Jack deuce of spades, potentially, you know, that kind of thing. And obviously, those are the combos that he can't have now. Kirko has, but regardless, I kind of just side call here probably a lot of the time. Yeah, very reasonable call, but unfortunately running into it.
Yeah, it did look, looking at Kirko's body language there, that he felt like he was supposed to call and he really didn't want to do it. Maybe picked up a vibe that Chris just had it, but as we've mentioned, Chris has played very well on this feature table so far, and he is definitely capable of finding a bluff in that spot. So
yeah, interesting. You point out the deuces and threes there. I think that's such an interesting. Those are interesting combinations to remember. Just end up getting kind of counterfeited there too. So
just a very unfortunate run out for Kirko. I do not blame the call whatsoever.
100-200 with a 200 big blind annual. Once again, tournament leaders in flight H of the mini main. Please complete the hand you're on. The lines are up in 10. 100-200 with a 200 big blind annual.
another announcement over that Tannoy. Top work from our team here managing the floor. And actually, I have to say, all jokes aside, what an unbelievably streamlined and well-run tournament structure and series. It's so clear what's going on. Huge screens everywhere with huge clocks. Absolutely no question as to what's happening. Nice little maps everywhere telling you where all the tables are situated at all times as well. So shout out to our team who are managing it here. It's just a fantastic tournament series. If you guys ever are going to travel, this is definitely one to consider. Wilson is going to probably put in just the raise here.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, Nick. I will hold that thought because we are going to see a showdown.
No, this is knowing now.
Yeah, cut off first button as well in particular. Probably a 3-bet and a shove, I imagine.
Yeah, I do see that initially. I can't really see a way away from this for Wilson unless someone else wakes up behind. However...
Oh, perhaps.
So
you're saying there's a chance, Dave?
Days. What I was just about to say, Nick, is that we saw Shanley take a very big 3-bet size versus Connor previously, which let Connor get away from the 8s. And I wondered whether he was going to do the same thing here and perhaps allow Wilson away from the ace-queen.
Yeah.
And this is very interesting from Chris Johnson. I am not sure that I would take this approach out of position. I think it might be okay to cold call the button in a spot like this, but I feel like her opponent is very likely to have a strong hand here, and I would favour with kings just
cold 4-bet,
juicing that pot up a little bit more immediately.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the 3-bet here, almost 4x versus the initial open to 100K. The cold call from the small blind is always terrifying. It's a terrifying prospect anyway, isn't it?
Well, it's more interesting because like you could justify some cold calls, I think, in position when you're this deep versus Shanley. However, Wilson has opened here off of 20 bigs, and even when you're cold calling, you're sort of dismissing the idea that you're remotely afraid of him waking up with a hand.
I mean, in actual fact, Wilson starts with even less than 20 bigs, which makes it even more suspicious in my book here.
Yeah, I do hope that Wilson can get away from this one. It's a difficult spot when you're at the table there and you're not seeing all the info that we are, but
Wow,
that's a very good
great fold. Absolutely excellent fold there. And perhaps Shanley's the kind of guy that goes, I like to 3-bet big, I like to represent my hands, and then in these circumstances actually can make some bigger folds. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like we're going to see a flop. I think it was a call. And of course, there's always an ace on the desk.
See, this is getting very intriguing now because maybe Shanley, you know, sort of, I was maybe imagining a flop bet some of the time there. I think Johnson probably does win the pot now, but yeah, it's one of those situations that you can perhaps avoid by the 4-bet pre, but Johnson expecting that Shanley would have bet the flop had he had an ace. He's now going to go for a little turn value. Actually goes for the block. I'm getting confused and thinking the white chips are bigger than they are.
Yeah, just the blocker bet here.
Yeah.
And if it's a call here, I wonder if we just see the same again, just, you know, trying to milk some value from the jacks, the tens, etc. I mean, on this river now, probably feeling a lot better about going bigger with the kings at the stage.
Yeah, I don't imagine he'll go too large,
No.
but I would hope to see maybe a third or something here at least. Yeah, a little less than third. I think you can target this exact type of hand with this sizing.
Yep. I mean, I suppose Shanley might have nines sometimes. Definitely a lot of tens. Definitely a lot of have jacks. Definitely queens.
Well, I guess the question is, right, I'm not going to say anything against Shanley for paying this off. It's an incredible price with a very strong pre-flop pair, but what do we expect Johnson to have? It's cold called the small blind, you know? It's, it's going to be a very strong range. Now, maybe Shanley just hopes that Johnson can have tens here once in a while, and if that's going to possibly be the case, then he has to call getting that price. But that could have been a much bigger pot, potentially.
Yep.
Shanley maybe getting off a little light.
Yeah, interesting spot. And there's a look out there on the field, guys. Still lots of poker action out there. Potentially players coming your way to join our feature table shortly, remember. We've got all the action today coming to you live. And indeed, of course, more action from tomorrow, our final day.
And I can spot Mr. Romero there from the Spanish commentary team, the man who vanquished me heads up this week in the heads up side event.
I was very happy to hear that he won, but also very sad to hear that unfortunately it was at the expense of your victory as well.
Yeah, I would have liked a little brother or sister for my main event trophy, but unfortunately there is no Irish Open trophy reproduction happening at the moment.
And we are back over to our feature table. And yeah, Mr. Wilson probably frustrated that the ace-queen would have worked out for him, but did make a great fold pre-flop, let's not forget. Try not to be too results-oriented.
2 folds, 3 folds.
I think it really depends as well. There's some weird spots where the cold call from the small blind. Earlier in the tournament, if it's somebody you don't recognize, it could literally just be like pocket fives and all kinds of weird stuff like that still, you know? So
yeah.
Interesting that ace-queen decides to get away from it, but I can imagine other circumstances where you're just always going to pile that one in.
Yeah, as I said, it's one of those situations where you never expect Johnson to play cold calls there.
Sure.
So very confusing spot for the ace-queen, but
400.
an excellent fold, which was punished by the poker gods, as is often the case.
Quite right. Pocket kings again. We've had no shortage of premium since I've been on comps today. 3 bets of 400K from Boyce in the big blinds.
6, 8 fold.
Again, that larger 3-bet probably makes a lot more sense out of position like that. We did see the larger 3-bet just now with the pocket jacks. Hippie H in chat asking, is Chat Pro Sunday officially on today? You'll have to ask James. James always has veto right on Chat Pro anything. But there will be a Chat Pro poker show coming up this Thursday, by the way. Shout out to my guy Strag. We will be out there putting on another Chat Pro poker show on twitch.tv/PokerStars if you guys want to come hang out. There's probably some more information in the chat if you want to type !CPPS. And you can learn more about that new format that we're trying to put together for you guys, where you get a chance to get seen on Twitch with some additional prizes added as well.
6, 8 fold.
Quick look at our payouts there really quick, guys, as we return back to blinds 25K, 50K with a 50K ante. Kirko has decided to open the Jack-10 suited, I imagine.
Seat 9, raise 105. Seat 1, fold.
I just had a look at my calendar, Nick, to see what day it was, because I knew it was getting close. It's March the 31st today, which means that tomorrow is April Fool's Day. And I've always wondered whether a poker stream would try and troll the commentators or the viewers at some point by creating a fake hand on the opening of the stream. What do you think about that? We get the 16 players back tomorrow. They all agree to play one fake hand on stream at the start of the day. One person goes all in first hand with 7 deuce offsuit under the gun.
So speaking as an individual and not as a representative of PokerStars, I feel somewhat confident that there will be some sort of tomfoolery associated with the April the 1st, but usually when it comes to those things, we need to be very careful because it starts to get a little bit too close to territory like rigging hands, etc., which is, something that's probably a little bit more on the dodgy side.
I remember having a thought experiment in my early days of playing as a pro, and I wondered if it would be possible to actually rig a hand and not tell the players for the first hand of the tournament. Now, have you ever heard this? Have you ever heard the question people ask where you're in the big blind in the World Series main event? It's the first hand.
Yeah, and they
you
go
have
all in.
Pocket aces, and everyone is all in before you.
Yes, of course. It's an absolutely classic, yeah.
My thought experiment was we deal everyone at the table pocket aces and see who folds them.
If you were going to set one up, that would be an absolutely hilarious one. So it goes raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, 6-bet. That would be a really, really funny one. Voice has decided to open on the button here.
8 days. 405.
PokerStars Dragon in the chat says that there will be some foolishness happening. That's good to know.
Playing how much?
3 points.
And nice 3-bet here for the big blinds. Nadolu decides to make it 405K to go. And I like this choice a little bit more here. Dave, having the king blocker here feels nice.
It's still a little on the deep side. You can certainly be peeled by Boyce with a lot of strong playability here. I feel like this is maybe one for slightly smaller stacks where there's more leverage involved.
Yep. Just going to inspire more folds.
You kind of want your opponent to continue. When you have these combos, I think you want your opponent to continue mainly with jams or folds. Could get himself in some tricky post-flop situations here. Now, Boyce is likely to fold the 10-7 suited, and Nadolu will pick it up. But he has shown himself not to be afraid to mix it up at this feature table so far, taking very aggressive lines quite frequently. We saw the 4-3 suited 4-bet earlier, and
you have to
wins
That's what I'm thinking.
with the king 3 off big blind 3-bet to take him over 3.3
No, after
million.
you say it's my second favorite hand after aces, then you
Nice
can
work
Oh,
there.
yeah.
He's going to take it down.
No!
What are you saying? Pocket ace is your favorite hand?
No, that was someone else.
That was someone else?
No, that was the guy this morning. That was the gentleman this morning.
Oh, right. I think you were saying you like all hands.
I like all hands, I would play win with them.
I just took my last race back. I just took my last race back. All good.
Anyone know if Barisford is still in? I'm checking in at work, can't hear commentary. It says Irish Stud 14. I can confirm Irish Stud that Conor Beresford is still in the tournament.
He's sitting right there. He's a real bad man.
I hope you have closed captions on.
If somebody could just type that in chat just to look at his screen, that'd be fantastic.
6 fold, 7 fold.
All right, so Johnson back in the mix here. UTG +2 with the King 10 offsuit.
It's warm enough, isn't it?
That's left.
Roasting at this table.
Yeah. 8 fold. 9 fold.
Just going to take that one down pre-flop.
And Brap says, is it possible to turn off the commentator audio? He'd prefer to listen to the players and dealer. Yes, if you press Alt and F4 on your keyboard, Brap, that'll turn off the commentary for you.
Oh, you're lucky I don't have a sword on YouTube, my friends. And you won't have to listen to it anymore. I jest. On to the next one.
C2 fold, 3 fold.
Where's Joe Stapleton when you need him, eh?
6 fold.
Folds round. Cut off King 10 offsuit once again, this time for Deuce.
7 raise.
Got about 20-ish bigs here. Nadolu deciding against that 3-bet again this time. Interesting spot though as well there. That was another nice opportunity against a shorter stack with the king blocker. That might have been a potential 3-bet spot again once more.
Yeah, I think maybe this time he'll be influenced. He wasn't the small blind, right? Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, he'll be influenced by Wilson's big blind stack in that situation. He won't want to be priced in if Wilson wakes up in the big blind.
Quite right. Yep, we do have a much shorter stack there, and obviously would probably end up having to put the chips in there. Quite right. Wilson just weighing up the options. Does have a nice suited hand here. It's going to be a pretty significant chunk of his stack, though, at this stage. Just trying to figure out if he has the right price to continue against the cutoff range.
Yeah, a tricky spot, Nick. And in these spots as well, I'm not sure where the pay jumps are, but when you're in a tricky pre-flop spot like this as well, for example, if there's a pay jump at 55 and Wilson's aware of it, even just taking that extra bit of time to give yourself the chance of getting a pay jump is important because, all right, he's not going to do anything on this flop, but let's say it's Jack 5-4 instead, you know, then he might be playing for all of it. So just taking a little extra time in every pre-flop decision is admissible at this stage.
Pretty reasonable, and I'd like to see a really, really, really small continue from Deuce here. I think a check is also not completely unreasonable, but I think this is a nice hand just to have like a 1/4 pot continue if possible, or something in that region against the shorter stack.
7 check.
King 10 has plenty of showdown though, don't get me wrong. I think checking, rather than getting check raised by a 9 or a 4 or a jack here, which really sucks, I think the check is also has its benefits as well.
Yeah, I was going to say with these specific suits, I feel like I would favor check on flop, mainly because you don't want Wilson to just get to check jam a flush draw and then you're folding a lot of equity.
The follow-up was 10 of hearts, obviously negates some of that to a certain degree, but still obviously plenty of combos that wouldn't mind just check shoving as we're getting on the shallower side effectively with Wilson's stack.
Yeah, but even on a river such as a 7 here, I'm assuming it could go like check bet call here. You could send the King 10 on river, like you could still make a hand like 3 disc fold by river here. A hand like 9-6 fold by river.
Sure.
Even after the check back.
Yep, I think it is really cool to think about these spots because, you know, in a universe where c-betting is kind of a standard procedure now, whereas it was something special, you know, some time ago, having delayed c-bets actually I think is very, very cool, and understanding where to implement them.
Yeah, because at this stage, if Wilson jams on you, you're not as disappointed at folding the king 10 off with the backdoor flush draw as you would have been on the flop, right? There's only one more card to come.
Yep.
You know that you're not going to make that backdoor flush anymore. So definitely a reasonable decision to delay the c-bet here from Toos.
In some ways, like, I think the delayed c-bet, if you have trade use, is almost even more scary because the c-bet can be pretty much whatever, right? But obviously 9x, maybe some 4x, maybe some pocket 10s, that kind of thing. Wouldn't mind checking this flop still. Sure, he'll have some ace highs, he'll have some king highs, but they're all hands that probably have significant equity as well. For example, king high with the gut shot and 2 over cards. And is forced to fold. Yeah, really nice work there from Toos.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all from Wilson. A couple of tricky decisions for him in that particular pot. And he's on 12 big blinds now, I believe.
He won 3 this year as Irish, so that's a huge difference in nationality.
Might be a spot where people panic, Nick, but there are only 56 players remaining in the tournament. If you have 12 big blinds at this stage, that is 12 more big blinds than 3,100 players that have played the tournament. So
it is mad to imagine how many we've gotten through. Let's not forget about that record-breaking field, guys. Just absolutely stellar turnout here. Is this what it's going to be like every year from now on? Are we going to need more halls? How many more halls we got in this joint?
Can we build a second RDS?
The cool thing about the RDS is there's actually more room in other places surrounding us. So, you know, who knows?
Many individual entries.
Keep filling it up.
Yeah, I'd love this tournament to become as big as the WSOP made for Europe, and it's really on its way there now. It's at a different price point, and I don't know if in the future it'll always be at that price point, but it's got a very similar vibe in that it's an aspirational tournament for people to play, and when you come here you have an incredible experience, and it's only getting better every year.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm really excited to see how many runners they can get next year for it.
Yeah, it's just really cool to see with PokerStars and Paddy Power working together what we can accomplish. And as I said, the organization here has just been so good. Very, very well-run tournaments. Great turnouts, great fields, great crack.
8 days, 150.
What more do you want?
Nadolu with the ducks and Kirko with a beautiful looking little ace-4 of diamonds. Now, what are the blinds here, Nick? Has it just gone up to 60k big blind, or is it still at 50?
It's crazy.
We're still at 25.50.
Still at 50, so interesting decision to 3x that this is from Nadolu. He has altered his open size for this particular pot, and that is something that Kirko, having folded the ace-4 suited, I believe will be looking out for on the stream when it airs. Or perhaps he won't have to if it gets to showdown. But always interesting when people show that they have 2 different sizes or perhaps more in these situations where they're putting particular hands in their range. Nadolu favouring a little bit more fold equity pre-flop with the deuces, and he's made an extra big blind out of the pot as a result.
Yeah, this is definitely an aspect of the tournament strategy that is something on my list of things I need to look more into, having these differentiated opening sizes. And gonna take that one down.
Pardon?
Do you drink an aspirin?
Again, I do think that's more of a thing, the size up if it's into a particularly short or particularly short stacked player, not in terms of height. Or if the player in the big blind is strong and you want to give them a worse price on a defend. But that seemed to be quite hand related, that one, I would think.
I think I've only drank an aspirin once.
I couldn't see any particular dynamic that encouraged the changing of open size there.
There's another poker game in some of the hotel there.
Yeah, in the Ashburn House the odd time, and I think they're actually sometimes they like play in the pub, but it's like you're not just walking in and playing. Like, I don't really know how it works, or maybe they just told me that I'm not.
Top right there, you guys can see field down to 55 players.
It seems like it's 50 quid buy-in, it's 2,500 guaranteed.
Yeah.
Still got around another 20 minutes here with this feature table.
7 fold. 8 raise.
And
1
another absolute monster for our feature table action. Pocket kings for Nadolu. Quick folds. Shanley in the small blinds. Again, do you think these guys are deep enough perhaps to find a set mine here? I mean, this is now closer to a 40 effective stack.
For a ladder, yeah.
So it says 80k to call for Shanley. Oh yeah, it's 25k small blind, of course. I'm thinking because of the previous hand.
Right, yep.
I thought the blinds had gone up. Yeah, so Nadolu has reverted to his regular size now that he has a premium hand. Shanley with, oh my word, it's going to be carnage. I was going to say Shanley with around 40 blinds. I think it would be fine to set mine in this particular spot versus a late position open.
405.
But I can't see a way away from this for Chris Johnson unless some shenanigans happen.
Yeah, and Johnson just has an absolutely beautiful squeeze spot. Probably loving this action. Nadolu has shown a capability to play a nice wide range here from the hijack, so not somebody you're going to be concerned about having a particularly tight range at this stage.
Yeah, and knowing Chris Johnson well from the UK, Nick, he's played on a lot of feature tables in the UK. He's very comfortable playing on this kind of stage. I have to assume he has friends watching the stream, which would mean he would know that Nadolu has already 4-bet 4-3 suited in a similar spot to this. So I cannot see any escape for Chris Johnson here, unless he picks something physical up on the Nadolu. He is giving it quite the Hollywood at the moment, but these are two powerhouse hands, and your opponent has shown himself well capable of getting out of line.
So you think like $1 million to go is probably pretty standard here?
I think smaller.
Okay.
We're going very polar when we 4-bet in position anyway, but yeah, 900 or so would seem reasonable.
825.
In 25, a literal click back is certainly fine.
And having these little 4-bets obviously opens the way for the jam, and it's just so hard to see Johnson getting away from a hand as strong as queens at this stage. As you said, Nadolu capable of making some interesting moves here with much worse than kings.
Well, Johnson did cold call the kings earlier in a spot where I expected him to 4-bet them, so maybe it's possible that he won't go broke pre-flop here, but he's still going to require some luck to get away from this, regardless of how he plays it. Unless he folds now, in which case I will stand up and give him a round of applause.
I'll have to describe that to you guys.
I mean, I really feel at this stage, Nick, even if I have a physical tail on my opponent, even if I think he's exceptionally strong, I am never folding pre-flop when I know he's capable of something.
Sure.
You're just getting a very good price here.
Great price.
Pocket queens, and we still have an SPR of around 1.5.
Yep.
SPR beating the stack to pot ratio, guys. And Chris Johnson, by playing the hand in the method that he has, is likely going to avoid going broke here unless we see a queen on a future straight.
Top set for Nadolu.
So stack to pot ratio, there's 1.8 million in the pot. Nadolu is the effective stack with 2.7 million, which is 1.5 pots. Would expect a C-bet out of top set here. People sometimes tempted to slow play these ones, but Chris Johnson cold calling, not cold calling, Chris Johnson calling a 4-bet, showing a lot of strength. Very likely to have a hand that can continue.
Yep, and there is the continued 405K. I thought perhaps he might have gone even smaller than this.
Yeah, I was expecting the 10 to 20%
I was going to say a
size.
classic 10%er here,
Yeah.
huh? Yeah. And that is a call. So we're going to the turn. 5 of spades, no change, of course, and kings are going to be the best hand here on the river, regardless of what comes. Interesting mannerisms here. You watching this?
I'm picking all of it up, Nick. Yeah.
It's feeling very Hollywoody to me. Obviously, in the moment when you got a hand as strong as queens, you know, you're buzzing. You're thinking about a lot of other stuff apart from perhaps what your opponent is giving off in terms of tells here. But
well, it is easy for us to sit here and see queens and kings on the stream and then notice that the mannerisms might need something.
Yeah, quite right.
But I mean, there are 55 players left in the Irish Open. This is an enormous 4-bet pot. We are playing for tens of thousands in equity at this point with this pot, and Nadolu is looking on the more comfortable side.
it's interesting on the turn here with SPR less than 1 after putting in that larger c-bet on the flop. Potentially a check back on the turn, but
I was thinking that as well, Nick.
Because you do imagine if you're gonna have a bluff here, maybe with an ace queen or something like that, you might just fire 1 and then slow it down.
Yeah, but having said that, I don't mind this decision.
Yeah, me too.
As well, it's if you're going to bet turn here, you certainly don't want to be jamming or anything like that.
Yeah, certainly not a mistake. I think it really depends on what range you think Johnson's just going to have here, right? You give him some queens, maybe some jacks, which of course you're not going to struggle to get value from that with a bet, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, nice fold there. Cost him a big chunk, but Johnson does avoid catastrophe. Certainly plenty of players in this field might be tempted just to try and get that in pre-flop, which you can't really blame him for either, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, huge cooler for Chris Johnson there, and he leaves at the end of the hand with 62 big blinds still in his stack, so
and there's a
sometimes sorry, Nick.
No, you're quite right. No, continue your thought, mate.
No, yeah, sometimes it is not just about getting coolered, but how you play the cards that you're dealt. As you mentioned, some people may well have gone broke there, but Chris played his hand very well and retains a very playable stack.
And speaking of Chris there, still 62 bigs. Obviously a big swing in the right direction there for Nadolu. And we're on to the next one now.
6-6 fold. Seven fold, 8 fold, 9 fold, 1 fold,
Shanley on the button, Jack 4 suited, decides against it.
3 fold,
Johnson with the limp, blind v blind. We've seen this interaction before. Queen 9 again, probably not a ridiculous raise versus limp, but I think plenty of checking with a hand like this as well.
Yeah, I think at this depth you want to realize your equity with a hand like Queen 9.
Yep.
Maybe go a little more polar and use the Queen 3 off and things like this.
Yep.
But
yeah, we saw the interaction earlier. I think it was 10-4 off or similar, right?
Yeah.
Much more polarized raising range versus limp here with these two.
That's a very interesting decision from Connor to check the top pair back on the excuse me, on the flop.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think definitely Johnson's going to have plenty of check calls on that flop. I think if he doesn't have the ace-high showdown, probably going to bluff Queen Jack 6 at some frequency as well as a lead. So.
4-bet 100.
And nice 100K bet on the turn into a 150K pot.
An awkward decision here for Chris Johnson as well, guys. You may look at ace-4 on that board and think, what value do we really have continuing with this hand? But Connor, a very capable player, would be capable of having a hand like 9-5 offsuit here and just running it.
3-4.
But Johnson making the correct and disciplined lay down with the ace high and the gutter.
Does make a good fold there.
I have mentioned it a few times, but very capable player, Chris Johnson. He's been around in the UK for a very long time. He has won the Sunday Million at least once. He may have won it twice. I'm unsure on that. But
why did you push? I had a good
yeah, been very active in recent years in the UK. I've battled with him a lot on the tables back home, and not a surprise to see him in the deep stages of a tournament like this, making good decisions.
Hopefully no exit full stop.
Retaining a strong stack.
Nadolu decides to get back in the mix here, guys. Pocket fives from under the gun, +1.
$550. Raise 550.
So the effective all-in from Wilson.
Seat one raise 150.
Even just a few chips behind, perhaps looking at a pay jump scenario here again, just giving himself a couple extra seconds either side, perhaps a couple minutes even.
Yeah, with no time banks in play, you could get out of line with the tanking. I know that on the EPT that became a big issue in recent years, and a new rule was introduced with the time banks that if there is a virtual all-in such as this, you're allowed to use one time bank and no more, or your hand will be dead. But if Nadolu does shove here, Wilson will have all the time in the world until someone calls a clock on him, should he so wish to put the remaining 30k in the middle.
Yeah, it's not much more to call, but pocket five is not love in this spot, I think. Yeah, it does make the fold. Wilson shoving just over 10 bigs there and does take it down. Also, thank you very much, Wistern, for the raid. Welcome, everybody, from Wistern's stream. You guys have just joined us. We are covering the Irish Open 2024, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power. How was the stream today, Wistern? If you guys haven't checked him out, PokerStars Ambassador and avid streamer here on Twitch. Give him a look. We got some commands in the chat now.
The player that won the Sunday Million I was referring to, guys, was Chris Johnson in seat 3. I think he may have won it twice, but I don't want to put that on record. But he for sure has won it at least once.
Chris Johnson, the gentleman who just had the queen the spot.
Seat 8, fold. 9 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold, 2 fold.
100,000.
Seat 4 raise 100.
Min raise from Connor here on the button with Queen Jack, of course. And a quick fold from the small blind. He's got a very defendable hand. Both players quite similarly stacked.
280.
King 8 definitely a 3-betting option as well. Is going to raise it up.
Yes.
Does convince Connor to let it go. Was in fact behind pre-flop as well. Just very difficult to play back against that 3-bet. Very well timed from Toos.
What's up next for you after the IPO, Nick? What are your plans?
Lots more streaming on Twitch, so putting on some more streams, as I mentioned earlier. Strag and myself putting together this Chat Pro Poker Show concept that we've been experimenting with recently, working with the community to try and find cool ways of interacting and getting some more fun sort of interaction with Twitch while they're playing, etc. Hopefully maybe putting on some more streams with James. James and I were doing some dual MTT action, which was a lot of fun. We had some special guests join us too. Plenty more spin and go action as per usual. Lots more Sunday Million action as well. Of course, you guys come to know and love that on a Monday when we're not traveling. And then it'll be straight to Monte Carlo, of course. Will you be joining us in MC?
I'm considering it. I have been playing some satellites here and there online. Have not booked yet. But very similar to last year, I was asked here last year whether I'd be in Monte Carlo, and it's a stop I've never played before. I have been to MC as a tourist, but I think it's one that you sort of decide to do last minute. Very expensive place. And,
that was what I was going to say. I think it's perfectly reasonable to accept that Monte Carlo is a very expensive stop if you're not going to insist on winning, and. You know, it is a very fancy place to come and visit if you don't have the full ride, and that's why the qualifiers are such nice ways to attend these kinds of events. Stars will take good care of you if you manage to win yourself a nice big package there, including, you know, flights and accommodation and all that kind of thing. It'd be lovely to have you, but plenty more to come from EPTs this year, of course, guys.
No phone. Take down. Yeah.
Interesting opportunity for Connor here now. Did call in position with the Jack-10 suited. And you have to wonder if this is a spot where he might be tempted to try and turn his hand into a bluff now. 110,000, just so hard to play back. You know, Wilson opens there. If he hasn't connected, there's just a whole lot on that board that you're not going to want to see, right, Dave?
Yeah, precisely. Nice combo again to use. Unblocking those backdoor draws, which are going to call one full turn. Maybe not wanting to block the jacks and the tens so much, but what are you going to do other than take a stab with that one, really?
Yeah, sure. You can imagine a couple turn cards might be nice for you to continue barreling there as well. If you pick up a draw or something similar, bet does take it down.
If he's not, then we don't.
Well, he's on his way back there now. So maybe
yeah, this is the last.
At one stage yesterday, he had more chips than that. At one stage yesterday, he had a lot more chips than what he is there.
Really, yeah?
I swear.
Small blind is not here, so.
Oh, this is more blind.
Yeah.
You missed it.
No. This is one card. This is one.
Yeah, so
this is more blind.
Looks like there might be some confusion with the deal here.
First, more blind.
Okay, just the misdeal called. I don't know about you, Dave. Whenever those kinds of things happen and the hand continues, I feel like it's a curse scenario for anyone involved.
I'm going to pick up kings.
We had an interesting situation today, actually, in the 3K Nick, where
I never even looked.
There was an open in the low jack.
Yeah,
Parker jammed the button.
There's only
for, I believe, around 14 blinds.
Okay.
And the big blind, having thought that Parker opened jammed the button, called with Queen Jack suited and opened up his hands with the opener still to act.
No.
And the opener happened to have ace-8, and knowing that Queen Jack was in there, and Parker can have all these pairs and all this ace-deuce and all this king-queen and what have you.
Yep.
He called off the ace-8. Parker had ace-king, knocked both players out.
What a life.
And we were expecting perhaps that, you know, for exposing his cards prematurely, it was a very innocent mistake, but we thought he might have a two-hand penalty.
Okay.
As it turned out, the floor decided not to give him one, which
Okay.
was a, you know, I think a fair but lenient decision.
Yeah, sure.
And, you know, I was worried for the next two hands because he was dealt into them. I was like, if I bust here, maybe I should have pushed harder for the penalty.
Absolutely. You know? So, guys, we just have a few more hands here before the next break. And also, just FYI, new featured table will contain Alex Romero, Kelly Sadu, and Patrick Parkinson. So all that to look forward to. In fact, that might have been the very last hand, in fact. Everyone's walking off. So, with that said, let's take a look at some chip counts. Here you go. Nadolu there, 78 big blinds, had a very fortuitous kings versus queen spot, but did not take Christopher Johnson all the way out. He's got 50 big blinds. Simon Wilson still hanging in there, managing the 11 big blind stack to the best of his ability. Blinds 30K, 60K with a 60K big blind when we return. We're gonna go on a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere. There's more action coming from the Irish Poker Open 2024 presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power when we return.
My name is Johnny Devani. I'm from County Sligo and I'm here playing poker. I'm a health and social care professional, so I work with kids with disabilities and play poker recreational then. It's only the last 2 years I've really got interested in poker. So last year I probably wouldn't have had the bankroll to come, but I watched all the highlights and railed the final table and the live streams, so I've done the whole lot, and I watching that I said to myself, next year I'm going to be there, like I have to be there, so I made it my mission. And I'm so glad that I got up and I'm here now, enjoying it, soaking it all in. This is my first Irish Open, yeah. And an incredible experience it's been so far. It's surreal. It's such a well-organised tournament, and there's just so much things to do, both on the felt and off it. So it's great. It's a great experience to be here. So I won Ben Sprague's home game. He had a free roll for a chance to win a silver power pass and represent Team England, be on his team for the Irish Open. So I played the free roll. A field of like 900 and something players, and the top 3 got to a final, and I won that to get the silver power pass, which I was delighted for. As I'm Irish, I got transferred to Team Ireland. Yeah, big fan of both Fintan and Sprague's streams. Big fan of both. I just didn't get a chance to play Fintan's home game, so there was value in playing Sprague. So I was happy to meet Sprague and happy to be on Team Ireland with Fintan. The first Team Ireland, Team England event, we done some jockey racing around the track out the front there, which was great fun to say the least. And it was a head-to-head, and Ireland just got over the line on that one. Then last night we were playing, there was a games event, casino night in the Crack Den, and there was different card games that had been dealt, and I think England got over the line in that one, so it's a fair playing field. So it's close, and there's more activities tonight, so hopefully Ireland can keep pushing on and get over the line.
David raises. 56,000. 56,000.
Okay, so he raises with King 6.
36, sorry. Communication rate.
I must say, Norman Pace, funny man, he's not doing great here when it comes to these chip calling and card calling. He's made a few mistakes. I don't think it's going to be a career for him. I mean that in the nicest possible way, but then again, he does get beat regularly at poker bars. Wife?
Look
King
at
of
that.
diamonds.
Full house.
6 of spades.
Hand over.
Checks.
Let's see how many chips he makes out of it. Dave Pomroy flops king, king, 6. He's got king 6 in his hand. Full house, doesn't matter.
Jack of hearts.
He can keep betting those jacks.
He should have betted against Olander. He should have put in a big bet there, making it look like a bluff. Really, he's not going to get anything out of this unless he induces a bluff from Olander on the end, which he has.
Yet again, John, perfectly called.
I got that right. I mean,
100,000 chips in there. Pomroy will raise him, but by how much?
Now look at him. It's a good acting job here. He deserves an Oscar.
So much would you raise by in that situation? Pomroy, no, he's got the hand. Just another 100,000, maybe?
Well, just 100,000. He's not going to get called, even if he raises it 20,000. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but he wants to maximise how much chips he's going to win here. He needs them.
Well, he might. I suppose he might get called because of the jack, but I just don't know. Let's see. He might make it 60,000 more. Yeah, 100,000. Let's see.
No, he's got too much.
200,000. That's too much, I think.
David raises 300,000.
So 200,000 raised on top of the 100,000 bet by Olander on the river.
Olander's going to pass, all right? I can tell you that now, just from looking at him. You know, there's no. Oh, he's eating.
He's going to eat some crisps.
You
Probably Tado crisps, by the way.
Yeah.
The crisps of Ireland.
You don't eat crisps when you're about to call 200,000.
Goodbye. Throw them in. Let's move on.
That's good from Pomroy there. He didn't show his hand. I don't know if you noticed that Olander turned his cards over trying to get Pomroy to show his cards, but he didn't show his cards.
He's a smart cookie, this Pomroy. Let's find out a bit more about him.
David Pomroy, 22, from England. Yeah, I play online poker for a living. I don't really get involved in the live tournament scene. This is my first big kind of major tournament. As I read in a book, basically the energy used for digesting
sixes.
Now at this stage, a bet of 100,000 roughly, all in's no big deal. He's got an ace in his hand. It's probably the best chance he's going to have before being blinded out. It's a good bet.
Yeah, he's unlikely to get called. Well, it looks like Gavatan's considering calling him with king high.
Joe says he didn't want to call. He's called by king 8 off suit. Ace 4, Joe shows.
He gets a call from the big blinds. It wasn't that many more chips Gavatan could do with him. The flop doesn't need... No, so far so good for Rafferty. In fact, it increases because he's also opened up straight possibilities with a 5. Gavatan hits a pair of 8s. It looks like the Swede's going to put paid to the Northern Irishman. Joe Rafferty. And insult to injury, does pick up a pair of 4s, but it's no good. And Joe Rafferty has every right to feel aggrieved. But he also knows, as a professional poker player, that that's the cruelty of this game. He's been hard done by. He's been beaten despite the odds in quite a few hands. And now he's out of this tournament. A gentleman to the end. Shakes a hands to the players who are left.
Okay, so we're down to 3 players now.
One of these will be the Irish champion of the European Poker Tour. That free seat in Monte Carlo, that's pinnacle. The trophy's next and then the money, believe me.
Okay, so Henrik Olander raises 30,000 on the button, so it's 45,000 to play. I think he's going to hear from David Pomroy here, at least a call.
Three-handed.
Big hand, three-handed ace.
Yeah. I mean, King 8's a raising hand, three-handed.
Sometimes.
It's borderline, yeah. Depends on your position, I suppose.
Yeah, I think Pomroy will probably re-raise here.
He's got to. I'd be very close at this stage to make this my hand and throw the lot in. He's not going to do that. He's jack, ace, suited. He's re-raised by an extra 65,000. Olander calls all ends. Pomroy has no option but to call that at this stage because Olander has over 1 million chips. Pomroy's favourite to take this. 2 out of 3 times he's going to win this. But maybe not this time. King and 8 comes out. Now Pomroy's still in with a 1 in 5 chance roughly here, because the queen would give him a straight.
It's so bad, such bad play here, and he got very unlucky, Pomroy here.
He made the right call. He made all the right moves, and the only move he needs to make now is to shake two players' hands, a quick about turn, and march off this TV set. Dave Pomroy takes a fairly bad beat and doesn't make it the heads up. It's the two Swedes battling out here in Ireland for poker glory on the European Poker Tour. Big blinds are now 20,000, small blinds 10,000, 2,000 ante each. Now Henrik's got almost 3 times as many chips, so he's favourite at the moment, but Mats Gatan, one good hand will change that. Olander raises early on here, heads up, 50,000 more. Gatan unsuited middle connectors, and I'm flattering them, to be honest.
He looks like he's going to take a look at the flop. Let's see.
He may only have a quarter of the chips, but he can certainly afford to call that and take a look. And it's paid off for him. 2 pair for Gatan. Let's see how it plays out. Olander continues to bet strongly with the ace in his hand, heads up, 100,000.
2 pair is a huge hand, heads up, to flop it.
Massive.
You should just call here, really, Gatan.
Olander would need the cards in his hand as whole cards to match up to both the turn and the river to stand a chance in this hand. Let's see if Gatan raises or just calls.
Raising to 225,000.
Another 130,000 for Gatan. He's went in weak, heads up here. Oh, wow. Olander's went all in there, John.
This is the 3rd time he's done it. He's moved all in.
With
3
nothing.
times with massively behind. And each time he's got lucky. I mean, if he hits,
He's not. No, he can't get lucky now.
Try anything here.
It's all over. Mats Gavatan's hit his full house on the turn. Ha ha ha! Henrik hits an ace on the river, means absolutely nothing, of course. The full house takes it. It's game on now, almost evenly stacked. Mats Gatan moves into a very good situation, but Henrik's just handed that to him.
It's crazy. I mean, crazy play. Even had something. They've got a lot of play in this. There's only 30,000 in there, and they've both got sort of, there's a million chips each now, I think.
In fact, Henrik still has a slight lead here, even handing that over, but still, he's just let Mats back into this game. So he likes to play free and loose, heads up. Ace-8, in all fairness, is a very good hand. So he raises. The less players in poker, the better the hand becomes, is a good rule for any young player out there.
Yeah, I think something like Queen High is about the average hand in heads up.
Wow. Which is why Gavatan's going to have a look at this. So the flop works out. Interesting. Mats Gatan hits 2nd highest pair. Olander, though, manages to pair off those aces. Extremely strong situation. That's why he's only betting 75,000. He'd like to see Mats come over the top. 75,000 into a pot like this. He's probably going to lure Gatan in.
Well, he'll probably call to see if he can hit his 2nd pair or, the other two of his existing pair.
No, he doesn't do that. It's a nothing card for him, and it just gives him another overcard as well. They could possibly be beating his 6s. Good check by Olander. He plays some hands really well, other hands frivolously.
Yeah, he's trying to induce a bet here, which looks like Gatan might do.
He throws in the chips, 100,000.
Yeah, well, he thinks his 6s are winning now.
Olander knows differently.
Now he should go all in, but he's done this all-in move a few times before with absolutely nothing. Yeah, well, there we go. Now he does it again. It's a very, it's a very strong move, moving all in. But if you run into a big hand and you don't get lucky, it's a disastrous move. You got to be a little bit careful when using it. Now is probably as good a time as any for him to move all in. And Gavatan's going to have to fold here. You've still got, you know, you've still got 450,000.
So there you go. Olander keeps us all guessing, plays that hand to the letter, plays it really well, plays it in a way that makes us think he deserves to be heads up here in the EPT in Dublin. Hand before, played like he should have been playing in the WPT in my living room.
Okay, now we're back into the next hand.
Pocket nines, big hand for Gatan.
Big hand, heads up, very big hand.
He's going to put in buttons here. Good man.
So Mats is first to act on the button. Put in a raise.
Oh, you may see. Let's see how Olander plays the pocket threes. He's definitely going to re-raise.
He's going to view that. Yeah, he's going to view that as a brilliant hand at this stage.
Well, any pair heads up is a big hand, and you know he's re-raising here, and Gavatan's going to move all in for sure. And he calls. Okay, this is a this hand sort of plays itself really. Each player hoping that the other player's got over cards.
Olander's not going to have liked seeing those pocket nines. Let's see how the flop comes out. Pair twos on the board in the 8. This all means nothing. It's all about the threes for Olander to get out of jail. And as every card comes out, his percentages drop. And in fact, Gatan hits a 9. He didn't need it, but he makes his full house. All he didn't want to see was one of the remaining 2 threes. Gatan doubles up, and every time he loses chips, he's doubling up again. It's an exciting head-to-head encounter here. Gavatan's playing the smarter poker all in, but as you said, John, that hand just simply played itself. Heads up, both players had pocket pairs. They were always going to throw them in. And look at the cards that are coming out now. Olander hits ace-king.
Like he's raising at 60,000.
50 against ace-8. This could be dangerous. This could be the end of it.
This could certainly be the end of it for Gatan if he moves, you know, makes a big move now.
Could it be Gavatan's turn to say those words, all in? He will fancy ace-8. Just calls.
Yeah, you know, he's a kind of more sensible player, to be honest, than Olander. You know, he's just calling to see what happens.
And what happens is straight away 2 8s. Gets him his 3 of a kind in the flop. Such an exciting game.
Nice check, nice check.
See what Olander does. He throws in a small bet. See where he is. 50,000 is the bet. Will Olander just call? Small raise, maybe.
I'll be honest. Even if he raises, I think you'll find that Henrik Olander will just move all in if the way he's been playing so far.
But he's got his number in that front. Gatan has his number in that front. He makes a nominal raise. Another 115,000.
No, he's just called this time. Okay.
Strange.
He's finally learnt.
Yeah.
Not to shove all your chips in from behind. If an ace or a king comes, he's in trouble.
It doesn't come, so Olander might get out of this. But the action's on Mats Gatan from Sweden, playing with chips the same colour as his nation.
I'd probably check there and let Olander move all in on
Absolutely. The check was the bet to make. He has put 275,000 and Olander does another all-in call.
He does it again.
It's suicide.
It's unbelievable.
It's simply suicide. No respect shown to Mats Gatan whatsoever. He's not here on holiday. He's here to play cards. And rightfully, he doubles up again.
5 times he's done it now. 5 times he's made that move.
Almost makes you angry. Henrik Olander, with all due respect, yet again makes a frivolous all-in call. And Gavatan's in now with a fantastic chance of wiping him out. Well, King 9 for Olander in this hand as we try and catch our breath. He's handed this to Gatan, the champion, the trophy, the place in Monte Carlo, the big paycheck. And it's written all over his face. It's going to be King 9 going against Ace 9. It may be Gavatan's turn to call all in. That's exactly what he's done.
Now he can call all in. Now Olander's got to pass.
He's going to call it. Of course he's going to call it. He's got 2 cards in front of him. Catastrophic, suicidal, and pointless.
He's got 3 out. 3 kings to hit. Apart from obviously straights, draws and stuff.
Olander looking mainly for 3 kings, and he may look to the stars. The flop brings out nothing at all here to help Henrik. He's thrown the game away, but hats off indeed if this is the end. To young Mats Gavita, he's 1 card away from becoming an EPT champion. The nervous laugh becomes a triumphant laugh and a cheer from this audience. Henrik Olander, massive chip leader, going heads up. Mats Gavita over the moon.
Team Ireland! Team Ireland and Team England, the very best of luck. Can we shake hands? Let's get it on! Hang along! Oh, I need to look straight away! Over the jump! It's going to be so close! Scumbaggery, cheating. Horse looks good. Gotta go reverse all the way. Ireland! Oh, the switch around is fantastic!
I have no words. Welcome back to Dublin and the 2024 Irish Open as we continue our live coverage of day 3 of the main event from the RDS. This is Irish Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Just over 50 players returning from the break as we play 10 levels today. The objective, the ambition to get down to a final table. Unlikely we get there. Probably we'll come back tomorrow with 2 tables and play to a winner. New feature table, which we will introduce in just a moment. I'm going to introduce my co-commentators. I am sat alongside Griffin Benja.
That's me.
And another of Canadia's finest. You saw him there in sumo costume, Parker Talbot.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, that was a great little sumo fight, I think.
I'm assuming you won.
I did, yeah. I guess you didn't watch. I threw him into the abyss.
I didn't know it was like best of 3 or best of 5.
I think it was originally supposed to, but they saw how unbelievably tired 2 fat men were that generally just drink beers instead of throw each other over hay bales, and they let us off.
By the way, as we check the stacks of the players at the new feature table, I can confirm that Dermot Harney's chip count is correct. He has 10K. Not just less than a big blind, a third of a small blind. And here's a hashtag fun fact about Dermot. He lives 25 minutes away from the venue. So he's told StatTrick that if he gets knocked out, he's going to try and make it home in time to watch his bust-out hand at home on the 30-minute delay.
That's great. That's like some pretty rough foreshadowing, I'd say. You know,
I mean, you're coming to the feature table with less than a small blind.
Oh, okay, sorry. Less than a small blind fella. Yeah, my bad, my bad.
Yes, you qualified on Paddy Power for like €5.
Okay,
it's all
loving it,
gravy
loving
at
it,
this
loving
point,
it,
right?
loving
Yeah.
it, loving it.
So, of course, also at this new feature table, we have Irish poker legend Porrick Parkinson. We've got Alex Romero, the Spanish PokerStars streamer. And we've got Cully Sadu, a former EPT finalist.
I think it's impossible to do the wrong thing at the moment.
How's the action been today on the feature tables?
It's been good.
Yeah?
I mean, we've cut through half the field in the first 4 levels. Came in with 109, already down to 51. But yeah, we've seen some good hands, seen some fun hands. Griffin, just during the break, I know that you were particularly impressed by... It was Sheth, right? The English player who was at the first feature table, who put David Lappin in the blender a couple of times.
Yeah, he played incredibly well. I was very, very impressed. We sort of took a peek at his hand and mob. He's been crushing the sort of mid-stakes UK scene, so this is a potential for a big breakout score. Really brilliant hand against Lappin, and pretty much was right on it in every spot. You would like that hand, Parker.
I believe it. It sounds great.
Yeah.
How has this week been for you, Parker? Has it been I mean, obviously, congratulations on the 5K high roller win. That's been the big highlight. Outside of that, has it been mostly playing poker or has it been mostly drinking?
Definitely a combo of the two.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I don't. It hasn't been much downtime in the poker, and there's been very, very little downtime in the drinking. No, I cashed a 550 mystery bounty outside of the 5K. Busted first one out after in the money, and outside of that, I won a 1K seat as well in a 250 satellite. And outside of that, just been doing my bullets in, but that's all right because. But of course, winning one of the first tournaments that you play is a pretty good start to any poker trip.
In that situation, by the way, where you get heads up in that 5K, how much pressure are you feeling at that point, knowing that the whole Tonka not winning live has become a meme and is becoming overextended, almost unfunny joke at this point?
Honestly, yeah, quite a bit of pressure, especially coming off of second place. And then, honestly, even worse than second place was because in Paris, I had a big chip deficit, heads up, and wasn't thinking that it was going to go. Very similar to this heads up chip deficit. I just won the first flip in this one, and then just kind of cruised after that. But the sixth place as well in Paris. I really thought I was going to win that one. So now I got to this final table, and I was super short all the way through, and then got heads up when I had chips, and I was like, oh shit, this could actually happen. And then, I don't know. Honestly, though, it wasn't a ton of pressure in the heads up. I just kind of played. It was quite late.
Yeah, a lot of the tournaments here have been one-day tournaments. And when I say one day, I'm talking like 16 to 17 hours of play.
Yeah, some old school here. I mean, the event is, I'm not sure how many days. Is it 9 days? Or 8 days?
So hang on, we arrived on Monday. It's Monday to Monday, right? So it's
only
8 days.
8 days. 8 days. So it's like a shorter event, and there's a lot of tournaments. There's a 1K mystery on right now, 1K PLO mystery from last night, another 1K PLO tonight.
Well, we have got our short stack, Dermot Harney, all in here with 9-8 of clubs, called in at least one spot. And is this going to be an isolation raise from Ramon Kropmans?
And pretty fair fight. Ain't a bad spot for Harney here. 9-8 of clubs against King Jack of diamonds.
He's looking to 9x up after including the big blind ante here. Sprague actually just did that and is now in the money in the 3K. He had 1,000 chip on the bubble.
There you go.
Nice.
And then I lost a huge pot to him. So I wish the same for Mr. Harney here.
Live cards are live cards, and near enough 40% equity as we deal out the board.
Yeah,
Flop, turn, river.
Card just yet. A lot of potential here with this 9-8 of clubs.
Oh, it could be worse. I mean, yes, it's a jack-high flop, but straight possibilities, club possibilities.
Of clubs? I think it's 6 of clubs, but I would prefer a 10.
Oh. Kind of like a 6 of clubs.
Yeah. One more.
Additional outs for Harney.
Go on, then give it to him. Give the man a chance. Oh!
There we go.
I seen somebody win a tournament last
He can't believe it.
Don't call it a comeback.
Do not call it a comeback.
Can you just imagine what they're saying in the booth right now?
Every story needs a hero. That's what we're saying.
The proverbial chips and a chair.
What they're saying in the booth right now.
Probably not allowed.
By the way, it was interesting to see that we have Ramon Kropmans from Brazil. Now, of course, we're used to seeing Brazilian flags in the PokerStars client. We're used to seeing Brazilian flags on the EPT. Haven't seen that many Brazilian players at the Irish Open. We now have one at the feature table.
Very cool. I saw the pie chart of players in the Irish Open today. It was quite cool.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. 37% Ireland and 3% Canadian. That's all I can actually remember. But
a lot of countries represented.
Yeah, a ton. And then obviously there's another on there too with a whack of them. But yeah, very, very cool. I don't know if that's
for good reason.
Yeah. Oh wow, finds the King 6 suited fold and for good reason. It looks like
8 plays, 125, 9 fold.
The big blind ante. I'm really scared to fold King 6 suited coming up to the big blind. You know. He's only got one more hand now.
Jordan McGurr has opened here with ace queen. However, Kropman's with ace king.
What a fold.
What a fold indeed. Wow, this is probably going in.
PewDieTar asks, do you win the full big blind ante when you're in for less than the ante? Yes, I believe in this tournament, the big blind plays first.
Big blind plays first, I think, basically everywhere that I've played poker, except for a couple places in the States. I think the States are really negative on it, and I think Matt Savage is really negative on it. He thinks that the ante should go first, which I think I see a lot of arguments for. But I mean, the player experience is just absolutely demolished when you do that.
Correct.
So I really enjoy the way that Irish Open does it, EPTs do it, which is, big blind first, give people a chance, you know?
And no snap call here from Mooger, and for good reason. I mean, this is going to be a pretty strong range.
It is tough, but I mean, my chips would be in the middle already.
My chips would also be in the middle.
You've got ace queen suited.
It's true.
Presumably, this man might be jamming king queen, ace jack, worst pairs, you know?
1,060,000. No, 1,060,000.
It looks like he'll be putting it in.
Yeah. No shame in thinking about it, but a bit too high up in your range. Probably have the worst premium that you kind of have to put in here.
There it is.
Good. Okay, showdown please.
And he's not going to like the bad news.
It is a domination situation. And a great spot for Kropmans to double up through McGurr.
It's 960, I think.
You look lost, Bobby.
I think it's not, no, that's not 6. I can't 5. Sorry.
No, I'm good, thanks. Just about.
We're looking to get lucky against Kropmans, presumably our last Brazilian representative in this field.
King high flop, gut shot for McGurr.
Technically more outs. And backdoor spades, not out of it.
Definitely not out of it.
Spade on the turn.
Sweat to sweat to sweat.
Sweat. Big one.
Two spades were in the muck from Harney, pardon me.
Oh yeah, king 6, that's right.
Are there any more?
No. So Kropmans gets the double up. McGurr will be left with 555,000.
An understandable stretch from the table after that.
Sherry Dixon, watching on YouTube, asks, is this series always over Easter? Because I'm looking for next year's dates. Traditionally, plays the week leading up to the Easter weekend, with the main event played over the Easter weekend, Good Friday through Easter Monday.
I really appreciate it. No, you can't tell me.
Kogi says, I've always felt like the ante should play first, but I like the idea of big blind getting a better shot to come back with the big blind playing first. Toby Stone, tournament director on the EPT, says he would like to rename the big blind ante, call it something different so that this debate would stop. As far as he's concerned, it's something different, and you shouldn't think of it like a normal ante. Dara Khani.
I think that's pretty reasonable, considering when you take into fact that whenever you're on a table with different players or a different amount of players, it's effectively a different ante that people are paying, even though one person's only paying the ante, right? So I'm pretty down with that. And like I said, I think it's just such a better player experience. I really don't like the ante first, even if it is logical from it being called big blind ante.
So we've established that Dara is still in. David Lappin also still has a stack.
Looking pretty short though.
50 players remain now in the Irish Open main event.
I'd love to see an Irishman win the Irish Open, but unfortunately my good friend Connor is still in, so I think he will be winning.
Connor Barisford.
Was he on the feature earlier?
Was on the feature table early on, yes. Okay, so it's McGurr versus Kropmans round 2.
Bit of an irregular min raise off, just under 10 big blinds.
Loving it.
Yeah, it's might be.
I think I'd probably just jam, but I think if I had ace king suited, I would definitely raise and find some raises with a bunch of other hands too. I think it's like quite a cool move that like a lot of maybe recreational players or other players that might not have mixed up, but 9 big blind to 15 big blind opens, deep win instead of just playing push or fold for sure.
Yeah.
It's like you might just win it though, unless Cena wants to give him a run for his money.
The Hunted Hippo says, keep us updated on Brandon, please. He seems like a really nice chap. Looks can be deceptive.
Don't listen to him. Brandon is a lovely, lovely fellow. He's still in though?
He is still in.
Do we have a chip? Do we have a chip count? Is there?
So they would have done a chip count at the break.
Okay.
Was it 3,235?
Hovering around the 1 million mark.
Okay. Okay.
Which one do you want?
Played all right at the feature.
I don't doubt it.
Spin for your favor.
Yeah.
I don't doubt it. Kid's got a good head on his shoulders. He plays cards.
Yeah, I think that's good.
3 hands in a row. Oh, wow.
Good.
Ace queen suited, ace king and tens.
With tens, and you'll notice that Harney has been forced all in the big blind with the worst starting hand.
But would have been out if you'd put in the king 6.
I was going to say, to be fair, would have been out, yeah. I would have been out of the poker tournament, and he is in with a fighting chance, so.
130.
Do you think Harney's looked, judging by his face?
Can I sweat them?
Yeah. Oh.
No. Can I sweat them?
I'm guessing he's seen what he has.
All right, now the booth will be talking if you win.
It's making even better too if you win this pot. They give you your own TV show.
I will leave the table if you win this. I'll come in tomorrow.
It says 180 as well, but I believe it's only 120K pot.
I'm not going to offer you good luck.
Wait, no, there should be 150 in there. Sorry, 150.
Yeah.
Well,
2 6s, but not 2 7s.
There's a chance. Give the man a sweat.
Any 3, 4, 8, or 9.
7 or deuce.
A lot of cards.
Just keep it under an 8, dealer.
Now I will love a king.
Keep it under a 9.
Oh, the gin card.
I'm turning around and I'm heading this direction, and you're just making it
very easy.
I burn up for it.
Dermot Haney bricks the river and is eliminated in 50th place. Qualified on Paddy for €5, cashes out for 7,220 euros.
We'll take it.
Hey, that's a hell of a run. Over 3,200 players here in your hometown. Must have had such a blast over these 3 days. And nothing to be ashamed of, sort of limping around and eventually bleeding out.
Parker, what's the event you're trying to play?
The 1K mystery bounty. I have about 5 more minutes if you want to send me off.
I was going to say,
anytime.
the floor just want to make it clear you have 13 minutes to take your seat.
Oh, 13 minutes. I thought I only had 8.
No, you have 13 minutes to take your seat.
Oh, that sounds fun. Maybe I'll join you.
I saw.
Griffin, you're going nowhere.
I saw one.
Oh, right, the chain around my ankle. Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, it's called a paycheck. Ace 7, the hand for Parkinson, the Spraggy.
You see that? Yeah, it's a black one. Just sit there.
Well,
Think he's in it.
Playing 11.5 bigs, under gun one. The sprag's basically a rag. Get it out of there.
This is a spot that is like a very interesting, reasonable situation to min-raise. Yeah. I mean, maybe not with ace-7 exactly. Maybe you know, he's ace-8 suited or ace-5 suited or something like that. But
50-50.
It's better than showing it up and he's wrong. So let's
see what they're
just say
yelling
that
about
he saw
first.
black card. Thanks for being honest.
Yeah.
Anytime somebody says they saw something, they're being honest anyway. So black card, he thinks he saw it.
Perfect.
So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it. I don't think, but I don't think it's really crazy at all. You know?
Yeah.
Black cards matter.
And please sort the player ID tickets and the lost tickets in front of the room.
I didn't realize that the microphone in the room was so loud on the broadcast as well. It's quite loud in the room, but I
really
have to
loud
have
in
the
the room.
headphones in, so I don't hear it as much, but it's quite loud, yeah.
The frequency of the announcements is also...
Yeah. I mean, that is, again, a byproduct, though, of there being, like, one big room and them running, like, 6 tournaments at a time all day in here, right?
Not forgetting the advertisements for upcoming tournaments and...
$5, a €5 bag of cash entry.
Yes.
How much is?
Which I'm going to win tonight, by the way.
Huber shoving the sixes. Good spot recognition here, facing the hijack open from Kropman's. Going to have some fold equity here with this 13-14 big blind shove. Holding out hands just like this.
Likely getting the job done, yeah.
Good. Gets it through.
Effectively doubled his stack after losing that ace-queen to ace-king hand with a few shoves and min raises. So Huber is on, trending up.
Should get a new player at the feature table pretty soon. Filling the seat vacated by Dermot Harney. Parkinson first to act. Folds. Alex Romero out. King 10 for Ramon Kropmans.
I played with this man in the 5K, actually. I think he might have cashed. He's having an all right trip, too.
There you go.
Adrian Thorne folds. Helder Senna. 10-7 off. Jordan McGurr gives up the small blind. It's Cully Sadu in the big blind.
No defend of 6-3.
You know, when you first said that gentleman's name, I thought it was Kalidou for a second. I was looking for this mountain of a man on the table, but...
Kalidou?
Yeah.
How do you say his name?
Kalidou? No?
Kalidou,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I was commentating the event that he won. Which one was it? Was it Prague?
Prague 2017.
There you go. I've been working here that long? Jeez.
I know, some of you haven't been fired yet.
Have you just got all the winners in your mind? How many could
Most
you name?
of them.
How many could you name in the last, since the beginning?
Since the beginning?
Yeah.
The majority, but there are some blind spots.
You reckon you get the last 10 years straight?
No.
No?
No.
Less memorable than the good old days?
I
or?
mean, bear in mind that when you get into the middle, it's like 14 or 15 events a year. Not all of them were televised or streamed.
14 or 15 events a year?
Yeah, yeah.
Was there that many EPTs at one point?
Correct.
Oh my God. When was that?
2012.
That actually sounds familiar because I remember I would go on tour and stay in Europe.
I think,
when I would play.
yeah, I mean, I believe it. 15 events.
Yeah.
I feel like the first one I played was
like it was
11 years ago.
Right.
EPT Berlin. What was the last EPT Berlin?
2013.
2013.
One
So
that I won.
11 years ago. Yeah.
All right, roll.
Yeah, that was my first CPT.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember 2012 was when I first, I think, came on the tour, and it was like Vienna, San Remo, and there was another stop that was really interesting. Do you remember that one?
I mean, there was Campione.
That's what it was.
Yeah, that 2012 was like literally like Copenhagen, followed by Madrid, followed by Campione, followed
You
by
were home
San
for
Remo.
like a week at a time.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
I think I'm gonna have to leave you, gentlemen.
Fair
I have
enough.
4 minutes until they will take my tournament entry out of the tournament.
You've got some poker to play. Our thanks to Parker Talbot for dropping by. Winner of the 5K High Roller here at the 2024 Irish Open, and possibly the winner of the Mystery Bounty. Bernie asking, what are they guaranteed in prize money? The current payout is 7,220 euros. Still some way to go before we get regular money jumps. We're still doing it in like decent batches.
Senna with the big old ace-king. Cropman's raising the very strong ace-jack suited. Kind of stack size, though, and I think the kind of player that the Brazilian will be able to find some folds with this combination. Just not expecting Senna to look down at the ace-10 and shove it here, the king-queen. So let's see how Senna approaches this, whether it's just going to play as a pure shove for these 17 big blinds, or if he's going to find a re-raise.
New player at the table. We've seen him before. It's Richard Weeks from the UK. That is a shove from the ace-king. Folded round to the big blind. Romero with tens.
Wow. And the same principle applies here for Romero as Cropman's decision, where it just folded back to him. The difference, of course, being that Romero does technically have a stronger hand with the tens, but the range doesn't change, right? If we assume Senna is only shoving here with jacks through aces and ace-queen plus, tens isn't doing that great against that range, and you still have to worry about Cropman's waking up. So I think this hand might actually represent the top of Romero's folding range here, and there it is. You can see, a bit frustrated.
1,040,000.
Yeah, and always annoying to fold a near premium like ace-jack suited, but both of these men understand their ranges so well, I think. And Senna isn't going to get action, but avoided a big flip. And fights on.
Down to 48 players. Quentin Girardet was 49th place finisher.
Sorry, I will count your stack. Just can you... Sorry. You want to be the... so slow, huh? I do apologize. So slow and it's stop. Yeah, TV table. Yes, it is. Have a good hand? Yes. Yeah. You don't open like what do you think? It's queen? It's queen, I think. Yeah. Pocket tens. So I have ace jack. I'm not lying, you can see it. Yeah. And if he falls, I show him for sure.
Both Klopmans and Romero commiserating over their big folds.
Queen 10 for Senna. Weeks folding 7-3. Rounds the blinds, 10-9 off for Alex Romero in the small. And Queen 4 suited for Cropman's in the big.
This part of Cropman's range will probably elect to check back. Does have some playability. You know, were this Queen 4 off, might be more inclined to just raise and hope to take it down pre-flop, but with those clubs, you would hate to try to isolate here and then not get to see a flop if your opponent limp raised.
King 6-5.
I think a decent candidate for Romero to start betting, and that's because of the way that the 10-9 will interact with a lot of turn cards, especially with that 9 of spades. You know, if your opponent has a 5 or a 6 here, of course he's going to call, but, you know, if you turn a jack or a 7 or an 8, you can keep betting and really pressurize that sort of range. And you're gonna fold some better hands, some jack highs and some queen highs. This is the kind of hand that is difficult to continue for Cropman's, even if he recognizes that he's going to be ahead some of the time and does find that call. I think one of the worst hands he's going to be prepared to call with here, but great spot recognition and just hoping to improve or see Romero slow down. And it will be very difficult for Romero to continue on a card like that. You know, going to be hard to fold out a 6 or a 5 when the king pairs on the turn. Yeah, Romero waving the white flag. Does have a good deal of equity, though. Just a bit of a song and dance, I think, from Cropman's, appearing to think about betting, like he wants to get value from his king or protect his 6. But you know what? He is going to decide to bet. He wants to just start representing here and fold out some hands with some equity like what Romero has.
So the bet is 90,000.
Very nice hand from the Brazilian.
We're going to check on the current chip leader, Griffin. Nin Van Heep has got heaps.
Damn.
5.4 million he's currently playing. He is #1 on the leaderboard with 46 players remaining. So I can tell you there have been a couple of eliminations. Larry Ryan going out in 48th place, and Dara Okani, Doke, eliminated in 47th.
That chip leader has a look, a name, and a lot of chips.
Meanwhile, Richard Weeks has queens at the feature table. If you want to hear Dara's hand history, it's a pretty brutal one. Got it in with jacks versus ace king. He hit a jack and then got 4 flushed.
Can I take some back?
Yikes. Oh, no.
Oh, that's for me.
Poor Weeks.
Talking of coolers.
It ain't right. Playing just over 20 big blinds, the unfoldable pocket queens. This one is sure to just play itself.
Counting out the 3-bet. Cropman's re-raising from the small blind. Adrian Thorne in the big blind. Ace-8. He folds. Action back on Weeks. The re-raises to 425,000. Shoves with queens. And gets called by Cropmans. So, Richard Weeks all in and way behind.
Just unavoidable. This is just the very nature of tournament poker. Every once in a while, the poker gods just choose you to get coolered, but there's always hope.
And there's always Guinness. Two clubs, but my opponent's got the ace of clubs, and I'll just keep drinking. Maybe I can get a queen on the turn.
Oh! Jamie Hardigan.
That deserves a drink, Richard. Now you just have to fade an ace on the river.
James Reginald Hardigan, how dare you?
Nice bink, Richard Weeks, and a nice double up to 3.16 million, leaving Ramon Cropmans with 740K.
This is only a pair.
Another sip of that good, and 3.1 million chips.
No, boys have doubled up. Queens against aces. Turn the queen. Miss clicked under the gun as well.
I know, Mitch, yeah. Same casino.
Yeah, he's my mate.
Did you play in Bristol as well?
I don't play in Bristol, but we play a lot.
Yeah. I was playing next.
366, the old put in the air.
Well, those of you asking about Brandon Winn, we've just counted his chips. He has 1.1 million right now. Remember, at the 30-60K blind level.
Always smiling, always having a laugh. Good vibes all day long from Brandon Winn. And a lot of fans, including some of the best and brightest, cheering him on.
Bit of a turn, right? Oh, and there's more.
I have to say, Cropmans took that very well.
We're on the street.
Absolutely, Richard. You keep playing. He says he's on a street, Griffin. He can feel it in his waters.
What?
Especially as his waters are now
Yeah, that's 200,000.
nicely coloured by Guinness.
We got better rounds.
Ace 10 suited under the gun.
Very irregular sizing here from Weeks, 3.5x under the gun.
Going to raise more, Griffin, so they respect your raises.
I mean, it is going to force the table to play quite honestly against you.
Yeah, raise and take it. Keep it going, Richard.
Oh, yeah, he's better than yeah.
the numbers? Big numbers. Big blind. Oh, sorry. 60 and 60. Yeah. Do apologise. I'll keep aware of that.
It's all right.
Aveam cum să nu plătesc. Mi-am întors și două negre. Dacă îmi dădea neagră pe river la mână. Neagră sau juve întreba. Că făceam quinta, aveam popă 10 și aveam as damă. Și întreia juvete sau neagră și două negre jos. Și l-avea as popă. Și n-am întors. As popă, as damă.
Round 2, the button. Adrian Thorne, Jack 9.
Am 900 de mii, am mai făcut vreo 300.
Thorne's got a real great seat here. I would suggest maybe the two strongest players on his direct right, one of which is now pretty short. So shouldn't get a lot of resistance, I think, on his left. Going to have a lot of opportunities to open a little wider. Weeks does have a holding he's prepared to fight with, though. Pocket 3 is very nice for a call. See if you can get lucky again.
Ooh. King, queen, he just flopped straight.
Sure did.
Going to get tough to get value off this, though, from a pair of threes.
Yeah, normally part of the reason you're loving life so much on this board is that you unblock all the other value hands that are going to continue here. You know, Weeks, a lot of the time, will have a king or a queen or, you know, 10-9 of sorts. So you're happy to bet and get some money going, but not with what Weeks has.
7-4.
Bet and a fold. Rock Now Radio asks, who is speaking Romanian at the table? That'll be the player from Romania. Thank you for your question.
Year of Romanian.
Sir, please, I will ask you to put the chips by 20, please.
Oh, in 20 piles? Yes, certainly. I was waiting for you to say that, actually.
Looks like Weeks has gone a bit rogue with his chip stacking. It's just the one rule, Weeks, that we all live by, the 20 stacks.
All right.
Sidhu here with a spot sort of.
Thank you, sir.
Right on the nose here. And does have the presence of mind to find the shove here. It's never an easy thing putting in those 11 and a half bigs, because your opponents can certainly wake up behind. You're hoping that if they do call, you're in one of those flips against ace king or ace queen. But he is going to be delivered some very, very grim news. Romero's tanking, yeah, it's just going to be ceremonial, really, right? Don't want to appear to be too strong. Got to make it seem like it's a decision, like you're sitting there with the ace-jack.
And Kelly Sidhu knows this is bad news.
Yeah. This is tens, ace queen plus, and fours are not doing very well against that.
So it's going to be a showdown, and Kelly Sidhu is dominated massively here. He's run fours into queens. He's the at-risk player.
And Muger in the big blind folded a 4.
Ugh.
So we are in one-out territory, save for some sort of miraculous straight. Has the suits covered. We're all black here.
Jamila von Perga territory. Pair of fours with one out. Nine, 6 deuce on the flop.
Little hope. Backdoor straight opportunity. Backdoor straight flush, 2 would work. The 6 and the 2.
Turn card, 9 of diamonds, so we're back to that 1 out.
4 of hearts.
Three on the river, and Cully Sadu is KO'd in 43rd place. €7,220.
It's not an amount to sniff at.
Thank you.
Alex Romero continuing to chip up here on day 3.
Oh. Where are you from, mate? Not English, are you?
No, I'm Portuguese living in Scotland.
Oh, it's a mixture.
Yeah,
I love Scotland. They're really friendly out there, and they have worked out there. Yeah. Yeah, I had 18 months up in Scotland. Loved it. And the higher up you go, the better they are. And bigger. The Isle of Jocks, and they're massive.
Griffin, would you like to react to some analysis from the chat pro?
Absolutely.
Diogo says, bros all in with a pair of 4s?
Yeah, I mean, it's Chat Pro Sunday, no?
No, no, no.
Okay.
You can shoot this guy down if you disagree.
Can't be results oriented, man. Sometimes, I mean, you got to acquire chips in this thing. Got to shove those small pairs for your 10 bigs sometimes. Just got to hope someone doesn't wake up.
Pewdie Tart says, can I please buy Weeks a beer? He seems so nice. He'll take a Guinness. Very kind offer.
6 fold, 7 fold.
Good. Just calling with King 7 in the small blind, and Parkinson is going to check his option with Jack 3 in the bag.
Yeah, I don't really agree with this line for McGurr here. I think this is a great opportunity to just shove and take this down. Instead, he's opened up the door for Podrick to hit this jack. Parkinson just starting with about 7 big blinds. King 7 just needs to play as a clean shove here. You take it down, you make 120K, you move on.
Why can I? I check and here is. Yeah.
Okay, so
no problem.
I check, 1 raise 175. And what? So 175. And 683.
Yeah.
Sure?
Yeah. Good.
You have to pass one.
Yeah. He saw me. He saw I checked.
You here for the week then, or?
Just for the week, yeah.
Yeah, I come on a Tuesday and going back on a Tuesday. Yeah.
Să încerc să numesc flopul neapărat, că să-mi vină și mie o carte.
It
Moară blindul.
cost me more than a flight. That was a funny
Acum a
day.
fost ieftin să vă flopul, știi?
Yeah, Romania.
Bristol.
Bristol.
Yeah. Have you ever been there?
No.
Yeah, it's worth a visit. I've worked all around the country. Yeah, I've always travelled.
Your feature to most places now on the table, so when you're on the post up, please shout loud and clearly
Ace Queen for Senna in the hijack, who recently told Richard Weeks that he is of Portuguese origin and now lives up in Scotland. Has been to Portugal, Griffin?
No, but I really want to.
Lovely country.
Yeah, say it's top 5 in potential destinations I haven't been to.
Popular golfing destination, if you're a golfer.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a golfer. Not particularly good, but
125, right?
yeah, Romero going to be happy to see a flop here, playing around 20 big blinds effective against Senna's stack. Let's see if we can make some magic happen with the 8-5 of hearts.
Jack, Jack 10, so that's a gut shot for Senna. Not too much for Romero.
Magic isn't real. I knew it.
Six bet, 75.
Nice little small bet here. Senna wanting to clear out some equity. I think some people would just check back here, but we would hate to get spiked on. Romero is thinking about doing something tricky here and is reaching for chips to the tune of 225.
225.
Pretty risky move from Romero here, but you know, attacking a hand like this, how much is Senna really going to want to get sticky with just this gut shot? You do start to worry, oh boy, does my opponent already have a jack? Just from a theoretical standpoint, you don't want to start bet folding this flop, right? You either want to check back or bet call. If Romero is check raising this combination, think about all the other ones he's prepared to, so a lot of different hands. This is going to get very interesting. Oh, 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 oh.
One king of clubs. Oh, 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 oh.
And yeah, that is going to be the shutdown card for Romero for sure. Completes some straights. It's just all over Senna's range here. Whether it's the ace queen that he has, some king queens, some ace kings. Can't fault Romero for trying. A lot of different turn cards. I think he might be able to find another bet and get the ace high to fold, but
.42 remaining. Day 3 of the Irish Open main event. A day where we might not get to the final table. It's not impossible, just improbable. That does happen. We hit that final table, we'll cease play. If not, we'll keep going till we've played 10 full levels today, probably around midnight tonight. At that point, we should be down to 2 tables, Griff, worst case scenario. And those players will bag and tag and return for the final day tomorrow. And tomorrow we're definitely playing down to a winner. It's definitely the last day tomorrow.
It's good like this?
I hope so. I have a flight on Tuesday.
It's 8, are you sure? Okay, 6, 12, 120.
They are too good. That's why they don't see it.
They don't believe it.
Yeah, they have
No way he got that. Yeah.
He's scaring the TV, my parents.
1 4.
Thorns under the gun raise has resulted in a number of folds. We've come around to Cropman's in the big blind.
Yeah, I think Cropman's has license to call here, try to flop some equity on this 10 big blind stack. Let's see if we can get a little bit lucky.
Queen, Queen 7, just the one heart.
So bet 90.
Thorn making it 90K.
Not instantly folding here. Trying to decide if he has a little bit of room, I think, to
keep it going. You need something like that, yeah.
get tricky here. What if I make it 205,000?
Last two tables. Last table.
That would leave me with
is that 10 or
360 at 60K.
Tomorrow?
No, it's in the last table.
Yeah, last table today.
Yeah, 10.
Oh, he's doing it. You cheeky bugger. This is really, really intricate stuff.
In the words of the shaman, naughty, naughty. Very, very naughty.
You played before? You played this before? This Irish?
No, it's first.
No, nor me.
Yeah,
Where you from?
Romania.
And I would love to see Thorn
My daughter just come back from
not buy
Ireland. She just
this
put it 'cause it was cheap. She
to
was
the
going
tune of
around,
either
managed to get a couple of friends
shoving
over
or
her.
calling.
Where did she
Loved
go?
it.
Where
I
did
don't
she?
know, but she
Problem
said
is
she loved
representing
it. She said it was
It's a really
lovely.
big
so
The people
thin.
was lovely. She said everywhere we went, she said they were so friendly.
Yeah.
Because I watched Barack. You know what I mean? So, yeah. And like she said, it was nothing like that. She said,
Problem's
brilliant.
really trying to get
yeah, so go back
murder
again.
here. I mean,
go back and she's recommending it to
putting in
everybody
about
else.
40% of his stack here.
Lovely people.
Yeah.
Well,
on the
you're
hope
nice
that
about
Thorn
yourself.
has
Thank
something like this and is prepared to fold, and he puts the rest of it in.
That was 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
And shoots him a glance,
It was a cheap holiday. She just picked
leaving
out
him with 6 big blinds.
for us laughing.
That's poker, baby. That's the
She
good
come back,
stuff.
she thoroughly recommended it.
Yeah.
Hello?
No, I'm
Oh,
staying.
we're back. We're back.
I'm staying there. You have to go to the.
You been there?
No.
That was one of our former feature tables, still being headlined by David Lappin.
No, we're going to Romania.
Yeah, it's over here.
I don't know about you there, James, but I think that elevates Adrian Thorn up to one to watch for me.
Okay.
That was some really good spot recognition.
Well done, Adrian. You just made it onto Griffin Benger's one to watch list.
It's a short list. I got my Thorn, I got my Sheth.
No, thank you, Taylor.
Connor still in?
Connor
one to
Barisford
watch.
still in.
David Lappin's one of my one to watches.
Yep, yep.
I think Romero's a bit of a one to watch.
How long are you here for then?
Oh, the chip leader dude, that guy.
He's got heaps.
I could watch him all day.
Tuesday?
Yeah, Tuesday. I came Tuesday and then leaving
Yeah, same as me. I come Tuesday. I qualified on the Wednesday, but there was no games I could play. Nothing. I thought, if I get knocked out today, I could play the bounty later on. And tomorrow, you've got the old man speed. Yeah, tomorrow. You
Yeah.
won't qualify with that, but I would. God's waiting room.
Weeks with 10-8 of diamonds under the gum.
No, thank you.
Says no thank you.
Polite. Oh!
Aces for McGurr.
200.
And it is a virtual all-in from McGurr, 200 out of 750.
Oh, no, McGurr, no. Don't like this at all. I mean, he's so well established a min-raise game off this stack, you know, with ace-king, and how do you not find it with the aces? Quite disappointed by the sizing here.
You hear that, McGurk? You're not on Griffin's one-to-watch
No,
list.
you
He's
are not.
very disappointed.
No. I really like the way he played a couple of the spots with the short stack, but the last two, that limp fold with the king seven and the big raise from the aces, not the way to go.
Thank you, dealer. He was a good one.
We have come to the end of that level.
Me
twice.
A reminder, in a month's time, we're going to be going scoopy-loopy because the Spring Championship of Online Poker is coming in May, straight off the back of EPT Monte Carlo. It will run from May 5th to 29th. A lot of people asking what the schedule is going to be. It hasn't been announced yet. It will be announced soon. I imagine in the next 10 days. Crucially, you can expect cards-up coverage of key tournaments on the PokerStars Twitch channel. I'm sure Nick will be doing some streams. I'm sure we'll bring you 3 consecutive days of main event coverage on the final 3 days of the series. And I'm sure there'll be something for everyone. That's the whole thing with Scoop, the low, medium, high buy-ins, variety of games and formats. Should be a fun month of poker. May 5th to 29th on Stars.
So this is 70. Yeah. 80.
Oh, we've got another 60 minutes. I thought that was the break.
No break. Another 60 minutes of poker to be played. And the blinds going up.
8 fold. Yeah. Can you put your cards in the box, please? Yeah. Thank you.
We are now playing 40,000, 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante. And Nick Walsh has rejoined us on the stream.
We're back. Hello. Thank you for having me.
No, she's psychic.
She said to put the cards.
I thought it was just a like.
Sorry?
And we have it all in here.
String bet, I thought it was.
Quite a loose shove actually here from Parkinson. I think that probably about 2 notches too loose here off this stack of 12 big blinds, and is going to run into the nines, the dominating nines of Cropman's, and another 3 players to go.
C3 call. C3 all in. C4 fold.
Senna in the small blind.
C6 fold.
Ace again.
Weeks folding the big blind.
C7 fold.
And this is a great spot for Cropmans to double up.
I'll take the other one if you like.
Go for it. I do. Ace 9. Ace 9.
Pretty brutal
Apologizing
level here for Cropmans between losing with the aces to Weeks' queens. The bluff that didn't work against Thorne, and now
Oh, that's so brutal.
icing on the cake.
1 out for Cropmans. And has that been folded?
Yeah.
That's faded out. Who folded the 9 of spades?
The 9 of spades was folded by Weeks in the big blind with the ace 9.
Oh,
so
he screwed
drawing
them.
dead, unfortunately.
So that will be Ramon Cropmans finishing in 41st place and cashing for €7,270.
Will no longer be following Ramon.
Hello.
That is GG's. Very unfortunate run out there. Great spot for the nines.
Don't worry. Enjoy.
Nick, where'd you come from?
I know.
Yeah. Good luck.
Still apologize.
Sneaking in there.
Queens, my friend.
Don't
You
worry.
should have won.
Does feel like Cropmans deserve better, but that's the nature of the game. That's the beast right there.
Everyone with his luck.
It'll eat you up.
There's a shot of Brandon out there in the field, still battling.
Just Does he ever not have a smile on his face?
So Brandon Winn is the PokerStars live events VIP host. Also, as we were saying yesterday, has to clean up after all of the ambassadors, sort out their problems. They're a difficult bunch. Doing a great job going deep in this event. Not just repping people who work full-time for PokerStars, but also repping the very small island of the Isle of Man.
That's why we're all here. Yeah. I thought I was skillful.
That's a skill. 100%.
Now, how does the Isle of Man work exactly? Is it like a like how all boys schools are? Like, are there women on the island? How does it work?
I'm the lucky player.
I've been there a fair few times. It is a very beautiful island. Obviously, as you can imagine, extremely rainy. A rock in the middle of the,
and both
of the sea, basically.
right?
And officially all dudes, yeah.
No, really? Okay. Now I know why you went. Bro out on Isle of Man. There's Weeks, having a brilliant level since arriving. And very chatty. Having a grand old time.
Seat 8 folding. Seat 7 fold.
And a shove and a take it down. I appreciate the chattiness. That's something that I think we get a lot more here in Ireland than we do in other stops, Griff.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, one of my biggest takeaways from this trip, and not something I really noticed until this time, is, of course, there's the famous Irish crackdown here.
Yep.
Where everyone's been hanging out and drinking, having a good time. The karaoke got rave reviews last night, and one of the first nights I was here, I was talking to Phil about how there's all these there's like 2 or 3 beautiful, comfortable couches, and not a single person sitting in any of them. And I'm like, is this just like the greatest party ever that everyone wants to be up and at him? And he's like, I'm like, or is it a cultural thing? And he says, no, it's an Irish thing. It's considered like, you know, you're supposed to be up and active and talking. And I thought that was so interesting, you know?
There you go.
Really, no one was sitting on the couches. It was amazing.
You can't let your friends down like that.
I guess
you got to be up and about.
Yeah. Have your Guinness, have your shot, hang out, have a chat. What's the crack?
What's the crack? Indeed. And yeah, the new and improved crackdown. I mean, last year, obviously, you had the Players Lounge. This is a big improvement. Much more space, lots more activities, lots more games going on.
And a great pun.
And an absolutely fantastic pun. So that's a raise from the pocket sevens and the hijack for Thorne.
I know you just got here, Nick, and I don't know if you overheard, but Adrian Thorne, the Razor with the pocket sevens, has officially made my one-to-watch list.
I heard about the one-to-watch list. Yeah, absolutely.
Parkinson, an opportunity to see a flop here. Let's call this one a flip-flop.
A flip-flop indeed, and board is not improving King Jack, but does give him 2 over cards and the gut shot.
Pretty flip-floppy.
Yeah, both players going to have considerable equity here. How does Mr. Thorne feel about a continuation bet on 10-9-5? Might opt to just find a check here sometimes. I think c-betting is totally cool, though, as well, if you want as well.
Yeah. I think c-betting's fine, too, but the problem is, especially when you don't even have the 7 of hearts, it's like there's so many hands that can just find check raises against you here, and then you could be folding the best hand.
Yep.
I like the under-rep check back, and then also you're going to be able to, you know, rep something like an ace and even get a 9 to fold on the turn here.
Sure. And there it is. Decides to delayed c-bet and gets the job done.
You're doing better.
No, he's
You need, yeah?
I'm going down.
Okay.
Yeah, I got Buddha, you got better lucky ones you have.
When I moved here, what happened?
There's an artsy shot of David Lappin. Fighting. Been very talkative at the table, very engaged. Played a couple hands brilliantly earlier in the day and also got very, very bluffed by Sheth. So run the gamut so far today. 40 people remaining now.
Good man.
Is that the chip leader in seat 8?
He knows.
2, 4.5.
Not too bad, yourself.
Many bullets you fire with this?
2, 4, 6. Can I?
We will get to see who the new players joining the table are.
I was on here to start.
Are you ready?
Got more than I left with. Somehow.
Okay, seat.
And that looks like an all-in from seat 3.
What is that today?
That is going to be John Park.
710. Yes.
So almost triple up.
And seat number 9, 4,600,000.
That is our chip leader. Hypnin.
Jesus, what are those two?
Both players from Ireland.
Yes.
The Lucky Charms are doing well, anyway.
If you want any help, show us the cards and I'll let you know what to do.
They go very high, yeah?
Small big blind. You will
Yeah, you
miss 110.
keep the cards close because, yeah.
So seat 9 gonna miss 110. Small blind.
Well, it was a bit of a transition the first time you're on a feature.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yep, seat 3, John Park. Seat 8,
Small blind will be seat
Heap
1.
Neen.
Big blind will be seat 2. Seat 9 misses this.
Both IRE.
Yeah. Okay. I can start.
And we're back in the mix. New players added.
Seat 3. Fold.
There's Alex in the background there.
Gotta love some Alex.
Seat 4. Fold.
With the blinds up to 80K, some people are going to be more inclined to shove. We saw Park, who's just joined the table with just 9 big blinds under the gun. That's going to be cut down to 7 if he doesn't win his big blind and big blind ante back in the next hand.
Oh, hello.
Seat 1, all in. Seat 2, fold.
Just the straight rip. I can't help but think that might have been a missed opportunity there, Griff.
Yeah.
I mean, Parkinson obviously getting towards the shallower side, but still, I imagine plenty of raising there, not all in. Quick take a look at these chip counts, guys. Just joined the table. Heap Neen, Irish flag, 4.625 million, 57 big blinds, and the chip leader here on our feature. John Daniel Park, 8 big blinds, a little bit of work to do. Also just joined our table just a moment ago. So one player with everything to win, and one player who needs to defend that top spot.
Even though you know how fast I play, like what?
Thank you.
One to watch, Mr. Thorne.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 50. Seat 4, fold. Seat 6, fold.
No. Weeks. Weeks, this isn't a home game.
Oh, dearie me.
No.
Is he going to do
no,
it for the stream?
You're not.
He's doing it for the stream.
Oh, my gosh. You dirty dog.
And
you
8, fold.
You Mad Hatter.
210 to go.
The 2.8x.
He's got a point to prove. Weeks is here. He's on camera, and he's going to win this pot. There's got to be a side bet somewhere.
Man.
There's got to be a side bet somewhere.
Show the fans. And Romero would have loved to have maybe peeled a minute. Oh, no, it's Park.
Oh, Park. He's the shortest player.
210.
He's the shortest player at our table. He's only got 8 big blinds. That's before he puts in the big blind and the big blind ante.
Weeks, what have you done?
He's got to go for it, and Weeks is just going to hand it to him with the 7 deuce.
Seat 7, fold.
And the fold. Absolutely chunks. Huge increase in terms of percentage.
Yeah, and Park didn't think he had
any fold equity.
For 3 big blinds for about 3 hours.
Little grin there. Look at the side eye. Can't believe he woke up with it. How much you want to bet? He has a side bet with a friend. He says, I bet you won't win a hand with 7 deuce on the feature table. And that ace queen just ruined it. That was his moment.
It's a good theory.
Unbelievable stuff.
I think my theory would be it was the equity of showing it to the table, of having a laugh, of having, you know, that's what the crack is right there. You want to know what the crack was? The crack is being at the Irish Open with 40 left and 3xing 7 deuce off to show it to the table, and then having some more Guinness.
How much is that worth in US dollars? The show.
That's a good question. Probably a couple $100.
Yeah. Approximately $100,000 lifetime. In any case, I love that heart. I love the attempt. And if that had gone through, that would have been an absolute highlight. In fact, I would still say that's a highlight hand anyway, regardless. And what a great spot for Park to pick up a huge chunk compared to his 8 big blind stack. You've got to love the crack here in Ireland.
I have to take this out, yeah?
Oh gosh, what is happening? They've gone rogue. The old men have gone rogue.
Wait a minute, is this an open from Parkinson?
This is a queen deuce offsuit open.
And is this a 2.5x open as well?
This is a 2.5x open with the queen deuce. We have the 7 deuce to queen deuce.
Thorn 1 to watch, queen 10 off. How can you possibly fold?
Yeah, Thorn is going to see a flop.
Does he ever 3-bet here is the question.
No. No, I don't think so. With Parkinson only having about 12 big blinds behind.
Yeah, probably not advisable. I would agree with that.
And it's going to go Parkinson's way.
Great board to have it continue. Parkinson does not have many big blinds behind, as you said. Not a lot of wiggle room for Thorn here. As you already said, the 3-bet pretty much out of the question against that stack depth. Unless you're intending on shoving because you got some sort of specific read. And a big continuation there is going to get the job done.
And it is just the stunning beauty of this game, isn't it? You can just do things that feel wrong as we're all watching it from home. Maybe it felt a little wrong when you were doing it, but when you get away with it, what a treat, right?
Absolutely. And those are the moments that you remember. Those are the ones that feel good.
It's like, you know, nicking a candy bar for the first time when you're a kid or something. It's just...
There's only one prize. Yeah. That's the best value all week. Yeah. No vig.
True.
I think they should charge some vig on it.
7 fold.
Oh, no, it wasn't the 7 deuce in the bin.
We keep coming back.
7 tray in the bin.
Seat 8 base. 116. 9
Gura
fold.
is going to open up the queen jack offsuits. UTG +1.
1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
'Sina definitely has a hand that can defend here. Only about 15 big blinds behind, though.
What?
The effective stack anyway being Magur here. Started the hand with about 10-ish. I think calling here is very, very, very reasonable. Nice hand like 5-4 suited is going to perform well. Really good price to continue here. But you're looking to hit this board pretty hard. There's not a lot of big blinds left to play for after you make this call. So 440K in the middle. Magur's got about 2x that, a little bit less. And that's not the flop you're looking for with 5-4 of clubs.
Six check.
Checks it over to the queen jack. Quick check from the queen jack as well. 10 of hearts in the turn, not much of a change.
Six check.
I would argue this check on the flop is pretty sus.
First time I played in TV.
Magur, he's going to have a lot of stuff like this, if not much stronger when he checks this board.
First time I did it, I'd had about 8 points, I think.
Loads of his weaker stuff just goes ahead and c-bets this as a bluff, I imagine. And yeah, that's going to work, getting that one in the stack. Nice little pickup for Magur here.
What were you drinking?
Yeah, just one second.
I just started drinking this is bored.
Big one.
See, they believe you, they don't believe me.
You didn't think of it.
Nice wide shot of this beautiful card room here in Dublin.
60 before you get home.
70, 80.
Oh, if you're lucky,
Those
both.
big screens keeping everybody informed regardless of what tournament that they're in. I love the clarity here, Griff. You know, I feel like it's very obvious what's going on for everyone involved, even if you're not in the main. Just very well-run tournament. I'll say it again.
Yeah.
I haven't tried that.
Good job, PokerStars. Good job, Paddy Poker. On to the next hand. Looks like Magur is going to be back in the driver's seat once more. Pocket tens under the gun.
Eight raise. 160.
Just the min raise.
Nine fold. One fold.
You got any napkin or something? No, I just can't get the button. I don't know where.
Can I go to the bathroom? I had 4 pints.
Six fold.
Holds round to weeks. Very dominated here with the 10-8 offsuit.
Seven fold.
And is going to let it go. He's going to show the tens. Magur happy just to take that one down and show everyone he's not messing around here. There's a shot of our chip leader, Konstantinos Vatseris. He's got about 6.3 million chips. How are you feeling with 6.3, Griff?
Feeling pretty good, and this is a player that impressed us a lot yesterday, and then we found out that was a super fan. Got into poker from watching the stream 14 years ago, and reflected on his experience yesterday. Said he was quite nervous, but I mean, he played really brilliantly. One of the best performances we've seen on the feature tables at this Irish Open, so I'm not at all surprised that he's kept that momentum going and finds himself with the chip lead at 6.3 million.
So you're saying he learned from the best?
There you go.
Yeah, okay, that's my takeaway. Thanks for that, guys.
Now, one-time chip leader, Nin here with the Queen 10 suited under the gun. Should expect to see him get involved here, start getting into the action.
Yeah, Queen 10 suited, so pretty.
Nine raise. 175. One fold. Two fold. Three fold.
Mr. Thorne, one to watch. King 4 off, folding the cutoff, excuse me.
Six fold. Seven fold.
All the way around, it's going to be a raise and take it.
Easy this game, isn't it?
Yeah, when you have a card. Just play the wide raise so
Under the gun.
you don't get bad beat.
Throw it everywhere.
That's hand you're very lucky. Case jack, very lucky. Still in the game. Because he have a king of spade as well. Either jack of spade, king of jack of spade. One big line now is a two time you're buying chips. That's crazy, isn't it?
2 on a bit.
Huh?
2 on a bit.
32,000 euro on one blind. Imagine, right? You only get 30,000?
30,000.
Big blind still 40K, 80K there, top right guys. 80K, big blind ante, very important to take into account.
2.5.
Parkinson going to get in the mix here with the king jack.
Sell them now.
It's crazy.
6 fold.
Is the blind ever stop or just kept going up? At some point?
Just keeps going up there.
Keep going up, is it?
7 fold. 8 fold.
Sounds like someone who hasn't played a great deal of tournaments.
Play 9 cards in the box.
Maybe more of a cash game background.
Thank you.
So versus under the gun here, guys.
220, and then 7, 1 million, 1.5.
Interesting decision point here. So 15 big blinds from the under the gun opener. Just decides to rip it in. How do you feel about this one, Griff? I guess it's pretty player dependent, especially raising off that shorter stack from Parkinson.
I'm always all in.
He's always all in, he says.
Now you got a chance, right?
You can win 3.
Yeah.
Not one.
Now you got a chance. I give you an opportunity. The question, you want to take or not?
6-1 fold.
Now don't mess with the big.
The dog. The dog. Big dog.
No, I'm not a big.
Again?
Button, good.
Does take that one down.
500,000.
I moved them up. Yeah, it's good now.
So big blind problem. Oh.
38 players remain, gang. Gonna try and squeeze in as much poker as possible today. Obviously resuming tomorrow to play down to the winner. Today is the penultimate day of poker from the Irish Poker Open 2024.
If you get bluffs, you don't have to act what you have, right? You're gonna find out yourself.
I wish I had it 2 days ago.
Huh?
I wish I had it over there 2 days ago. Yes, it is.
But it's already like, I know, it's like 15-minute delay or 20 minutes?
Half an hour.
Half an hour.
Half an hour?
Yeah.
I have some like crazy hand again. The young man, I sit one there. I play the same strategies, talking and then get all his stack. That's why.
4 fold.
Same again too. There he got
You
bluff.
didn't get all my stacks.
He got bluff, and I showed the bluff. But the second time I have a nurse, and then he tried to bluff me one guy.
6 fold.
Fold round, gang, and weeks. Queen deuce off in the cutoff.
Yeah, he bluffed me off.
What a character.
What a character with the 7
Seat
deuce
8.
earlier.
175?
9 raise, 175. One fold.
Yeah, a small steal takes it down. What's that, 2 and a bit? 2 and a bit bigs? There's a look at the chip counts, gang. Feature table chip leader, 5.24. Not the overall chip leader, but not a million miles off. Maybe about a million chips off. 65 big blinds for Heap Neen. John Park still the guy at risk here. 11 big blinds, needs a spin to remain in this tournament, but we got these luxury blind levels here in Dublin. Still plenty of play. Blinds 40K, 80K as we continue. 38 players remain. And we're back in the mix down at our feature table.
Oh my goodness, it might just be Nin's day.
Huh?
175.
Sorry?
Oh no, play.
You want to raise?
I say 175.
I was saying
Nine
it's
raise,
the third in a row. I was guessing what you will say. I said in the same time.
Romero looks interested.
Hold.
It is going to be to the tune of a call. Only playing 15 big blinds here first, so for his sake, pardon me, I hope it's not an 8 deuce flop.
That would be pretty spicy and not great for Romero. It's
That's
a 7-5-5 flop.
Yeah, and that's going to be the flop that I think is going to spell the end for Romero. I think you can very comfortably play this as a check raise get in.
200.
9 bet 200.
You're not going to expect your opponent to have a lot of overpairs here, just raising on the button. You want to protect this 2-pair when you're this short stacked.
Yep, and you'll notice Neen going for, you know, a half pot or close to it continuation here. There's a lot of additional dead money because you'd expect Neen to very probably just go for a smaller size here on this texture a lot of the time.
Yeah, it does have some backdoor outs here with this 8-7, but this is just a big cooler. I think this call from the big blind is fine, facing that min raise, and then once you get this flop, you're just destined to be the 38th finisher in the Irish Open 2024.
I would agree. So Romero needs to improve. This is our heads-up champion from earlier this week. Can he improve to the 6 and or the 7?
This reminds me of Joseph Chong against, what was his name, the little guy? Very famous early and during the World Series main, where similar to this, getting a huge stack in. Well, this isn't huge, but that's going to do it.
So GG's to Romero, eliminated in 37th place.
TV, seat open. Seat open, TV.
And that will mean a significant cash, very deep run here, 3,233 entrants and 37th place finish, nothing to sniff at. And our featured table chip lead of Neen is going to stack up a few more. That might get him a little bit closer to the overall chip lead at this stage. We'll need to verify that as we go.
Where's the winner? It's been nothing now.
The keeper of the phones, Alex.
Where are you from, sir?
Romania.
Romania.
You? Oh, so you're basically Irish.
almost.
I went for a lovely walk today, Nick.
Oh, did you?
I kind of stumbled upon it. I walked between levels there when I had the 2 levels off. Just walking back to the hotel. It was like such a beautiful day. I'm like, I kind of want to stay out more. And I just looked to my left. You've been to the Herbert with me. You saw, like, walked from the Herbert to the left. There was a beautiful market with a bunch of all this amazing food and selling these little knit hats. And there was this beautiful park. And I went for a nice little stroll.
Lovely.
Took some photos.
So I chose
It's nice. So it was a rare, you know.
Yep.
We are so often in the booth out here.
True. Yeah, I went for a little walk actually a couple days ago, and honestly, even just some of the houses around here, really, really nice. And obviously, Dublin famous for its beautiful doors, all the different colors, all different shapes, very majestic, very regal.
Yes, he's doing it. He's doing it. Seat 6 fold. Seat 7 fold.
Weeks has decided to chill out after the 7 deuce opportunity.
Eight fold.
The big blind himself, is it?
Only big blind.
175?
Seat 9.
And Ninda's going to play the rush here. I actually don't mind this. I think he's reading this table quite correctly, but unfortunately, Park is going to wake up with a great shoving hand from the big blind here.
Could be aces again.
Yep. Park has been shallow, but has found plenty of opportunities to get the chips in pretty easy. And we'll take this one down again. So managing to chip off up off a couple looser, and in one case, a much looser open. Probably playing closer to 14, 15 bigs now.
Outer table check.
We're going out, guys. This is Georgios Toloftas. He just called a huge bluff from Ravi Set with top pair, won a pot around 5 million. He's playing just over 8 million now. He's also on the same table as our previous chip leader, Konstantinos Vatseris. And guess what, Griff? This will be our new final table after the dinner break.
New final table, huh? New feature table, my friend. Come on.
Six, fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold.
Oh my gosh, Podrick, you naughty boy.
6-1 raise. 175.
He's gone rogue again. Yeah, we're gonna have to reel in Parkinson. Yeah. Yep, he did the Queen Deuce earlier. Yep, 7-4 now.
7-4 now.
Yeah, into Thorn's big blind. Very capable player. Yeah.
No, I only came for the tournament.
And similar to that previous situation, Thorn had the Queen 10.
No.
Podrick's Queen Deuce. This time he has the Jack 4 suited. Again, dominating Parkinson, but this is the benefit.
More like 2 than 3, but
of having the lead, of being the aggressor. You know, if both of them break a board here, if it comes ace high again, if it comes king 9, 6, this is Parkinson's pot again.
Oh, here we go.
I'm only played it maybe 1 or 2 events a year.
So say what you want. Podrick is prepared to splash around.
For fun.
For fun, yeah. I don't play online as
I like this one in the chat, though. Mark Wilson, YouTube, The Thorn Supremacy.
Nice.
That's one for you, Griff. One to watch.
If you would like to get involved in any other fight, that will have to be a super turbo. Folks, once again, 6-12-12, last level of open registration.
And would you look at that?
Just like that, Parkinson takes another one.
So what have we learned? That if it's folded to Parkinson in late position, doesn't see a lot of guys in front of him, he's just going to go for it regardless of holding.
He's in the mix. Love it.
Are we come back on the
mix?
Table?
No.
It's going to be another one, yeah? That's good, because I don't want to be on the TV table.
He's in the mix. He's in the mix. Been saying that a lot today. Need to mix that up.
Of course, adjust it.
Yeah.
He wants to mix up in the
I don't want people to know
As you said, very, very chatty.
Keep that until the last day.
It's okay, we
So
figured that out
characteristically
already. Don't worry about it.
Irish Open.
Well, you don't have to find out, right? So I'm going to tell you straight away what hand I have again when I shuffle in against you. You want to know?
No.
That's good.
I know already.
Like it. 6-7 fold.
Just a reminder, guys, blinds 40K, 80K with that 80K big blind ante. And Magora is going to be out here once more. Suited ace seems very reasonable.
9 fold. 1 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
You really like my blind, eh?
No,
You
it's
only
just a
raise my blind.
coincidence.
You don't raise nobody else.
It's just a coincidence.
Mr. Cena, Queen 10 suited.
20 minutes.
What?
20 minutes.
20 months? It's players and stuff? Paid them 33, I think it is.
How many players is it?
Yeah, 31.
31 paid.
And this.
Yeah, up to 5 digits, is it?
Santa's just checking to see what the initial starting stack was there. It's going to be important for that range.
Maybe up to 10.
I think you're always going to at least call, though. I think probably that's by far what you're going to do most of the time here. And does call. Board ace, deuce, 9. A great flop for ace 6. Not so hot for Cena's queen 10 suited.
Went to Derry for it.
Yeah, he said he was going to Derry to Cheltenham.
8.
It's stupid going to Cheltenham, I suppose.
Yeah. Second time we've seen Cena very reasonable
I don't want
defense.
your blind.
McGorry really doesn't mind showing at this point. He wants everyone to know he's only playing with good cards, Griff.
But not particularly yours.
Doesn't want anyone getting out of line, just enjoying his time here at the table, wants to stick around.
It was just a coincidence.
No trouble you for some
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
5.
Thank you.
Need them Y1 as well for one. No, you stack more.
Did I? Maybe I did.
25, 50. And then you're on 100 Y for
Small, big one?
sorry.
They're changing. Okay.
You're changing your shift.
40. Fold. 9 fold.
Parkinson this time with the pocket 7s in the hijack.
175.
Raises it up.
3 fold.
And 4 table left.
4 folds.
You're getting close, brother.
Huh?
You're getting close, brother.
This is going to go on a while though.
A lot of poker to
6
play.
fold.
Huh?
Still a lot of poker to play.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, this
At
one
the end of the
0 to 9.
End of the break.
7 fold.
Oh, this is probably one of the worst levels. Card dead.
So one more player will get a
Chips.
the next page on.
Yeah.
44 to
It's okay, too.
Not sure.
That ugly moment.
It doesn't matter here because you should see the outer tables.
yeah, next player you can page on.
Yeah, I keep looking.
Quick look at our chip counts there.
I'll do it straight away.
Evening 6.43 million. This is obviously the count from our feature table here. 80 big blinds. Helder Cena is now in the bottom spot. As we saw, John Park found a couple cool big blind opportunities to ship and collect chips. That puts Helder Cena in the danger zone. Danger zone! 11 big blinds and something to prove. Everyone else, very playable stacks. Still plenty of individuals here who'd like to see the chip up, of course. Wouldn't we all?
I've already done better
And
than I did last year.
player coming to seed 2. Thank you very much to our staff helping chips be moved.
You're right.
Just me and you?
Yeah. Like friends.
Love you with a big fat. Hey, will you fall for it? I'll let you have it. That's okay now, yeah. Have a walk. My friends.
Yeah.
We're best friends now.
Exactly. Exactly.
Terence or Uncle?
I don't.
Terence.
Been a busy boy then, have you?
Oh, I can't wait the break. I can't wait the break. Hopefully I will.
Oh, long break, 60 minutes.
Yeah, it's a good break.
Oh, yeah.
About 15 minutes left
Level.
in this level before dinner break.
We're all just stalling here to get up to the pay jumps.
And then we'll be up to a 100K big blind. That's going to really force the action on some of these 10 to 30 big blind stacks that will become about 7 to 25.
Every day a bonus.
But much easier mental math.
Yes.
The old 5100 level feels great.
The Stapes level.
The Stapes level, the human calculator level, and I'm here for it. So we're just taking some time to get our new C2 in there. Chips came across. Our dealer is just double checking stacks, which is great. And this is Alexander Davies coming into seat number 2 here.
Latest, like the new week.
This is my first game.
Like the new
I mean,
32 players remain.
You know how to learn how to play the game.
In the Irish Open
Probably
2024.
like, I'm only like 10 years, so I think I would assume maybe 1 year is more than 10 years.
Now that we verified that stack, play will resume. As Griffin said, about 15 minutes or so left, and then we're going to go on a 60-minute dinner break. Plenty of action to come, though, guys, so stick around. And obviously, more action from the final day tomorrow. Today is the penultimate day, Griff.
It's real. It's 50-50. Like with the experience.
Today is the only day when the pen is ultimately mightier than the sword.
Absolutely.
That's what I said.
Perfect.
I like playing these skillful players, these professionals.
So I've just been told, Griff,
They're all professional, but they need card as well.
sadly so, David Lappin
Can't beat that,
has been eliminated. We unfortunately didn't catch the hand.
One to watch. Another one down.
GG's to David, and
I've cursed them all.
I wonder if that means we might get some David Lappin action in the booth now. Seems likely. Obviously, it would be great to hear from David. Obviously,
The
a part of this-
Lappinator.
The Lappinator, as we call him, yeah. Out here, repping the community so frequently. Would love to hear his take on things from behind the scenes.
The rabbit, as the French would call him.
The
You know, I'm pretty sure Lapin is French for rabbit.
I love it.
I'm going to start calling him that, actually.
The Thorn Supremacy back in, back in the mix. I got to stop saying that. Back in action.
Sorry, I got to stop saying what? In the mix.
In the mix.
He's back in the mix with the ace jack off.
39.5 in the mix.
You know what I got to stop saying?
Oh, sorry. I thought it was a
fair fight between these nines and ace jack. It's funny when you do so many hours of commentary, you start to realize what your cliches are.
I actually turned on
Good
this.
for,
I actually turned on the stream earlier this
good
week.
for a couple of fair fights.
And the stream cut off just in time for you to say in the, and I knew you were about to say in the blender.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we've put so much time in the booth together now. Neither player really connecting here. Does Thorn bet here? Does he check here? I definitely don't mind a check on this board. It can go either way. You're going to get so many folds just by continuing right here.
You just want to bet.
I think you're going to get called by the 4x and the 5x. So really on balance.
I just like the bet because it just protects you.
Yeah.
And it's one of those combos that you're not going to lose sleep over getting check raise bluff. Like, it'll happen every once in a while. You're going to get worse hands to call. You charge the flush draws. You know, if you just check here and the turn's an offsuit jack, and this guy's got the jack 8 off or something, it's like, you know, he should be folding a lot of hands.
This is not the worst run out for ace jack to be the best hand.
Yeah, not much incentive to bet. And Thorn now might elect to get a little greedy, but that looks like a resigned face of like, all right, just give me the pot. But he also understands, you know, maybe I could just bet 150K here and get called by a 5.
Yeah.
But doesn't elect to do it. I don't think ace jack would have necessarily called. So one of my one to watches.
How long have you been here? 2 levels?
Make some chips.
How many people are on this watch list?
It was David Lappin.
Yeah.
It was, not sure about his pronunciation, but the British lad, Sheth, or he was on it. Did I mention Lappin? Lappin was on it.
He was on it.
Thorn was on it. Romero was on it. Basically, everyone that I put on it has busted. Connor was on it. I think Connor's still in.
Yep, he's right there. We can see him.
Yeah.
A real bad man. Man, 32 left. You got to start sweating at this point. This is getting notoriously close. Exceedingly close.
Notoriously close?
Yeah.
I guess in Ireland you can use a notorious pretty loosely.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that one adds up, but you know,
it's okay.
You can
Listen.
say, yeah, this is the point that is most notorious for busting in sad fashion because you're so close.
There you go.
There you go. Made it work.
Thorn with the crunchy queen jack. Gonna be happy to put some chips in the middle here. Hasn't been really any light 3-betting on this table for a while since the badass Brazilian was knocked out, as well as Romero. Those guys were really the ones that were getting crazy. We've seen some wild opens from the likes of Weeks and Parkinson, but not light 3-bets, and that's why this presumably eventual shove from Senna is going to look real strong.
Just a smidge of Hollywood. This actually looks pretty good to me. I think this is a reasonable look.
Yeah.
He's not doing the old.
All in. 6-6, all in.
I actually have a great inside joke about that with Parker.
Oh,
which
yeah?
I'll tell you about afterwards, yeah.
7 fold.
About the sigh.
Gotta love the sigh.
8 fold. 9 fold.
No, still the man here.
1 fold. You want count?
Close to 900.
Well, Griff, can you raise fold for 10 big blinds with Queen Jack of clubs?
Maybe if it was 10, but it's 11, and that is a big old difference. I think you can justify a call here for 8 or 9 big blinds, still representing a third of your stack if that were the case. 11 is probably just out of reach for Thorn here, especially with, you know, I think the tightness with which Senna is probably shoving here. Obviously, it's not always going to be aces. You are going to be flipping sometimes with the likes of 9s and 10s. Super live against your ace-kings.
Is that the same? Yeah.
No story, it's not how, it's how many.
This table very nice.
Yeah.
It's hot as soda. I've
Good
seen a lot
fold.
of TV tables. They look
Good fold, Thorny. That's why you're one to watch, see? You stick with me, we're going to go to the top.
Oh, we need a higher share.
Yeah. I think you
Kid's
can
got
get a
Maxi.
lift up.
What's that?
Yeah.
Can we leave open chair?
He doesn't just throw punches, he knows how to dodge.
You should go.
I
I
don't
think
know.
you should, but I don't know where is the...
I think...
So anyways, I'll do a quick version of the Parker thing.
Okay.
One of the first moments that really connected us, we were in a tournament in Montreal at the Playground Poker Club.
Sure.
And there was a moment where one of us had a big decision on the river and they were like sighing. And I had a hand like Jack's, I was value betting or whatever. It was like early on in the tournament. Then afterwards I said, you know what would have been so sick? If you'd done the big sigh, like because he was really thinking about calling with like mid pair or whatever, and then raise, because it's just like such a throw off, you know, like it's so like weirdly obvious that you're strong or whatever. Right. And then so we both agreed that we would try to find a spot to do it one day.
Yeah, like.
And then I did it the next day in the main event in a 5K, where the guy was value betting clearly with like top pair better, and I had like mid pair on like a 3-card straight board, and I went, Oh, gosh. like really wearing it. Like, oh, are you bluffing? I'm all in.
Oh man!
And it worked. And the guy pulled a top pair.
Oh, classic! It's the old reverse tell. Yeah, it's the old reverse tell. I love it.
Yeah. So much you can do with this beautiful game.
I actually had that happen to me recently. I had king queen on a king high board like rainbow, so I raised and the guy goes, I raised and I looked at him. And I said, okay, cool, I'm all in. And the guy goes, oh no, waits about another 2 minutes and he goes, I guess I call. I said, right, what do you got? He goes, top set.
That's just a slow roll. That's not the same thing.
No, but he actually.
I understand. He was worried you had like a straight or a flush.
No, but there was no straight or flush available. But I said, why'd you slow roll? He goes, I don't know what that means. And I go, fair enough, because he legitimately was like obviously a beginner.
Okay.
And then he goes, I just was really worried that they had a flush draw, so I was just worried you were going to hit it. So I just wanted to.
Oh, it wasn't even the river yet. Oh,
yeah, no, this was on the flop.
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah, real.
So, let's go over to Nin for a second here. Park could have justified shoving for the 12-ish bigs here. Instead has min raise, and that's why it's really.
320. Not the 320.
And so Neen here asking the dealer what the min raise is allowed to be with aces on the button.
That's so funny.
300.
I at this point we've heard some funny comments from Neen. I can't help but think he's toying with people at this stage. Earlier was asking whether or not the blinds would continue to go up or at some point they would stop.
I mean, in fairness, I think that he is proceeding with a certain authenticity. I think this is a real question he had. He wanted to make sure that he could make it less than 320. And would you look at that?
Oh, wow.
Park doesn't fall for the trap. And
I'm not getting them. She gave me.
Hey, it's my Buddha. I'm moving him back a bit.
But she gave me.
I'm moving this one back.
No, I say. I have a whole. I have a whole.
I didn't have 2 seconds, 2 time aces in the whole day. We have it in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I've been playing since Wednesday. I've had them once.
And then I have
should be just a few hands left, if not the last hand, before the fabled dinner break, where all these individuals can
not the last hand you have
get nourished for the stretch run. Just 32 remain here. A lot of 3s and 2s in this field right now. The amount left, the amount we started with, 32 of 32, 33.
You know, some people, right, they suck like that, and then they seen one cut twice, and then they thought they have the same card.
Thank you. 6 folds.
Wish I had that.
Did manage to get away from that spot. As you said, potentially could have just ripped that one, but got the read.
8 days.
McGour, pocket 4s.
160. 9 fold.
I might have been tempted just to rip this one, to be honest, Griff, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the hijack in particular, on 20 big blinds, you don't need to sort of run the risk of, running into it. The next 4 players.
Is it 20 bigs? Am I reading this wrong?
Yeah, it's 80K big blinds.
That's not fair.
He has
How could they
1.5
close
to start.
Okay, it was a little bit deeper than I thought. I also thought he was in the cutoff, so I take it back.
It's okay. I appreciate the opportunity to contradict you. It's
Thank
kind
you.
Of my kink.
Yeah, no, that's all good.
I have a contradiction kink with.
I'd like to provide you with anything I can.
You're not going to stay?
No, they're going to bring back to the table where it was, yeah. They change every break.
We're going out to the field, guys. Another shot there of Georgios Toloftas.
Once Brandon isn't smiling.
He's not smiling, but we saw him make that hero call earlier and is now absolutely monster stacked. As I said earlier, this table will become our feature table after the 60-minute dinner break. So you have that to look forward to. A couple really, really big stacks on this table, including our previous chip leader just 1 moment ago. Konstantinos Vatseris, that is, who had 6.3 million not that long ago.
No one ran out.
No, he's saying all of us.
Yeah, we have only 8 tables.
Just a few more hands left before we take that dinner break, guys. But don't forget, stick around. There's plenty of action to come here from Ireland. Indeed, a little bit of action. That'll keep you busy while we're waiting for action to resume.
They cannot break it.
Now, it's the same table. They'll just move the pick it.
4 inches 32 there.
Senna. Very curious time bank here. Maybe doesn't want to play another hand before the dinner break, but
yeah, potentially.
You're kind of then going to have to pay more, so this is very irregular. One might even suggest this is the opposite of what you should do. You should be trying to get another hand here so you pay that 80K and not 100K.
Yeah.
So maybe some backwards application of theory here.
I was joking.
Finally does fold. And if this is the last hand, know that it's going to have a lot to do. And look at that snap fold from Weeks, ace-7 suited.
Guys, we're going back out to the field.
Big one.
We just saw a shot of him. Georgios Toloftas, hand in progress. Board is king of clubs, 7 of clubs, 5 of clubs, 9 of clubs, 6 of clubs, all the clubs.
David Thielen, if you're still in the room, make your way up here.
Georgios Toloftas bets 1.2 million into a pot of around 2 million on the river. And Aiden Quinlan, seat 4, is thinking he eventually folds.
No, he called. Chip it, buddy. And that's the ace of clubs that he's showing him.
He does make the call?
Yep.
Are we sure?
Why would he turn the hand over?
He was just indicating what a fantastic fold he made.
I love all this contradiction right now.
In any case, that puts Georgios up to over 11 million. And as I said before, don't forget, this will be our feature table soon. Little glance at the cameras there. He can't believe how hot he's running. He's really spinning it up. It's got to be our chip leader now.
Yeah, that is a massive pot if you think about. You haven't really seen a lot of
and
7-figure bets.
Quite right. And I believe that means we are headed to a break. Let's take a look at some chip counts. This is from our feature table still, because of course we saw that massive pot just now. Heap Neen, 63 big blinds up top. John Parks still the one that needs to spin up down there with Helder Sena. Obviously new feature table after our 60-minute dinner break. Very much looking forward to seeing some of those monster stats going head to head. Don't go anywhere, guys. Live action will resume from the Irish Open here in Dublin 2024, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power. Stick around. See you in 60 minutes.
So anything can happen at this stage. The next few hands absolutely vital, John.
Yeah, Rory's got it. I mean, Ram's in a commanding lead here at the moment, and he's looking happy. The crowd's starting to cheer the homeboy.
And of course, less bad things could happen here than one of the Irish boys taking the other one's chips and knocking them out, because of course it put them in a strong heads-up position. What doesn't need to happen is Ram to take the next player out, because it'll almost be curtains.
18,000. Up comes 6, 2, 3.
And this is exactly what we have, the two Irish guys against each other. The 4 makes a middle pin straight for Drummond, but nothing really on yet, John. Let's see how they bet it. Drummond checks it. Liffey checks it. The 7 comes out again. Nobody's hit anything. Liffey checks. Drummond checks. We'll see the river. And it's a 5. He's hit it straight.
Yeah, Rory's going to be regretting slow playing his ace-jack here. He's let Jamie in now.
Jamie bets 20,000.
And it's a 20,000 bet from Jamie Drummond. Liffey calls it with absolutely nothing. He thinks he is high might do, and he's about to find out the perils, as John said, of slow playing an ace-jack 3-handed. Rory's played strong the whole way around. He did in that hand, he's paid the price. Good hand for Drummond. But for Swanee won't mind this at all, John. He can set all day. He's double what anyone else has at the table, and they can fight it out for buttons.
Well, yeah, but knowing Ram, he's not going to sit around all day. The blinds are quite high now, and you've got to get involved, even with mediocre hands when you're 3-handed.
Of course, the number of players will dictate the quality of your hand. Hands that you maybe fold when there's 8 players at the table.
Yeah.
You'll love when there's 3 players.
Yeah, I mean, what have we got? We've got 5 and 10,000 blinds and a 1,000 running ante. So let's see how everybody plays.
Let's see if that theory will be borne out here. We got a Queen 9, sort of a middle hand. Drummond calls that 3-handed.
Yeah, and Ram's calling as well.
7-2, something like that. 9-6, not far off. And it looks like it could be, and a check means it's a cheap flop, so it's all going to come down to that flop. A lot of 9s, a lot of 6s is going to cause some betting.
Flop comes 8-7-4.
Okay, so Rory's flopped the nuts straight. 5-6, 4-5-6, 7-8.
Dream flop for him.
20,000.
And Ram's betting it with an open-ended straight. He hasn't hit anything yet at all.
It's a nice feeling when people come out betting into you when you've got the nuts.
Liffey, of course, is going to bet this. The decision he'd be making now, Mr. Duthie, is does he raise at this stage or does he just reel them in?
Yeah, well, you know, he's thinking very carefully about it. He's working out how to get the most money out of this.
And Rory calls.
So he's just calling it. Very sensible play by Liffey. And Drummond, with his Queen-9, has got to say goodnight to this hand. But Vaswani's stack could take a bit of a beating here. Even if he hits his straight, it ain't going to help. There's only a split pot for him, and he hasn't hit that.
Well, let's see if he can smell out. Yeah, you know, Ram's too experienced. You know, he's sussed.
And the last card that comes is a Queen. No good for Vaswani. Is he going to try and steal the pot? That's exactly what he's going to do, and he's going to walk into this straight of Liffey. Rory has to raise, John.
All in.
And he calls all in. I'm getting quite good at this. I might start playing the game.
Yeah, I mean,
Vaswani can't call that. The hand's over. Liffey takes a whole lot of chips, and he's in a much better position than he was at the start of this particular hand. Ram's stack shrinks.
Yeah, Rory played it well. He got an extra 20 grand in there by playing it slowly.
Lovely, it's shaping up very nicely. Rory Liffey, the hometown boy, closing in on Ram Vaswani. With blinds so high, it can change on the turn of a card. We go again, three-handed here at the PokerStars.tv European Poker Tour in Dublin, and even three-handed at 2-3's not what you want to see, so Rory folds that. Jamie Drummond, a bit of an unknown quantity around this table, but not on these shores.
That is a massive hand, three-handed. Okay, he's just flat calling with a pair of queens.
So Ram again could be walking into something here. He checks it. He's got the Jack 3. And the best card for Drummond here would be a Jack. An interesting flop.
Yeah, no, it is.
Scare cards there, I suppose, for Swanee checking the big blind.
Well, they've both checked on the flop. It's nice play by Drummond, who must have been regretting checking now, just in case Ram's got an ace.
Let me point you to Vaswani's Jack. Of course, another heart in the river would give him the flush. It's all checked, and he doesn't hit that, but he does hit two pair. Now he's on the 3. Vaswani might try and steal this if Drummond checks, but he's going to bet it.
Well, I think Ram will call this. He's got two pairs. It's only 15,000.
I'm sending a message to him now via telekinesis. Don't call it, and he did. Have to practice that technique.
Jamie shows a pair of queens.
There you go.
And Drummond takes it. And Vaswani's learned something about Drummond. Three-handed, he's willing to slow play a pair of ladies. And the two Irish boys taking some of Ram's chips at the moment.
Yeah, no, I think Jamie played it well there. Okay, so...
Mischievous looking in Liffey's eyes at the moment. He quite fancies this. He knows everyone in the room, for crying out loud. Yeah. Except for the dealer, can I point that out?
They're all enjoying it. It's difficult to get a word in edgeways with you.
So you're in Ireland now, son. And an ace, as you say, John, three-handed is a massive card to have.
Yeah, it's good. He made it 25,000 to play.
Unsuited connectors for Jamie Drummond.
No, he doesn't.
Doesn't fancy it. Show us the other one, Ram. Oh.
Ram might be tempted to call the 15,000 here.
And he does just that. So we're going to get a flop. We're going to get 3 cards. Then we can reassess the situation. Liffey's looking an ace to come out. For Swanee, the Jack or 10 puts him in pole position. He doesn't hit that, but again, he's hit this open-ended straight. He's been burnt on it recently, but he's getting the 9, 10, Jack, Queen. So the 8, the King's good, but Rory's going to bet that, as he does. And
wow, he's played this really aggressively. Really aggressively. I mean, Rory's got an impossible call here because he hasn't got anything. He's just got the ace high, and he folds.
138,000.
Great poker play.
Very, very strong play by Ram. Very strong. Most people tend to only make that move with a big flush draw. You know, to do it with an open-ended straight draw is very strong.
High stakes, high standard of poker here. Rory in the lead, of course, with that ace, but Vaswani, as you say, gives him the impossible call, and he's made back a significant amount of chips.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The thing is, when you've got the chip, when you've got the number of chips that Ram's got at the moment, you can make these sort of moves because nobody, you know, you're going to take the player out, and you're still going to be left in.
9-4 in the hands and out of the hands of Rory Liffey. Jamie Drummond is looking at the moment at a pair of sevens.
Yeah, another big hand. He's just calling it. That's weak play to me. He should have really raised there. Okay, Ram checks.
And he's given them the chance of 3 cards to hit that 10 or to hit that queen.
That's right. So we've got 23,000 in this.
3, 5, queen.
And he hits the top pair, and Vaswani's going to like that. He's aggressive when he doesn't have the cards. Will you see what he's like when he does?
Well, now we'll probably see Drummond come out betting because he's got the middle. He's got the second highest pair.
Jamie bets 15,000.
Okay, now Ram's got to work out. What's he got here? Okay, so he's trying to find out. So he re-raises a small raise to get information and also to put a bit of pressure on his opponent.
Jamie, of course, is going to need to hit that 7. 2 left in the pack, and he'll need one of them. Vaswani with the top pair on board. Kicker's not an issue in this hand. And he folds. You said at the time it was weak play, not raising pre-flop, and he's been caught. Those Irish eyes aren't smiling. Ram Vaswani, a very, very happy man right now. The pressure of playing poker around your tables in your living room or your dining room or at your local small club is nothing when there's so much money. Hundreds of thousands of euros up for grabs here, and more importantly, a seat at the final of the European Poker Tour in Monte Carlo later this year. One of these 3 players will be going, all expenses paid. And we got some massive cards on board, 3-handed at the moment. Vaswani calls just with an ace-jack. Rory raises with his ace-king.
And Ram announces all in.
And Ram goes all in, and Liffey has got to like it. He maybe put him in a pair of queens, pair of jacks at best.
Well, Ram's trapped him. Ram's trapped himself here. He just called. He's basically called on the small blind. Rory's raised and Ram's moved all in, and Rory's called. It's a sort of self-play hand, very similar to hands that we've seen before in London and in Barcelona.
Here we go. The jack is needed for Ram Vaswani. Will he get it in the flop? He won't. 4s and 10s come out. No more bets, please. Because Liffey's all in. Vaswani has him covered. The turn card's a king. Liffey's hit his king. And Vaswani needs a queen that isn't a diamond, because Liffey would hit his flush.
Yep, and there it is. It's a diamond. He makes the nut flush. Those 2 hands pretty much played themselves. Well done, Rory.
Yes, Liffey is rocking and Ram is reeling. Given the experience around this table, Ram probably would have very much fancied this when he looked around with the 8 players who were there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a fair turn up that Rory and Ram could end up heads up here because they're certainly the best known players at the table.
Called by Ram.
We'll have to see what fate deals these players around this table. The ace-9 for Vaswani, and Rory hits the queen-10. Good hands. 3-handed, and Vaswani hits his ace.
And Rory hits his 10 too, so Ram may be able to trap him here.
That's 15,000.
Liffey calls.
Yeah, he called very quickly.
And will this card change anything? Well, no, it doesn't. And
check.
Vaswani with a winning hand, but it depends how Liffey plays it. And Vaswani with his 2 pair, of course, on the 9. So
yeah, Rory's bet 30,000, and Ram's moved